Yep, good morning. You're starting with the city auditors.
Good morning, colleagues. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Here.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Okay. We are going into our, back into our amendments, right?
We are, and we just have a couple of housekeeping things. So there's actually two reports we'd like to add to today's agenda. One is just a council calendar change. It's just to move a slight adjustment to ARC and to also remove the one of the standing committees that was removed from your bylaw in November. It's just a housekeeping amendment. So we'd like to ask you to add 611. We also are going to have another report that's going to be added to the agenda later today. And it's just, again, a minor change to one of the policies. We just need to make sure that we've got the right attachments, and the department's going to send that through to us shortly. So for simplicity, could somebody please move to add to the agenda item 611, 2022 council calendar changes at this time?
So moved.
Councillor Knack, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Wright. So please move to add 611 and 612 to the agenda.
Right now, if you can just add the one, because the
For
other one
611?
is not fully ready.
611?
Yes.
Got
Just
it.
611, please.
Okay, got it. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
I'm a yes, too.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now. I can't see it right. Councillor Rice, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I just joined, and then I still have technical issues. Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
And Councillor Hamilton has
Councillor-
also joined us, who is
Yeah.
also in favor.
Yeah,
Thank you so
and
much.
that
We have all
is
the votes.
Adoption of the addition to the agenda. Hello, August. How are you? Nice to see you. We're going to be a happy crowd today because August is here. Yes, August. Huh? And he's going to tell us to keep on moving faster. Okay, please vote. We'll display the vote. That is carried. Okay, I should quick up things too. Okay. All right, now we are back into our items, right?
Yep, and
Okay.
OP 23, which is
We
the
are
Office of the
at
City Auditor.
OP 23, which is Councillor Rutherford, and seconded by Councillor Knack. So Councillor Rutherford, would you like to please read it and introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the 2022 operating expenditure budget for the Office of the City Auditor be increased by $230,000 on an ongoing basis to fund the additional resource requirements to support execution of the Office of the City Auditor Strategic Plan Services package, as shown in Attachment 2 of the December 8, 2021 Office of the City Auditor Report, OCA 00859, with funding from the tax levy. And just to quickly introduce this item, I believe that the city auditor provides great value in terms of accountability, and there's a lot that we want to achieve in terms of auditing. And so this ask, with the addition of a staff member and the addition of some consulting dollars for specialized auditing purposes, I think is prudent. And considering they have not had an increase in a significant amount of time, I think that this really is a small ask for the value we receive.
Good, and this was, we had a very healthy and constructive debate about this at one of our meetings. So any questions related to this? Shouldn't be that quick. The first, so Councillor Principe, to speak or to question?
Just to speak,
Go
I
ahead.
just want to quickly say thank you, Councillor Rutherford, for bringing this forward. This is one of the items that I spoke of that I see as a need and not a want, and that's why I'm in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. So please, no further councillors to speak on this. Please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to ring in, but I couldn't. I've got a little bug in my system.
We'll pause the vote.
Okay, you want to speak to this, Councillor Paquette?
I actually have a question.
Okay, we'll pause the vote for you then.
Thank you. Mr. Quach, we had spoken briefly, and I've mentioned this in council a few times already, about the possibility of expanding some of the approaches we're going to take this year in regard to an audit of some of the systems that we're taking a look at as far as prevention, reduction, and diversion in the social issues in Edmonton as it relates to police calls and to council's goals and what the public has said is their goals. And I'm wondering if you recall that conversation, if you can expand on that a little bit.
Absolutely, Councillor Paquette. I think the deliberations in the last few days about the Edmonton Police Commission and Edmonton Police Service raised the idea of having a potential audit on what I would say is, quote, strategic and financial planning, unquote, as an audit. And I think part of that conversation is the audit is probably doable, but only with some very good planning. So the office has a standard process of crafting what we call a one-pager, sometimes a bit longer for complex audits. And what that one-pager does is it outlines what is this audit topic about, who is it that we're auditing, what are the risks that we're looking at, and really to frame out what a potential audit might look like and the resources that are needed. So I think that one or two pager is going to provide additional information and clarity that can help inform council's decision.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And so the idea is that, and pardon my voice, I seem to have caught a bug, but it seems that if council would like to proceed with this, maybe that one pager would be the time for us to maybe speak a little bit further. But this can, if I make a motion today, you can go ahead and start that one pager, or do you even require a motion for that one pager?
I'm going to pass that on to Aileen, our city clerk, to provide some guidance.
Hi.
Okay,
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So you've got two options. You've got an amendment on the floor right now to increase the city auditor's operating budget. You also have two items on today's agenda that also require council's approval, 6.7 and 6.8. Should you want to prepare a subsequent motion or a motion in relation to those two reports, that might be a more appropriate place to provide direction to the city auditor on that one pager.
Yeah, so, and that, I guess that's the question. To get that one pager, would that require a motion, or is that something that can happen in the natural course of time and come back to us in January?
So council does have the ability to direct the work of the city auditor. That's not something that can come from one council alone, so it would be best if it was in the form of a motion. That way it provides clarity not only to the auditor, but also to the public.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Mayor, I will present a motion or a subsequent motion, whichever is more prudent.
Yeah,
at the
I think
appropriate time.
subsequent motion might be more cleaner, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah,
so,
I agree.
Yeah. Good.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Thank you. All right. Please vote now.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes. That is carried. Okay, OP3, Councillor Tank, and second by Councillor Salvador. Is this one you want to pursue ahead, or is it?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to read this in, that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in social development, citizen services be increased by $280,000 on a one-time basis to provide operational funding to the Edmonton Community Development Company to support progress in reducing poverty with funding from the Edmonton Police Services funds held within financial strategies. And this one was initially coupled with End Poverty Edmonton, which is coming up later today. But I am putting it on the table as it's standalone. And so Edmonton Community Development Company, for those of you who's maybe not quite as aware, it's one of Poverty Edmonton's roadmap actions to end poverty. And this came out back in 2016 and outlined a number, End Poverty came out, back in 2016 and outlined a number of actions and initiatives that will have significant shift in the poverty alleviation space. And the company itself is an entity that works with communities experiencing poverty to support community economic development, revitalization, employment, and housing opportunities, such as converting problem property housing into affordable housing and actively renting those out. And other development projects in the downtown core, where there's quite a bit of challenges. Some of the projects include Arts Common and the Piazza. And the community development company is focused on upstream interventions in housing and local economy, and this in turn contributes to well and safe neighborhoods. These types of structures, community development corporations or companies, are typically nonprofit companies that partner with communities to address poverty by attracting jobs and investment and otherwise increasing wealth in lower income neighborhoods. And I'm a strong believer in community economic development and what it can achieve for well-being and safety outcomes. In fact, I think it's great foresight that this has come about in Edmonton as a concrete means to address affordable housing. And I think there's a lot of potential in this, and many others feel the same way. The company itself has garnered many other investors. And while I believe the company has had a slow start since 2016 and has gained quite a bit of momentum in recent years, I still have a lot of outstanding questions about business plan, sustainable business model, governance, and evaluation. But I do think we should continue supporting this in 2022 with the current fresh leadership, and that's why this is on the table for one time. And I encourage the team to return to council during the 4-year budget cycle with these answers and a long-term proposal for self-sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. And just would you be open to amending the funding source to the financial strategies, $6 million, because to make sure that there's, I don't want to have a lengthy debate around whether this investment aligns with policing resources being reallocated to improve community safety, and whether this investment well aligned with what potentially could come from administration in the first quarter of 2022. I just want to make sure that there might be alignment, there might not be alignment. I just want to make sure this may not be the right table to have that discussion at this time.
That's friendly.
We have other funding source that we can use if council wishes to do so.
That's friendly.
Okay, got it. Okay. Councillor Stevenson. So there'll be financial strategies.
And I'm
the 6
sorry,
million.
I'm going to be difficult. I actually don't think that's friendly to me.
No? Okay.
So I would prefer to debate the motion as worded.
Okay, that's fine. If you wish to do so, that's fine. Okay. All right, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, perhaps another suggestion of a friendly amendment, just recognizing your last comments. I agree, the CDC has done some really good work, and I think they are gaining that momentum. But just wondering if we might include the requirement for some of those pieces that you spoke about. So the, submission of a strategic plan, approach to affordable housing and progress to date. I think you mentioned a business model. So I'm just looking at your wording in OP2 as well. Not to make it contingent, because I recognize this funding is needed at the beginning of the year, but maybe if we could just add to the end with funding from MTIM Limited to support with the expectation of the submission of a strategic plan and progress to date report being provided to council in fall 2022.
Yeah, I am open to that. With the fall 2022 lining up with the 4-year budget discussion.
Yeah.
Yep, that's fine.
And so it would actually come to committee through administration because they don't actually report to council, so just that
Okay.
small technicality.
Perfect, yeah. Do you want me to message that to you, or do you have the wording?
I'll make something up and chat it to you, and we'll see if we're
Perfect.
aligned.
Great, thank you so much. Those are all my questions. Otherwise, very happy to support this.
Yeah, and I think that's a great addition.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson.
Sorry, just to check, is that actually going to be an amendment, or is that friendly, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I think that's friendly. We can
Yeah.
just, with,
Yeah.
and then we don't have to vote on it.
I see no objections to that. Okay, all right, so where we are on the list of speakers, any more speakers on this? Councillor Mack, you had questions on this? Just wanted to question the funding source? Okay. All right. Okay, please vote.
Thank you, we have all the votes.
Okay. That's carried. And now we go to OP6, Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'll read this amendment into the record, and that is that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in social development city services be increased by $3.75 million on an ongoing basis to fund the community investment operating grant program service packets as shown in attachment 2 of the November 22, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FC 00817, with funding from the Edmonton Police Services funding held within financial strategies. There may be a question about that funding source as well, but I'll leave that to others. Very briefly introducing this, we heard the presentations a couple of weeks ago when we were first speaking about budget at the public hearing. This funding would go to all of those groups that have been receiving grants of up to $16,000 for their various programs. Many of these live in that sport and recreation world. Many of them don't. This was, I think, funding that was originally cut as part of the COVID strategies 2 years ago, and it was reinstated last budget on a one-time basis from the police dollars at that time. So this would be reinstating that on an ongoing basis from here forward. I do have a subsequent motion coming about a change in mandate for the Edmonton Sports Council that would affect part of this grant envelope, essentially, and I don't want to speak to that at subsequent right now necessarily, but that would see the Sports Council act more like the Arts Council and have a greater impact and influence on where grants were going, the level of those grants, where they might be more targeted, that kind of a thing. So this continues the grant and the program for now and allows that work to evolve over the next year, ideally. And have this as a continuing funding source in years forward. So I'll leave it there. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. My question is similar to the last one. This is ongoing funding. If Councillor Cardinal will consider this as a friendly amendment to not use the police funding, but to use the financial strategies. There's about $4.1 million remaining in that particular funding, so that we are not kind of circumventing the report that will come to us, have a holistic approach, what's the best use of those policing resources will be, if that is a friendly.
I'll save him the trouble. It won't be friendly to me, and I'll happily debate that in the form of an amendment if it comes forward. Sorry to be difficult, but I actually feel strongly about the location of the funds for this.
So you rather see the police funds go to that?
Correct, and if there is an amendment to change it, I'll explain why, but otherwise I'll just say
Yeah, I
it's
wouldn't
not
mind
friendly.
listening, actually. I wouldn't mind knowing the rationale, Councillor Knack.
Can't explain it until there's an amendment on the floor.
Well, I'll,
So I won't yet.
If it's in order, I could make that motion.
And
yeah,
I'll
please.
second.
Yeah. Okay, it's on the floor now.
Just for transparency, could somebody state what the amendment actually is, just because we do have people listening and
Yeah, Councillor Stevens.
So I'd move that the wording change to with funding held within financial strategies. And that would be the $6 million from the EPCOR dividend rather than the Edmonton Police Services funding held in financial strategies.
And that's second by Councillor Tang.
thank you. So
Good.
just, thank you. We're just making sure we've got this. So technically, all that we're going to be doing is withdraw or removing the words Edmonton Police Service funding.
Yes, got it. Okay, cool. All right, that's clear. Councillor Knack.
I think I did get bumped officially, so I should probably wait my turn.
Okay, who was ahead of you? Was Councillor Salvador and,
I was bottom of the list.
oh, you were? Okay.
I was going to say the exact same thing, so I'll remove myself.
Okay, were Councillor Tang, were you ahead of everyone else?
I just removed myself.
Okay.
I had the same thing.
Councillor Wright?
I had a question more for administration than this amendment, so I'll hold back.
Okay, all right. Questions on the amendment to the amendment, right? That would be it. So, all right. Now you can go, Councillor Wright, Councillor Knack.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, I feel fairly strong about this program actually being something that does contribute to broader community benefit, and that a lot of the work that we heard and who is being served actually leads back to a lot of the proactive discussion that we've been talking about in the past. And so I'm actually quite uneasy about using the remaining financial strategies money from the dividend side of things for something that I do think is quite justifiably a source that helps proactive safety and well-being. Because I do want to, and I think for me, this falls far more within the well-being side, which is actually what I think we need to be investing money in. And so I appreciate that we probably don't want to, right now, today, use up all of the $20-ish million in ongoing, and I think most of the amendments don't touch this in an ongoing way. But I don't see a scenario where this spring, this isn't the dedicated funding source for this particular program. And so to use a different funding source for something that I think will ultimately be funding this is one that I don't want to use at all, but I am very comfortable with using the funding on an ongoing basis for this, recognizing there's now in the order of, I think, the permanent funding that we'll have on an ongoing basis based off the motion on Wednesday would be in the order of around, what is it going to be, 15, 16 million at least, even if we fund this on an ongoing basis. So I think there's plenty of ongoing funding that can be used for other community safety and well-being work that will be directly informed by the reports we'll be getting back this spring. But in my mind, there's two outcomes I would be comfortable with, either using the funding as originally identified in the motion or waiting until the report comes back, but not using the financial strategies money from EPCOR. I think that to me is not a necessary funding source for this. So I'd be comfortable with one of those two options, but not this funding source, and that's why I'd feel really bad having to vote against this, because I don't, the program is outstanding. I just think we need to make sure we're funding it appropriately. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think anybody, like, I don't doubt the value of the program, I just have issues around that, but it's okay. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I guess, so first of all, a question. Within corporate strategies, are we actually distinguishing between money that is coming into corporate strategies from the police, from EPCOR? Are we tracking it that way?
We do track it that way.
We are? Okay. Okay, fair enough. I guess another way to approach, so first of all, I want to speak to it, but I completely agree with what Councillor Knack has just said, just for the record. I'm wondering then if we maybe fund this on a one-time basis out of police dollars and bring it back to the 4-year, and if there's alignment that needs to be done on funding sources or preserving dollars or that kind of thing.
Yeah.
The sense I get is that the $21 million, more or less, of police dollars is not going to be allocated, at least not in its entirety, in the next year. It's going to be, at least maybe I shouldn't presume anything, but it's going to, wait as we have the various conversations we're going to have in the next year.
Yeah, I think that's.
So maybe doing this on a one-time basis and truing it up next year might be an option too. But I
Got it.
don't think I can offer that amendment on top of this one. That would be a different amendment. So if this amendment fails, I would offer that.
Would that be okay? I just kind of get a sense because of the timing issue. I'll be fine with that because that's a one-time. Then we have the ability to debate the holistic approach to a community allocation of those funding. Will that be fine? Good. Okay. So can that be amended that the funding source remain the same as proposed by Councillor Cartmel, but one-time basis?
No. So what is on the floor right now is an amendment to the amendment. If the Assembly wants to withdraw that,
Okay.
Then it is absolutely possible. So then the slate's clean, and because this is
got it.
actually Councillor Cartmel's motion, he could actually, in fact,
Councillor
restate
Stevenson?
it with that change, if that's agreeable.
Sure, so I'm happy to withdraw my
Good.
proposed amendment.
Sorry. This is not, this is not a $250,000 amount we're talking about. And I don't know if I'm okay with taking that off the table.
So if there's any objections to the withdrawal, then I would suggest you leave it on the floor. You have your
Okay.
debate and you vote on it. And if it passes, it passes. And if it fails, then you've got another option to consider.
Okay, good. We'll go to Councillor Rutherford then.
Thank you so much. I hear what my colleagues are saying, and I agree, but I think we really need to be clear, like in this sphere of social well-being, so many things can, when you look at protective factors or the United Nations actions, right? Like all of these things that we could all link to, but the question is, will Edmontonians see a direct link with how that is enhancing their safety and well-being and their feelings of safety within the community? And I really worry that if we do not do that, that we are going to really hurt the former decision that we made on Wednesday. And so I agree with my colleague, Councillor Tang, that this is a bigger amount. I was I was opposed to the ongoing, absolutely, from this funding source. I am amendable to either it coming from the financial strategies and not this funding, or I was okay with it being a one-time funding so that we can get that money out to the community. But I just really want to be clear that we need to have way more thought put into this funding, because while 21 million sounds like a lot, in this social sphere, it's actually not that much. And it actually is bigger work than just money. It's so many social problems have, and even the police gave that diagram, have so much money put towards them, and there we still have the wicked problems that we have. It's beyond just funding. And so this is a complex topic, and I don't want to oversimplify a complex topic with, as long as we put money towards it, it'll fix it, or everything can be linked to well-being. So I will not support, I would support the removal of Edmonton Police Services funding. I don't yet know if I'm amendable to one-time or ongoing.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So the motion on the floor, the motion we're debating is financial strategies, ongoing basis, not the police funding.
That is correct.
Yeah,
That's the amendment that's on the floor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Councillor Wright.
Okay, I would be supportive of keeping it from the Edmonton Police Service funding because I think a lot of it, the funding source, or a lot of it is going to sports and recreation for our kids, for the youth of Edmonton. And I think if we can keep the kids busy and off the streets getting in trouble, that'll reduce any subsequent crime.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. I'm also very hesitant to have this coming from the Edmonton Police Services funding. Again, I think that line of sight to the safety, and not only for the safety and well-being of our community, but particularly to relieving pressures on the service, I think is critically important. And not that I don't think that line can be drawn in the future, but I don't think it's clear enough at this moment. I did want to ask administration, though. I know in the service package, it does speak to specific outcomes and data will need to be reported annually and will be taken into consideration of the group's next application for the program. So I would assume it speaks to the End Poverty Initiative. Do you feel that there's also scope to include sort of specific metrics around the safety piece or the diversion piece? Are those reasonable metrics we could ask community groups to be focused on? I'm just wondering how we can help to draw that link a bit more clearly, recognizing that wellness is also a part of it. But again, I think I'm certainly feeling very strongly about the importance of this funding being used to reduce pressures on our police service at the moment.
Councillor, when that review was done with the Community Services Advisory Board, kind of leading that review with input from the Sport Council and another voluntary organizations and so on, I mean, they did focus on the importance of reporting those kinds of outcomes, more around social inclusion, equitable access, and for sure improving their reporting and accountability back to administration. Safety was not specifically highlighted. A lot of those sports and recreation and social agency groups that get funding from for their base operating programs, just anecdotally, safety may not be, a key goal of what they're delivering on. So I just put that out there.
Sorry, Councillor, I just want to also add, I'm a little concerned about, these are hundreds of $16,000 grants. And so I think, if we have to be careful about, for each of those grants, how much work goes into tracking all that. And I'm not saying I don't want to, but we have to be careful because there are a lot of small numbered grants. So.
Well, absolutely. And I think, to a conversation we've had earlier too about the barriers to applying for grants and managing grants, wanting to make sure that we don't put that onus too much. So I think, the way I really think about it is, I absolutely recognize and support this initiative as part of the holistic approach to community wellness in our city. For me, though, I think that the funding pool from the Edmonton Police Services, I think, needs to just be a bit more targeted when we're looking at which initiatives we're funding out of that. So I'll be supporting my amendment, but really appreciate the conversation and think that looking at this on a one-time basis is also a very reasonable approach as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
I just wanted to say that when we were discussing, administration had recommended that we use the EPCOR dividend towards offsetting the tax levy to help lower taxes or keep taxes in line. We have a responsibility to all taxpayers. And when Councillor Rice agreed to having her amendment read last, so that hopefully there was at least, with the intent that at least there would be some of that dividend remaining to offset the taxes, that was with the intent that everything was remaining the same. Now we're changing the funding, and I just don't think that is fair, simply put.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang?
I think the thinking around, that clear direct line of sight has already been stated, so I'm not going to repeat it. But I will say this, Councillor Knack, I hear you around how these types of community programs achieves long-term well-being and safety outcomes. We can say the same thing about communities, Arts Council, many, many other types of community programming. And I think over time that will certainly pile up. And in fact, I will be the first to say when the Community Wellbeing and Safety Task Force recommendation came out, one of my own critique of that was that there was not enough emphasis on the well-being aspect of that, but too much focus on safety as related to policing outcome. And we need to rectify that. However, we don't have a framework right now to do that, and that is why I put my subsequent motion, several meetings ago, for that work to be developed, and that's why I am open to. I am supporting this amendment, and perhaps when we come back in the 4-year cycle, when we have that methodology to say investment in CIOG leads to these types of, and draw that very clear direct line of sight. I am supportive of this going in the long run from the well-being and safety funding in the financial strategies. But until then, I think we need to kind of be really disciplined about this and focus on some of the immediate parameters that has been established through some of the task force recommendations, through and through some of previous motions as well. So that's why I am supporting removing the Edmonton Police Services funding for this year and to revisit this conversation for the 4-year budget cycle.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very supportive of the amendment that's been put on the floor. And if it wasn't, I would have put it forward myself. I actually feel quite strongly about this one, and had flagged it early on. For me, having kind of looked through the list of organizations and initiatives that are funded through CIOG, there's so many amazing groups that are, totally worthy and fantastic and doing great work in our city and our communities. But I am also just trying to be very intentional and purposeful with where those funds are directed. So for me, very happy with striking Edmonton Police Services funding. Because I do want to be able to see that direct line of sight from the decisions we're making to, reducing calls for service. And yes, it's there, but I think in some cases it's not. As Mr. Corbould mentioned, there's hundreds of those $16,000 grants, and some of them do check that box, others don't. So until there can be a little bit more clarity there, I'm very hesitant to put it under police funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I do appreciate our colleagues' discussion. And then, community investment operating grant program is very important for us to support our community, and there's so many needs there. I do believe, and this program needs to have more support, and from LUTCA's perspective for our social issues. And then, however, I will not support remove from police services funding amendment. I do think, and from changing from ongoing basis to one time, and makes much more sense. I just want to understand, and from administration perspective, and then so far and up to date, how many applicants in average per year and in this grant program?
Councillor Rice, the information I have is that last year there were approximately 280 applicants, and if Mr. Jevney or Ms. Smith is online, they can correct that if I didn't get that right.
So in total, how much grant needed averagely? And
The average councillor is up to about 16,500, or not the average. The maximum any one group would get will be about 16,500. And as the city manager said, down to just a few $100s for very small groups.
Okay, so in total, how much needs and annually for this grant program.
Sorry, Councillor, how much is the need?
Yeah, how much? Yeah, in total, how much grant do we need and to support this program annually?
So I think that's the dollar amount that's in the motion,
Yeah.
the $3.75 million.
So this is a proposal. Yes, I just look at the historic data, like average how much need, and then annually and for this grant program. And is this the exactly same amount, or every year it's different?
No, it's been stable at this amount for a number of years, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm looking forward to that amendment and change this to the change from ongoing basis to the one-time support. So I'm not going to support to remove this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
I'll preface this by saying everyone is right, but if this motion means that the tax levy goes up by 0.1%, does it not?
So this
Yeah.
motion with financial strategies.
Yeah. No, but sorry. Yeah. Okay. You finish.
So if it comes from financial strategies,
Yeah.
no tax levy increase. If it comes from police, no tax levy increase. If it comes from the tax levy, 0.1, 0.2? I'll get Harm to do the math.
Okay. So I hear some really good points of debate here. And I mean that everybody is right. I think I would be more inclined to not support the removal, to not support this amendment, and to go back to the original motion. I think Councillor Principe made a really good point about some sort of acquiescence that was granted by Councillor Rice in moving her motion to the end, but this does substantively change that conversation. I'd be inclined to support on a one-time basis because, to Councillor, I think, Rutherford's point, I do think there needs to be direct line of sight between what we fund with the police, the withheld police allocated money. But I think that the time to have that sort of larger conversation might be in 2022, when we have an opportunity to, I think, I'm going to say, reallocate and reconfigure across the entire organization. That's my inclination on this, that use the money that's there now on a one-time basis, and then I think we need to revisit how things are distributed in 22 for the 23 to 26 budget cycle, so that we do get that accountability and that sort of direct line of sight into what we're investing in and the outcomes. So not support this, supporting on a one-time basis with the expectation that we're going to come back to these conversations in the next year.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Jans?
Just wanted to say quickly, I do support this. When the chief told us the three biggest drivers of crime are mental health, trauma, and addictions, I think it's a very tangential line to draw curling funding to that.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, I have to ask a question based on that answer, because I think I don't necessarily agree with the answer, because what I understood is that if all the motions had passed, including using whatever is remaining, if these motions passed as currently worded, and then at the end we voted on Councillor Rice's motion, we would be down to, I think it's 2.18%. If we then use this funding from the EPCOR portion of the dividend, there is now 3.75 million less at the end, which would in fact mean instead of 2.18%, we would be looking at probably a 2.28 or 2.3%. So that's why I think it was accurate to state that this would in fact raise taxes, because there would be less EPCOR dividend to go back to be used. Is that a fair?
So that's a fair characterization.
Okay.
It depends which number you select. Like currently, As of this morning, before you started,
Exactly.
you were at 1.83%. If
And
you passed everything, you would have been at 2.16. But you're correct. If you switch the funding to another source, it has to flow through and change.
that's right. So I wanted to make sure that's clear, because if we're then changing this source, that we will have a higher tax levy, whereas if we defeat the amendment and use it as one time, as Councillor Hamilton just said, we would still be at the 2.16. So I just felt I needed to ask that question. Thank you.
And 3.75 is 0.21%.
0.21, so we'd actually be looking at about 2.37% instead of a 2.16. Okay, whereas if we do this, if this amendment is defeated and we use one-time policing money, we would remain at 2.16 for this year. Is that correct? I see nodding heads.
So we'll just
Assuming
have to do
everything
all the
passed.
math, yeah.
Assuming everything else passed as currently worded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I really like this program, and we had number of people who came to make a presentation to us during our public hearing, really stressing the importance of this program. So I really want to thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for bringing this forward. I want to fund this. I would like to fund this on an ongoing basis. But my worry is that when we look at the linkage of police funding to the outcomes that we want to achieve with that police funding to reduce costs on police services and also really reduce crime in a way that we are making a strong statement that by taking those resources or shifting those resources to community safety is actually producing our results. This may not make the cut. It may make the cut on the wellness side of the things, but it may not make the cut on the crime reduction end of things. So when we come back in the first quarter to debate this issue, and this may not be the top of the recommendations out of that discussion. So that is why I feel that using the resources that are available to us now on a permanent basis from the financial strategies, EPCO dividend is the right approach to fund this program for a long-term basis, that communities don't have to come back again next year pleading for money. They need predictable funding. They need long-term sustainable funding. We have a source to provide that funding. As far as the impact on the tax levy is concerned, whether we take that money or the police funding or this funding, when we come back next year to fund more social programs, then we will have that. If we take out of the police funding, then we will have that less money to actually fund more social programs, more preventive programs. So it's at the end of the day, on a long-term strategy, it's just going to wash. So that's why I'm going to support this amendment and give the community long-term sustainable funding on a permanent basis. And if this fails, then I will definitely support one-time funding. Then we can have a broader discussion. But my worry is that it may not make the cut for that funding. Then we have to come back again to revisit this again through a tax levy in 2023. That's my concern. Yeah. And I'll take the chair back. And I will call the vote.
Hi, Councillor Paquette. Could we get your vote, please?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We're going to display the vote, and just for clarity, because we can't get it all up on the screen.
Oh,
Oh, there we do.
pardon me. That is a big mistake on my part, but that's okay. I was going to say no because I actually agree with Councillor Hamilton's point, and I've been trying to battle with my device here. My apologies.
So, Mr. Mayor, are you asking us to,
Okay.
Councillor Paquette, are you asking us to recall the vote?
Yes, please.
That
My
requires the
apologies.
permission of the chair.
I'm going to shut my device off and restart.
Okay, so please recall the vote.
With your permission, we'll recall the
Yeah,
vote, and we'll
do-
send it
yeah,
back out, Mr.
yeah,
Mayor.
yeah. Okay, we're voting again now?
We are. The votes just come out. We're just waiting for 3 more votes.
Yeah, and I am a no.
You're a no. Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. So that is defeated. Now we are back. Somebody would move that we funded one time.
So moved.
Councillor Knack.
Can I please have an opportunity to restate
sorry.
the motion? We're
Just hold on.
as a point of order,
Yeah.
we have lost the thread that people get to own their motions until they're done. That people get to speak until they're finished. That people click on to e-scribe before they jump into the conversation. We're losing process and it's costing time.
Thank you,
So I'm
Councillor.
sorry for my tone.
No,
I'm
no,
getting a little
thank you.
frustrated.
It's my fault. I totally
If we can
missed
stick
that.
to the process, we'll get through this, and if we don't, we won't.
I am so sorry, Councillor Cartmel. I would have
So I'd like to
noticed.
restate my motion if I could, that this be one-time funding only.
Yeah.
Not ongoing funding from the financial strategies, the police portion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it.
Second.
Second by Councillor,
No, sorry. So just for clarity, the motion was already moved and it has just been restated. So we're not in a position to change who moves or who
well, just the
changes.
second is the
Yep,
same, right? Councillor
absolutely. But thank
Paquette
you-
is the
thank you,
second.
Councillor Rice. So just for clarity, it was Councillor Cartmel's amendment, OP6, and it was originally seconded by Councillor Paquette.
Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Cartmel's motion is on the floor. Councillor Cartmel, would you like to speak to close this, please?
Only to say that, as I said earlier, the subsequent I'm offering later speaks to redoing, refining, reestablishing this program going forward after a year of review. So this actually orients it well. And this was actually my original motion. It was changed on the advice of administration. So, sorry, we've lost an hour on this.
Okay.
However, leave it there.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are on to OP7. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So, try to gather myself a little bit here. As many of you may know, Edmonton has a long and storied history in basketball, and it goes back to the days of the Edmonton Grads, which was an all-women's basketball team that dominated women's basketball worldwide for decades. And that has had a continuing thread through the game of basketball and those that play it in Edmonton. We heard earlier this week about a fund that's been established in the name of Brian Anderson, who did a lot of work in this area, both in coaching women in basketball, in promoting women's basketball, and promoting, perhaps more specifically, young women and the opportunity that basketball, as one sport, provides to young women. You know, we talked a lot about or I have anyway, and in the last 4 years talked a lot about our Live Active strategy, and we talk about these things in a number of ways, and with the ultimate goal of getting people as active as possible, and understanding that our Live Active strategies and goals are about getting people to get active, to maintain, good physical health, to understand their bodies better, to put in the right fuel and get out of it the right exercise. And part of that is providing those aspirational elements, those aspirational goals that get our youth up and active and moving, that inspires them to move. And I want to talk a bit about a couple of examples. And the first one is actually with respect to free play and free footy, and by providing those opportunities, but also by providing the inspiration that is Alphonso Davies, that now gets all those kids involved in free play and in that free activity. But the magic of that is that not everyone's going to be Alphonso Davies. And while some of them might get to meet Fonzie, they get to actually meet, in the course of trying to get there, people that mentor and help and listen and console and counsel our youth that otherwise might not get those opportunities. This is the same thing. This is particularly young women, having the opportunity to see people that have Canada on their jersey that represent the nation come here. And I think about people like Kia Nurse, people like Michelle and Catherine Plouffe, who are local talent that played for the national team and the inspiration that that brings. But I want to tell you a little bit about what happened this week, because this sponsorship program brought a woman named Paige Crozen to Edmonton. Paige is from Humboldt. She was on the 5-on-5 national basketball team. She's now on the 3-on-3 women's national basketball team. She's a mom. She's a coach. She went to the University of Utah on a scholarship. She comes here. And so while the young women that she's been speaking to this week on the Enoch, one of the schools on the Enoch Cree Nation Reserve, at Brightview School, where she took the basketball team there and led them through a practice in real time on an ad hoc basis, and left the principal and the coach in tears because they were so taken with the activity they had forgotten to take notes about the drills. It's not so much that you get to meet someone that's going to be on the national basketball team. It's that you get to meet that person and get to see them in real life and get that coaching and mentoring. Paige Crozen now leads the Living Skies Basketball League in Saskatchewan, which is an Indigenous women's basketball league. These are the kinds of connections we're trying to make. These are the inspirations we're trying to create. And a bit more on that is that where this activity is taking place has been at the Saville Center on the University South Campus, but is now migrating to the Expo Center. It is the sand around the pebbles that is what happens at the Expo Center, which is clearly a trade and exposition facility, but is a pseudo-rec center in the off days because of programs like this. There is opportunity for further partnership, for further investment, for the creation of centers of excellence at Expo Center, where this partnership is sort of the foundation of that relationship. So this building that we're about to put $80 million into remains active with that kind of activity, in part because of this sponsorship. And I will say finally that of the $500,000 per year for the next 3 years, $200,000 is held in order to generate those events that come to the city, that create all of that earned revenue, all of that earned advertisement, those views on the TV, when countries come to play a tournament in Edmonton and we get all of that economic activity. That $200,000 on a yearly basis will pay back many, many times over and pay for this whole program completely if given the opportunity to develop. So for all of those reasons, I really encourage that this program be continued for the next 3 years. It matches the Olympic cycle, and that we continue to bring the Canadian women's national team to Edmonton for all of those reasons in preparation for the next Olympics in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rutherford.
Sure. This question is for administration. I just want to get a sense of what other kind of sponsorships we as a city do to other sporting associations, such as hockey, soccer, or other lacrosse, whatever it is, under citizen services, community recreation. Is there other associations that we give this kind of sponsorship to currently?
Councillor, I'll start off and maybe ask Mr. Jevney to weigh in. As Council I'm sure is aware, there's no broad program for sponsorships for different sports. We have had a relationship. My example that comes to mind is with triathlon, for example, when they hosted some international events and built as Councillor Carmel indicated, built sort of the reputation of Edmonton as a center of excellence, but then also there was some grassroots development that happened from that. So certainly that's been happening with basketball since 2013 as well. So Mr. Jevney, anything else to add on that question? Roger?
Yeah, we have several ongoing relationships with different sports to bring events to the city. This arrangement with Canada Basketball is a little bit unique in that they do the local programming, the Intercity Basketball Initiative that has about 5,000 kids participate in it. So this one's unique in that it's ongoing and delivers some local programming, not just bringing the events to the city.
Great, that answers my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So, Councillor Cartmel, as mover of the motion, would you like to close this, please?
I have nothing more. Thank you, Mayor Sully.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are on to our OP12, Council Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So happy to read this in. That the 2022 operating expenditure budget in Economic Investment Services, Urban Planning and Environment be increased by $1,850,000 on a one-time basis to fund 50% of the 2022 Business Improvement Area Levy with funding from the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated Financial Stabilization Reserve. And happy to just introduce that. So yeah, really happy to be bringing forward this motion, or amendment rather. And I'll start by just recognizing the resilience and leadership that has been shown by our BIAs and local business community throughout the pandemic. So our city's main streets have been struggling. I think we all know that. And the pandemic has had a profound effect on our local economy. And it's really important that we provide relief at this critical time. Beyond infrastructure, great places are defined by great experiences. So supporting our local business improvement areas is not just about supporting jobs and local businesses, it's about ensuring that your favorite main streets will continue to be vibrant gathering places into the future. Main streets attract investment, jobs, and residents. They're cultural destinations and economic engines that bring vibrancy and growth to our communities. The success of our main streets is deeply aligned with the strategic goals that we've laid out in our major plans, like the city plan, energy transition strategy, and economic action plan. When we talk about building 15-minute communities, main streets and local businesses are a central part of that conversation. Businesses have been working hard through these incredibly uncertain times to stay open and to keep Edmontonians safe. This motion will provide them with the direct financial relief they need to continue doing so. This is an investment in our economic and social recovery, and I would encourage everyone to support this amendment, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans to speak or questions?
Questions. I was looking to, through you, Mr. Chair, if the mover or potentially administration could comment. This is the second year we've done this. Is this intended to be an ongoing funding package into the future? And are we creating inadvertently by supporting this an expectation for members? And my follow-up question, I'll just ask both so then you can hit them both. Do we have a sense of whether this is the most equitable or rather the most effective way? Would something like micro grants be better than the levy in terms of a force multiplier to support not just the businesses in the BIA, but those outside of the BIA area? I'm thinking of the patio programs, et cetera.
Yeah, I think we had that discussion at the council meeting as well when this item was in front of us. Absolutely, but Mr. Corbould.
Sure. I'll just say that previously it was supposed to be one time. This is 50%. This is not the full amount. I see it as kind of an off ramp as we work towards that recovery. I don't see that this would be sort of an ongoing. Relief in any way, but I guess admin can comment on that as well.
Yeah, I would just add to that, Councillor, that the expectation is very clear. I think this, it's fair to say that this is directly related to the extension of COVID, and that's why. And getting to the second question, this is the BIA's preference as they explained when they were here in front of Council. So,
got it. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe.
Can administration tell me last year when they did have the decrease or no tax levy, what did that cost in dollar amount?
So last year it was 100% relief, so it was $3.4 million funded from the COVID funds.
Okay, I do have compassion for the businesses within the BIA, but I also have compassion for all the businesses throughout Edmonton that struggled through the COVID pandemic. So I can't support this, although I would like to be able to support all the businesses. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright.
I too am unable to support this. I don't think we can transfer the tax burden for this over to other businesses and residents that have also suffered throughout the COVID pandemic. And I think maybe being on the main streets, the BIAs may have more opportunity to to get more business. When Sherry from Strathcona Business Association was here, she said her clients were, or customers were very supportive of them. And so being centered like that, maybe there is opportunity for them to recover better. And I like the idea of perhaps maybe micro grants that could go out otherwise. And that might be considered in the next budget cycle.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a clarification for administration, and maybe I'm misunderstanding. My understanding is that the businesses within the BIAs would still pay their property tax. Is that correct? They would pay their full property tax?
So businesses within the BIA pay property tax.
And
The BIA allows the business improvement area to assess its own tax and put it. So if you provide money from the tax levy, you are in fact taking broader tax levy funding to provide it to businesses within the business improvement area. But they still pay their base property taxes.
They still pay their base property taxes. So I think that's a really important clarification, that the business improvement area levy is above and beyond what any other business pays in the city. So these businesses will still be paying their property tax. We're just providing some relief on the levy that's imposed on them within the BIA areas. And so for that reason, I'm very supportive of this motion, of this amendment, I apologize. I think as Councillor Salvador has stated very clearly, it's just a way to take off this additional financial burden that these specific businesses in the BIA areas face, and help them springboard into that recovery that I think we all want to see. Our main streets in our BIA areas play such an important role in the 15-minute communities to build those, and so very happy to support strengthening those areas as we move out of the pandemic.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Stevenson just pretty much hit the point that I was going to suggest, which is for me, because this is not subsidizing taxes of the BIA, the businesses in the BIAs at the expense of other businesses, since that's not what we're talking about, and we're actually just talking about the additional costs that businesses pay as part of the BIA process and the BIA levy, I think this is a valuable piece. And then we have other grants and other programs that we can look at to make sure we're supporting broader businesses. We're not, through the amendments here on the floor, we don't have everything allocated. So if there's a need to support other businesses, as we've done this past year, we can make sure there's grants and other things available. So I don't think it's one at the expense of the other. I think it's helping recognize the unique challenge that exists in the BIA. So I'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Yes, thank you so much. So I actually absolutely agree with this. And having worked with a number of the BIAs, I want to also highlight, these are main streets businesses that we're talking about, and there's actually quite a bit of research out there, including from national organizations like the Canadian Urban Institute that looks at the specific benefits that main streets bring, but also the unique challenges that these businesses face on top of the challenges that small businesses already struggle with. But I hear kind of, I guess, the optics of inequity, and certainly during the pandemic, when I was working on some of the initiatives to support small businesses, one of the challenges I found was information flows often through BIAs, and it doesn't actually reach many of the businesses outside of those zones. And I've already started conversation with administration about this kind of BIA-like kind of support for those who don't necessarily fall into those zones. So I want to put a subsequent on this amendment. Would you like me to read that to you now or send it to you, or should I wait until the vote is over and put the subsequent on the table?
So subsequents don't typically go on until after the budget's been
Okay,
dealt with,
that-
but if
yeah,
you
and
could
I'll
send
just
it
do
to me in
that. I will do
advance,
that.
we could just make sure that we've got it, so that'd be very helpful.
Perfect. And just the gist of that subsequent is essentially to explore other types of levers and tools to make sure that we are truly making sure everyone is taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I will not support this motion as well. And the reason for me to say that, I do feel and that the equity piece is not fully reflected in this motion. And then we are talking about equity everywhere for social programs, social development. And then I do say, and in some area, and this basic value, and we implement everywhere, and it's so important value, and it's not fully reflected. And then also I want to say I do support the business because I believe the business and the business development is a key factor and for our city's economic development. And BIS did lots of great work. I just want to make sure, and then I heard my colleagues say the same thing, and then we want to be implement that equity piece, and then to support our business development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
Thank you. You know, pandemic has been hard on many small businesses, particularly those who rely on having people walk into their premises to do business. And many of these businesses on main streets of Edmonton have suffered a lot. I know that this funding does not cover all of the businesses who have struggled, but it does cover close to 4,000 businesses, small businesses, family-owned businesses in our city that do need our support. I understand the concerns from council members about that how do we support rest of the businesses that will not benefit from this. I think there's ways to do it. There are micro grants available, or we can look at, as Councillor Tang's subsequent motion may suggest, to find different ways of supporting those businesses. But that should not mean that if we are unable to support some businesses, that we should not be supporting those we can. And through this little bit of relief, we can support those businesses that have struggled, and it is also not, those businesses do continue to pay their taxes. This is a 50% relief on the levy that is imposed on them by local BIs to enhance local amenities and support system to it. I think that will definitely benefit them in the short term as these businesses recover through the COVID. And I'll take the chair back. And Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to my colleagues for their comments. I think just to reiterate that piece around, this is not
Excuse me? I just ringed in at the last second before Salvador. I just have one question.
I didn't see the, okay, just hold on then. Just Councillor Salvador, just
That's
wait.
okay, we can.
Yeah, just don't,
We can pause.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Wright. I know there's the delay between clicking and coming on the screen. I didn't see it on time. Sorry, Councillor Wright.
I just have one question. How much funding is left in the COVID-19
recovery
of the Financial Stabilization Reserve?
So, Councillor, we started with $8 million. The transit fee fare schedule, that took around $3.5 million from the reserve, so we have 4.5 left before this motion.
And just, you're probably quicker at this than me flipping through. Do we have anything else coming out of there?
Mike?
Sorry, thank you. We have two more motions on the floor after this one. So there's the Edmonton Cultural Industries Grant for $1.2 million, and there's Alberta Council of Women Shelters for $250,000. So if all motions are passed that are on the floor with the COVID funds, there would be $1.2 million left in the reserve.
And we're not out of this yet. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Wright. Now, Councillor Salvador to close.
Thank you. I was just saying that, as has been stated by a number of my colleagues, this is not about sort of subsidizing some businesses at the expense of others. That BIA levy does go above and beyond, and really looking forward to that subsequent from Councillor Tang. I think that should help alleviate some of those concerns to ensure that there is that equitable support across our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Just leave it up for a second. Thank you.
We are going to OP2, which is Councillor Tang on end poverty Edmonton.
Yes, and I do need to restate this one as there's a bit of a changes that happened in the last couple of days. So I'm going to restate this. And bear with me, it's a long one.
So is this just so that I can make sure that council can all see, is this
Yes,
the one we worked on?
Yes.
Awesome, I'll share it with council.
Because it's not reflected in this, so just want to make sure.
That's correct, because
Okay.
that's what you said, and now you're going to say something
That's
different.
right. Okay, now I'm going to restate it. That the operating expenditure budget in social development, citizen services be increased by $2.1 million on an ongoing basis with funding from the Edmonton Police Services funds held within financial strategies to provide operational funding for End Poverty Edmonton to support progress in reducing poverty through a funding agreement in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And that 1.1 million of this funding will be held in abeyance, subject to demonstrating progress on a plan that is acceptable to council to achieve desired outcomes in scaling End Poverty Edmonton implementation, key activities and outcomes, strategic planning document. Funds will be released upon returning to council in number one, Q2 of 2022 with a full implementation plan, release of 500,000. Q3 of 2022 prior to the 2023 to 2026 budget deliberations to present the plan progress, including outcomes achieved in the priority areas of livable income, anti-racism, affordable housing, childcare, and indigenization, and partnerships with other initiatives in community well-being and safety, anti-racism, and urban well-being, and release of 500K. Release of 600K. And number three, Q4 of 2022 with an end-of-year memo from End Poverty Edmonton to council highlighting the progress made in outcomes and foundations laid for the next 4 years. Did I get that right?
You did.
Okay. And yeah, so there's a reason why this is quite extensive. End Poverty started, as I mentioned in one of the amendments earlier, 5 years ago, with a very extensive roadmap and action plan to alleviate and end poverty. And there's, of course, a number of root causes, and especially in sort of towards the end of this 5-year period, End Poverty has really carved out a very unique and important niche that no one is really playing in terms of playing that systemic convener and backbone organization that brings different sectors together, not just social services, but post-secondary and business sectors. And I understand that there is such a perception in the social service sector that we put out funds and we don't have enough of the accountability. And the reason why this is quite extensive because is to demonstrate that this is an organization that is very results and action oriented. That all of these very rigorous, I think, accountability measures are doable within the means of the organization. And this brings the council along in this journey for ending poverty and will set up the organization for success in the next, many years. And so, and I do want to highlight kind of the 5 priority areas within this particular amendment that, for all the things that we have been talking about during this budget deliberation, a key piece of this is also making sure that commitment to truth and reconciliation is very much at the forefront of all the work that we do, of all these systemic changes work that we're doing. And yeah, and I think, if there's ever a time, I think now is a time to invest in this kind of systemic initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm in general agreement with this motion, but one of my concerns is that there's a lot of caveats and report backs in the process for a relatively small amount of money. And so my, I guess, question to administration, and you know, I absolutely agree with trying to create a culture of accountability and having defined metrics that our social service providers have to abide by. I'm just, you know, I look to the city manager in terms of feasibility. Sorry, buddy. Feasibility in the feasibility of that reporting back in such a short period of time, and so I kind of look to administration in terms of how reasonable that is in a 1-year period as a condition of funding for this organization, but no others at this time.
Can I just quickly respond to that? And so this was certainly.
I'm sorry. I'd like, and
Okay.
I want to hear from you, but I also would like to
Okay,
hear
fair.
from administration first.
Certainly, Councillor, the importance of reporting, obviously, we're all in consensus that that's how we should proceed into the future. We've had initial talks with the folks from End Poverty Edmonton, and they recognize the need to come back, and they were okay coming back in the second quarter with the plan and the outcomes to release that first tranche of money, and then coming back later in the year as we get into the next 4-year cycle in terms of what that looks like. So there's general consensus that they would be reasonable. Now that reporting, we haven't gotten into the details in terms of reporting back through a memo, through a report to council, or coming back to committee, which could be a little more onerous on the group.
And that so that satisfies me, and I guess what I would maybe be looking to the city manager or you, Mr. Smythe, for is, you know, and maybe back to the mover ultimately is, are we okay with this not coming back to committee, because those CPSC agendas can get really heavy, and if it's satisfactory to you, then I think for the amount of money we're talking about, that it's reasonable that would be in your delegated authority. So I'd look to the mover to make sure that it would be amenable that this remains within the city manager's delegated authority, but doesn't necessarily need to come back to committee as sort of quarterly as the motion instructs to committee. That's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I want to highlight that this isn't a quarterly report back. There's 2 report back, specifically formal ones. And that's why the agreement is also in form and content acceptable to the city manager. And I think that kind of frequency was discussed and developed, you know, in conversation with administration and with M Poverty to what is doable for folks, because when they do report back, it's always pre-presented together. So I guess so. What would it? Can you just tell me what would it look like? What you're proposing?
Oh, so thank you for that clarification, because I had seen the dates roll out that the city manager had to allocate the funds in 3 tranches, and reporting to administration satisfaction of city manager. So you're clarifying that this will not need to come back to committee, correct?
Yeah, and I actually. No, sorry. So the first tranche is released, and then they come back to committee in Q2 with their implementation plan, and then the second time is right before the 4-year budget cycle deliberation too, so that we know what they're going to be doing for the next 4 years. Mm-hmm. And then the final memo is just a memo. It could be emailed. It doesn't need to be in committee.
So just for clarity, the first part of the motion actually does say that the progress on the plan must be acceptable by council, and the only way that acceptance can happen is through a report to council. So if you would like to remove that formality, I'd like to see the amendment adjusted, please.
Mr. Corbold, on to your delegated authority part.
Yeah, that would be my preference. The only other thing I would say, Council, is that, well, the individual motions we've seen and have yet to come, reports on their own are not worrisome. As I look at the all of them together, we are reporting back now on, like, I think 7 or 8 council motions on community safety and wellness. We're talking about potential other audits where each of these come. So I am worried. I'll be honest about the cumulative impact of the reporting. I think I will figure that out and sort it out. But I will probably be coming back to council in Q1 as part of the community safety and wellness presentation to sort of demonstrate all the reports that have been asked for and try to find a way of getting the reports back on outcomes in a consolidated area so that the 15 requests we've had from council to report back can be consolidated under one formal report and then linked to each of those reports, because that's a body of work I just need to do to organize it all.
Yeah.
And it just worries me a bit, but
Yeah.
so the more delegated authority we can use to do that, the better is my
Then,
advice.
sure, if it's just a matter of taking out that is acceptable to council, that portion out, correct?
Which one will be taken out? Sorry, can you speak up a little
Sorry,
bit more?
so back to the Madam Clerk's point, subject, that portion 1, item 1, to demonstrating progress on a plan that is acceptable to council, just take out that is acceptable to council or that is acceptable to city.
Yeah, that's fine. So basically, the first
that
part
works.
is, if it's approved, just for clarity, is that city council will approve, if it does, the 2.1 million. So the first 1 million will be released, and then 1.1 will just be held until 2 conditions are met, the way this is written right now.
Yes.
So there will be a report in Q2, and then there will be a report in Q3, and then the money will be released?
Yeah.
Or just to make sure, because what it does say here, you want 500,000 released in Q2, once the report comes to community services, and then the second, or the remaining 600,000 will be released in Q3.
Prior to the
Yeah, and then
4-year.
there'll be a memo. So,
Yeah.
so to the city manager's point, there will be 2 reports coming back to committee.
Yeah,
And I just want to stress that, likely in Q1, I'm going to be providing advice to council on an aggregated reporting system for all these things. That might be more useful for our governors to
That would be
review
helpful.
and consider. Because right now, it's really all over the place, and it's all good questions. I think we need to develop a good aggregated reporting system for council from all the initiatives that are happening. And so that may, with council approval, change this if I can, but I need to show you that aggregated system first.
I think.
And point of clarification, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may?
Yeah, Councilor.
Just if the city manager is satisfied, then funds are released. If not, then I'm assuming Mr. Corb will come back to council to get direction or to provide advice.
Certainly, that's how I would proceed.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. Well, okay.
So there are checks and balances,
Good.
no problem.
So as you clean it up, I'm going to go to Councilor Rice next. Councilor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And before I ask my question, I do want say, and if we have 5 minutes for everybody, and we need to follow that. And then otherwise, and we cannot get our sense done, and that is most our council members concerned about.
I appreciate that, Councilor Rice. Go ahead.
Yeah, it should be equal to everybody. So I just want to say that first. And secondly, I do have a question to administration. I just want the information before I make this decision to vote on this motion. I would like the information to indicate it since October 26th, this year we swear in as a new city council, and how much money we used, let me use the language used, and from Edmonton Police Services funds we hold we hold, and to all the social programs. So I would like to have that information first. So is that able to provide that information and before we vote on this?
So you're asking what the total use has been of the police funding? So
Yes, and for all the social programs, including in like community safety and well-being and anti-racism and all terms of like homeless program and housing program. And so I would like to have that information and for me to make that informed decision.
So the first tranche of police funding, the 5.5, had been used on a one-time basis, I believe, for the CIOG grant, plus the $1.4 million that you had approved, that council had approved previously at a meeting prior to the budget. So the entire first tranche of the police funding is used. That left 11 million ongoing plus 10.9 from the motion that you passed yesterday. And up to this point, you have approved 250 for Recover Urban Wellbeing, 900 for encampment to social workers, 280,000 for Edmonton Community Development Corporation, and 3.75 million for Community Investment Operating Grant.
Yeah, I'm talking about since October 28th. So it's my impression. I don't have the data in front of me yet. It's my impression, and we use up over, and based on what I understand, over $5 million, and from Edmonton police fundings and to our social programs.
Okay, so
right? So based on what you provide a number here.
So this, since the election, this council has approved $1.4 million for the anti-racism grants and the 4 items that I just read out to you that were passed as part of the budget deliberations.
So that adds up almost $4.8 million.
It's more than that.
More than that? Okay. Okay, so I just have the sense, and that is the sense how much money we use them from Edmonton police funding and to support our social programs. I do believe, and then so for CIOG program operating grants program, it's so important to support our community to provide the services programs in the local community, and for many people can benefit, our residents can benefit from that. And then I just don't feel comfortable, and then I do have concern, and from public perspective, we look at our city's core services, and police services is our city's core services. We move the funding from core services and to support the program and the services actually is overlap with provincial and federal government support. And then specifically for this ending poverty programs, it's my understanding, and provincial government has comprehensive and invests a lot of money and to support people and then our in needs. And so from that and then why we need to move money away from core services to support the services is already overlap and is supported by the different orders of government. Like, to me, I do believe this is very, very important. And everybody, every life,
Councillor, your 5 minutes are over as well.
Enough. So, okay, so let me finish that.
Yeah,
and
please do.
Every Edmontonians deserve our support. And it's just the way how we do this. So with that, I'm not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
If I can just clarify,
Yeah, go ahead.
so the total math would be 6.58 million since October.
That's how much been allocated. Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Rutherford?
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just clarify, is that, what portion of that is ongoing and what portion of that is one time?
So the anti-racism grants were one time. The Recover Urban Wellness was one time, so 250 of that was, so I would say actually 520 is one time. Sorry, 520 plus 1.4. I'm gonna let Harm do it.
Sure, okay, thank you. So of the 6.5 Stacy just mentioned there, so 5.6 million is one time and 900,000 is ongoing.
Okay, thank you. So I think for me, I understand the concern with the strain on both administration, having worked in administration, I know that what this ask is, but also, you know, council's time. However, I think the intent of this motion was to have a communication channel between End Poverty Edmonton and council. And so I worry if we delegate all of that to city manager, we're not having that one mechanism for a direct conversation. So my understanding, if we delegate everything to you as was kind of proposed, that we lose that mechanism for them to come back to council?
No, I don't believe so, Councillor. And you know, like we did with the BIA, if I was coming back to council on this, I'd want to do it with End Poverty Edmonton sitting beside me as part of the delegation. So I don't think that would lose that. And given that Councillor Tang talked about memos back and forth, there's nothing in this that prevents End Poverty Edmonton from sending a memo directly to council, which they've done before, and I would certainly encourage doing as part of this program throughout the year.
Okay, so is the motion that's up on the screen the current motion?
Yes, the motion that I've shared with you in the chat and is on the screen has not been amended as restated this morning by Councillor Tang.
Has not been?
I am unaware of being given direction to amend something.
Okay.
So it is as it is was presented, so, and if there's anyone to amend it, please do make the amendments.
Yeah, just one second. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
Councillor, go ahead.
So I really do like the idea of holding some money in abeyance. I think that that's, given the discussion around poverty, I think to speak to my colleague, Councillor Rice's point, I think I as somebody that's worked in administration and community building and social planning for years, every level of government has a role and responsibility in poverty. I don't think that we can pass that jurisdictional ball to any one level. It's all orders have to be in on this, and not only all orders, but all community members have to work to alleviating poverty. So all sectors, all grassroots organizations. And so what End Poverty does that is unique is it creates sort of a hub, I'm going to simplify, a hub in which that work can be coordinated. So we talked already, like we've talked about the challenges with the safety net and how uncoordinated it is. End Poverty is that mechanism for addressing poverty in a coordinated way. And we've talked about the impacts of COVID-19, and Edmonton Social Council has put out so much data to demonstrate how poverty is increasing in our city. And so subsequently, when poverty increases, more people will likely fall into homelessness or be at risk of homelessness. And so it's a cascading effect. So we need to be having systemic ways to address poverty. And I also want to highlight that the Canadian definition of poverty goes beyond just financial poverty. It also includes social poverty and cultural poverty as well. So that is around, you know, that idea of inclusion and sense of belonging. It's around Indigenous folks being connected to their culture and their heritage as examples. And so I absolutely support this. I think that we know that there's been challenges with them seeing those results. And so this allows for that accountability mechanism and for this to be a piece of that ongoing discussion around that overall police funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So we have motion on the floor as presented by Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, do you want to close?
Yeah, I will actually, so given the conversation and, you know, recognizing the time the committee has and recognizing the challenge for administration to coordinate a lot of these. I'll move to strike, I think, in that part 1. Can I just restate that first?
You can, because
Yeah.
if that's okay to the mayor, you can just restate it, and if you want to remove that is acceptable to city council, it'll just leave 2 reportings into committee, if that's okay.
That 1.1 million of this funding be held in abeyance, subject to demonstrating progress on a plan to achieve desired outcomes in scaling and poverty Edmonton implementation key activities and outcomes strategic planning document. And I will move to close.
Okay, so you're striking point 1 or you're striking beyond point 1?
Just the lines about bringing all of those reports back to council,
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor.
point 2?
I just removed the words that is acceptable to council.
Okay, got it. Okay,
So I'll
Go
move to
ahead.
close.
You wanna close, please?
This.
Oh,
and we-
sorry, point of
oh, sorry.
clarification, Mr. Mayor, again, I thought you were also going to remove the committee requirements as well, unless unacceptable to the city manager, who would then bring it to committee.
so
That amendment, sorry, Councillor Paquette, that amendment hasn't been put on the floor. So where we're at right now is Councillor Tang, seconded by Councillor Rutherford, has restated the motion, and they've just taken out, and I've shared the document in the chat. We've just removed 3 words, or 4 words, sorry, is acceptable to council. But what did we?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was looking at 2.1 and 2.2, and that's simply because the concern was raised about the number of reports being generated that council and committees are going to have to look at, when really these amounts are easily within the purview of the city manager.
So
I thought that was the conversation we were having. I may have been mistaken.
Yeah, and I may be mistaken too, because I thought this whole thing was kind of fell on those words of acceptable to council in that first part.
But those reports will still come to the committee, though. That's the I think that's the question Councillor Paquette has, that even though it's acceptable to, you remove those 4 words, but those reports will still come to those 2 committees in those 2 quarters. And the question is, do we need those reports at committees, that, if I understand correctly, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so I think if, in order to avoid those reports coming to committee, we would have to strike that part 2. Or 2.1, 2.2.
And Mr. Corbell, in that case, that when you do sort of the aggregated reporting back, you will be presenting with the community groups. So it will still get at the intention of this amendment, as Councillor Rutherford had.
Yes,
said.
Councillor,
Yeah,
I feel good that we'll be able to do that. I think the aggregated reporting thing will be the most important thing, but we just haven't built that yet.
Okay.
So would you remove those 2 requirements for a committee to come to the committee?
Councillor Rutherford's on the speaker list again, so I want to hear what she has to say.
Councillor Rutherford.
Can we make all of those suggested amendments except keep the condition of reporting to Community and Public Service Committee in Q3 of 2022 prior to the 2023-2026 budget deliberations? Can we keep that line? Because I just really want there to be one clear, and this is going to be a big discussion and part of that next budget cycle, so.
We can certainly implement it
So
that way.
I think striking everything else with the exception of that piece would keep the intention clear, but also make sure there's at least one mechanism where we're having a fulsome discussion on this specific and poverty piece
Yes.
prior to that.
Yeah, we can certainly implement that, Councillor. Yeah.
So just for clarity, are you still holding the 1.1 in abeyance?
Yes.
Okay, and when would you like to release that money? When End Poverty Edmonton comes back in Q3? So we will remove the 500,000 to be held and the 600,000, and that will now turn into the 1.1 being released in Q3.
I think we could just
May
hold
I suggest that we park this? This is taking too much time. We're trying to amend this on the fly, right? I think maybe during break, you can figure out the wording and what needs to be done, and we move out to the next item.
We have had conversations. If I can get clear direction, I'm happy to table this and we can go away and craft it. I just would like to know how much is being held in abeyance and
Yeah.
until when.
I think we just trying to wordsmith it on the fly, which is kind of hard to do so, right? So if somebody would, is you okay, we table it, then we come back, you can clarify the wording and what needs to be done during that break time. Is that okay?
Yeah, I just need to know how much to hold in abeyance and until when.
My suggestion would be to just hold that 600,000 in abeyance, because I don't want to hold, 1.1 million until the end of the year, but I do want to hold some money back.
Okay.
So my question is to the mover, would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay. Is that clear now, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, I'll recraft that as directed.
Okay. So will we be able to do that now, or should we?
Could you just maybe move on to the next one?
Yeah,
And I'll
okay,
craft it. I'd
good.
like to make sure the CFO and the
Good.
city manager
Okay, got it.
are okay.
Do we have to make a motion to put it on hold, or just carry on to the next one?
If the assembly's okay, I'd say just move on.
Carry on to the next one? Okay, cool. All right, so we are going to come back to OP2, and we'll go to OP21. Councilor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to read in this proposed amendment, which is that the Parks and Roads City Operations 2022 operating expenditure budget be increased by 1 million, and the Community Standards and Neighborhood Citizen Services 2022 operating expenditure budget be increased by 400,000 on an ongoing basis, with an increase the tax levy to enhance existing street-level services available in the core neighborhoods for targeted safety and maintenance work, including city assets, enhancing graffiti removal, needle collection, litter reduction, and special waste patrols, and to fund one permanent resource to support the Capital City Cleanup Social Enterprise Grant Program. This amendment really comes from what I was hearing loud and clear from community members and businesses in our core neighborhoods, that some of the basic cleanliness that I think we all expect in our city has not been being met in these communities, and that's through no fault of administration or any of the work happening, but just through a really significant increase in those needs. I'm very happy to answer any questions, but I will leave it there for now. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stevenson. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, sorry, just a quick question to the mover. So bullet point 1 is where the reference is to core neighborhoods, so I just wanted to double check. Bullet points 2 and 3, is that also sort of focused on the core neighborhoods? It just didn't, since it's only in bullet point 1, I didn't know how it was shaping.
Thank you for that clarification. I might just turn it to administration to understand their understanding if the intent was for these enhanced services, for all of those enhanced services to be focused on those core neighborhoods.
Councillor, from Capital City Cleanup, and I think where this motion goes, it's basically to identify where the high needs are. Where are the most needles, where's there most, areas that need to be cleaned up, and target our services with these resources to those areas. Perfect. So, I mean, historically, it has been somewhat in the core, but certainly other areas of our city also get those services. So this is not exclusively targeted at just that small piece of geography.
That's helpful.
But where there's issues, we would certainly provide those services.
That's helpful. So
yeah, I would just add, in things like this, giving us a geographical boundary is not helpful. We understand the intent and the point, but we want to be able to have the flexibility to surge into places as they arise as well. And I think we may see that with some of the other pieces we're doing with shelters and other work. So that would be best it would be our advice.
Yeah, I guess so, because I actually, so the way I read it, I actually sort of like it, because the first bullet point, I think there are some specific unique needs in the core areas, and I know that doesn't even apply to my area, whereas the other 2 bullet points, what I've just heard is that it is likely, based off current need, that would right now be in the core, but you have the flexibility by not identifying core neighborhoods in points 2 and 3 to go out across the city if needed. That's how I read this right now. So is that your takeaway, Mr. Smythe?
Absolutely, it is,
Perfect.
Councillor.
Thank you. Then no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Knack. Councilor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just 2 questions. One is along similar lines. So for that first bullet point, I guess just looking for clarity, when we do specifically say core neighborhoods, what are we referring to then?
There's not a specific definition of core neighborhoods. Councillor Salvador, I think the intent of this motion is, as Mr. Smythe has suggested, is that we would look at where there is the most need. The most need has been in our downtown and surrounding areas in the downtown, and I think that's why the motion has been crafted the way that it has, because that is where we have seen the most need from our work with downtown vibrancy. However, as we have the resources, we look to mobilize them and where there is the most need, with a focus on that core central area, because we know that's where the highest need is right now.
Okay, great, that makes sense. And then my second question, just around the sort of special waste patrols, litter reduction and cleanup piece, was there consideration for, I know this is a little specific, but large item pickup, mattresses and dishwashers? I know that's something that I heard a decent amount about, or is it more on the small scale side?
So, Councillor, it's basically anything that we encounter, working with those, whether it be residents or businesses where those needs are, we are tackling anything from mattresses to, needles to anything that's coming up in order to make the area, number one, safe, and number two, cleanliness.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Hi. Sorry. I just wanted to know, can we wordsmith this a bit to sort of maybe, instead of enhancing the core neighborhoods, can we put in like an assessment and prioritization of neighborhoods? Because if we do find that there are others, as Mr. Corbold has suggested, maybe with the movement of shelters and that, it might not be.
I don't think it needs to be in the motion because we have to do that anyways,
that's the intent.
Councillor. That's the work we have to do. But for example, LRT station at Southgate is a good example of what I would see as an important node for us to be able to do some flexibility here on this one.
Okay, as long as that gives the flexibility, and appreciate the graffiti removal, because I know a lot of the neighborhoods use that grants that they've got already.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
Yeah, and that was just my question or concern as well. Like, again, core neighborhoods, you think it's only in the downtown area, but as long as we have an understanding that it is wherever you feel the need is, that you won't be bound to only the core neighborhoods.
That would be our preference.
Okay,
yes.
Great.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford.
So my question is to administration. What is the current budget for these items?
So last year, there was no specific dedicated budget for this program. We just adjusted existing resources on a as-needed basis, as required. So we tried to keep up, but certainly we're not able to keep up with the increased issues that were out there.
So would you say, especially for needle collection, that there's been an increase since the safe consumption sites have closed downtown?
An increase in the number of needles collected, Councillor?
That we're seeing an increase in needles that we're needing to clean up in the downtown core since the safe consumption sites have been closed?
We do have that data. I don't have a trended. There's about 17,000 needles that have been cleaned up to date this year. I don't have last year's numbers. But maybe folks on the call can jump in on that one. No, David, do you have, David, from your shop, any data about needle pickups?
No, not offhand, but I can get that information and get back to you.
Okay, so are you saying that we didn't have a graffiti cleanup program? Is that what I'm understanding?
We've cleaned graffiti, but I think what this is that it wasn't specifically dedicated to just these issues. It was part of our regular maintenance work. There was work, again, with Capital City cleanup on a I don't want to say a program basis, but on a as needed basis. But this is more really, to your point about the needles, I think when Mr. Jones gets the information back, you will see we have noticed an increase. It's anecdotal from right now, but definitely we have seen an increase from everything from needles to all of the other things that are happening as a result of COVID.
Is it as a result of COVID? Can you confirm that with 100% certainty?
So I think what COVID isn't the cause, it's one of the things that has exemplified how bad the problem is and how it's growing. So it has, while COVID probably isn't at the root cause of this, it's certainly created a bigger issue.
Absolutely. COVID is an amplifier, but it's not the causer of. So I just want to be clear about that. Okay, so what would you say that 1 million is of that pool of funding that we kind of have, even though we don't have a direct program? 1 million is sort of the average cost that we've been spending in that pool of funding on these items? Is that my understanding? Like, where did we get this $1 million amount from?
So, Councillor, that is the cost that it would take to resource a crew of approximately 10 individuals over the year, and the equipment to do that cleanup. Right now, again, we didn't have this specific allocated budget for this targeted issue.
Okay, and my last question is, can you speak to what the support for the social enterprise grant program would look like?
I can jump in on that one, Councillor, very briefly. That's basically contracts that we have with groups like Mustard Seed or Boyle, or even some of the business associations, to basically hire individuals to help with the cleanup. So they're under contract. They set up their own sort of enterprise within their own organization, and it has been quite successful in terms of helping. I mean, from a number of perspectives, getting those people sort of out of poverty, if you will, giving them some employment, and then giving them these kind of jobs to help beautify and clean up the areas that they're working in. So they basically become cleaning up sort of ambassadors, if you will, and it really is a good partnership between the city and those community organizations.
Okay, and so my last question quickly to the mover, why now?
Why now?
Like, why as part of this amendment instead of the 4-year budget cycle?
Yeah, great question. I think for me, the focus is really just on the coming back out of COVID. So as we ramp up this year, just making sure that as people are coming back to the streets, as people are coming back to this area, that they're met with a clean and welcoming space. I think that's particularly true for the return to work movement. I know there's a lot of hesitation right now for folks to come back to downtown, and not just in the downtown, but again, having that increased cleanliness throughout all of our communities, I think really helps support that economic and social recovery.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My question is about, I heard we're discussing neighborhoods. Is not only limited to the downtown core neighborhoods, and then to administration, do we have that mapping and the map to demonstrate and which neighborhoods actually need this type of services?
Councillor, we do collect data in terms of graffiti, needles, where there is a lot of areas that need to be cleaned up. So we do have a good, robust data where we need to allocate our staff, which is what we end up doing then.
For me to ask this question, and specifically in Southside and 23rd Ave, I know a few spots, and then there are needles since there, and for the long time, and still not. And so that is why I ask that map, and to get a better sense, and then what assessment for the cost and to provide these services, and what's the timeline. And because from what I see, and then those type of services is not in place and is not provided in the time and then as it is. So that is what my first question, thank you. And so is that possible? We can get that data first and to see and to do some like assessment of how much money we really need, and in the timely way, like my colleague Councillor Rutherford asked, why now? And to answer that type of question.
So, Councillor, are you looking for The data.
locations, yeah, map and cross city, not only downtown core neighborhoods.
Certainly, for some of the areas that we can collect things like needles and graffiti, those can certainly be plotted on a map, and we can certainly provide some data around where we do our collections. The challenge we have, though, is trying to paint a picture of where the need isn't being met to the degree that I think some councillors are looking for. So I'm not sure that would help sort of making a final decision on this motion.
Okay, so my question is about, so this funding will be with the increase of tax levy. So is that my understanding correct?
Yes, Councillor, that is the increase. That's what the motion says, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair? I just want to quickly speak to this. Yeah. I want to thank our administration for the work they have been doing over the last year and so. I know these challenges are not directly related to COVID, as Councillor Rutherford has mentioned, but these challenges have absolutely been amplified by the COVID, and we have seen our the houseless numbers doubled during COVID, and the work that administration has been doing in partnership with downtown, partnership with Chinatown, Little Italy, and other neighborhoods to clean them up is appreciated as part of the recovery efforts. But we need to do more. And I had a meeting with DBA on this. They're really concerned about the litter and the lack of cleanliness. Had a meeting with the Chinatown Business Association as well. They're deeply concerned about the number of needles in the neighborhood not being picked up. Yes, you go pick them up, but then more come. And these are the symptoms of a crisis that we're facing in our community. And that crisis is of houselessness, that crisis of addictions and the poison that is available on the streets that are killing our Edmontonians. As we tackle those bigger issues in a more systemic, coordinated way, we need to make sure that people and businesses in the neighborhood and those who visit our core neighborhoods, other neighborhoods, do feel safe, that they do feel that we are looking after our neighbors, keeping them clean and keeping them safe, not only for those who live there, but also those who visit there, and also those who are vulnerable and who are the victim of the circumstances that are beyond their control. So this will help absolutely, hopefully help with some of those, tackling with some of the symptoms and the ramifications of that. So I want to commend Councillor Stevenson for bringing this forward. Yeah, thank you. And over to you, Councillor Stevenson, to close.
I think you said it all. I really encourage all of my colleagues to support this motion. This amendment. Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Would you like to go back to OP2 just to clean that up, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, absolutely. Councillor Tang, back to you. Can you put it on the screen if you don't mind, please?
It's a little bit too big.
Is it?
So
Okay.
I'm happy to reprint it for you. Yeah.
No, it's okay, as
But I
long
can
as
I
Councillor Tang can
I'll
read
put it
it.
in the chat for you as well.
I'll just listen to Councillor Tang because I can multitask, so I don't use chat while I'm chairing the meeting.
I'll
So,
print it for
yeah,
you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. No, it's very fine. It's fine. I can.
I'm sorry, Councillor, if you can provide me the wording that you would
Here
like,
you
I'm
go.
happy to
I can
amend
see
it.
it here. It's
Do you want to go to the
all
next? Do you want to go to the next OP amendment, and we'll come back to this after that next one?
Yeah, if you could
It'll
just
be
handwrite
quick.
your comments,
Yeah.
that'd be great. Thanks so
Okay,
much.
we'll go to OP 17. which is Councillor Paquette and second by Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette, over to you. Can you please read it and introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That the 2022 operating expenditure budget and community and recreation facility services, citizen services be increased by $5 million on a one-time basis to fund the A1 Sports Facility Service Package as shown in Attachment 5 of the November 22nd, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 00817 with funding from tax levy with funding released upon receipt and acceptance of business case and financial plan to the satisfaction of the city manager. And to introduce it, this council has in committee has definitely heard a lot about this facility, about what the plans are, and had a lot of debate and conversation about it. In essence, to boil it down, in everyday parlance, we'll get access to a $30 million facility with operational input. We don't pay for the operation. We don't pay for the capital. And the community in Edmonton gets a much needed amenity. So it is really an incredible leveraging of dollars. And beyond that, I think that we've heard the clear need. And it's part of that sort of quest, I suppose, that council set administration on to find alternate forms of funding rec centers that don't onerously impact our budget. So that's where that is. And I also understand that there may be an amendment forthcoming on the on where the funding comes from. And I'm open to that as well. But there it is. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Principe, you have an amendment to this, I understand? Yeah.
Yes, correct. I have an amendment to the amendment. I would just like to delete tax levy and replace with pay-as-you-go. And I would just like to explain that this is why during the capital budget, I had made an amendment to change funding to the debt so that I could free up pay-as-you-go, so that I could help alleviate the tax levy and use the source from pay-as-you-go.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, I'm amenable to that, but I'm wondering if it would be more appropriate to have fill in the blank there for option 1 and option 2. That way council can.
Just before we get to making a fill in the blank, can someone clarify who seconded that amendment to the amendment, please?
Councillor Tang did.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, sorry, Councillor Rice did, not.
Councillor Rice.
But it's been already seconded by Councillor Tang as part of the earlier amendments. It's OP 17.1 is the amendment to amendment.
So it's already been made.
It's been already made. Sorry, Councillor Rice, that amendment has been already made by Councillor Principe and Councillor Tang as part of the earlier motion that was made a couple of days ago as OP 17.1. Yeah. Got it. So is just quickly, is pay-as-you-go allowable source of funding?
Pay-as-you-go is funding from the operating budget transferred to capital, so it is permissible on a one-time basis to transfer it back for operating.
Got it. Okay, cool. Okay. So I missed your point, Councillor Paquette. What were you saying?
To avoid extensive debate, I'm hoping that we can just do a fill in the blank so that council can just go through the voting and make their choice known there rather than spending 40 minutes debating one or the other.
Okay, so then we debated together as we did the police budget? Is that where you, okay, got it. Okay.
Sorry
so we
to
have two,
interrupt. Is it okay, a friendly amendment, or is that not in order?
So there'll be two funding. I understand the way Councillor Paquette is stating there'll be fill in the blank of two funding sources, right? One is tax levy, one is the pay-as-you-go.
So the purpose of the fill in the blank is when there's an infinite amount of choices, for example, numbers.
Yeah.
In this case, there aren't.
Okay.
Well, I'm open
So
to
there
that.
are two
Let's
funding
take your
choices
time.
before you. It's either tax levy or pay-as-you-go. The amendment to the amendment has already been put, so I
Yeah.
would suggest you start there and then work your way back up to the
So we
amendment.
start with the amendment to the amendment on the funding source. Okay. Any issues?
You know what? I'll
on-
make it simple. That is friendly to me.
Okay,
We can
got
take
it.
out tax
Is
levy.
that friendly
put
to
in
everyone?
pay-as-you-go.
Everyone
Alright.
is friendly with that, friendly amendment? Okay. The funding source will be pay-as-you-go. Got it. So now we can talk about the project itself. Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. You know, I really love the idea of us finding new ways of bringing recreation facilities online for Edmontonians that reduce our capital investment. But I just had a couple questions around the process. So my understanding is that there was no sort of formal grant program that this project applied through. So just wondering if administration could speak to whether there are other similar projects that are available that we aren't sort of able to compare and contrast with in terms of assessing the value of this one.
Just to provide some context, Councillor, up until last year, we did have a grant program that this project would have fit into extremely well. And based on the budget previous last year, that program was eliminated, basically. The funding was from other programs that were being decreased, so there wasn't, it was not very much resources in it. So the recommendation was that it be deleted. But we are looking at, from an admin point of view, potentially for the next four-year cycle, bringing back some proposals to council to potentially reinstate what that grant program would look like. But this project would have fit in that program very, very well.
Very well. Okay. And I don't know if this is a fair question, but are there other projects that you believe would have fit well within that program that we don't have in front of us to consider? Or is this sort of the only one that's really out there at the moment?
Well, the readiness of this project is right current. There's certainly other ideas from other user groups that are being looked at, but they're just in their infancy at this point. So this one is certainly very much ready to go, basically, subject to this discussion with council.
Yeah, and I would add, Councillor, that, lots of debate from the previous council on this one as well, based on those kinds of things, that this one's ready to go, which is why it was referred up back again for the fall budget.
Great. Thank you so much for that context. Yeah, I won't. I'm just wondering, yeah, okay, I won't ask that one. And then administration, you feel confident that we will be able to work into the funding agreement, really strong assurances of equitable access and that affordable access that was presented? You feel really confident we can manage that within the funding agreement?
We feel very strongly about that, and I think there's already a 10-year agreement that some of those organizations would get like a almost free, like 75% reductions guaranteed for 10 years. It's those kind of hard commitments that are in the agreement.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Those are all my questions, and I look forward to supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please? Thank you. So, looking at the current business case where it is now, the motion says that you would have, it has to be acceptable to city managers to ensure the business case is sound, right? That's my understanding, right?
That's correct, Your Worship.
And that the terms and conditions are strong enough to ensure that city commitment is protected, right?
Yes, and I can speak to that specifically if
Yeah.
you'd like, the two issues.
Yeah.
The two big issues for me that I'll be looking at is making sure that all the other funding is there.
Yeah.
And guaranteed funding before we commit the $5 million. That's number one that I'll be looking at closely, and that will be done through guarantees, written signed guarantees from the other partners. The second thing I'll be looking for is making sure that we've got good control so that this project couldn't start and then the land could not be flipped, for example. So we're looking at putting city caveats in place that would not allow for those things to happen.
Got it.
And anything you want to add, Mr. Smythe, on that? Those are the big ones. There'll be other ones, but those are the big ones.
You certainly covered it all, Andre. That's
Yeah,
all the information.
just making sure that city's commitment is leveraged in a way that if this project doesn't happen, that we are not on the hook for the loss of money.
Correct.
And
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add, we'll also look for an approved development permit, servicing agreement, and any associated fees that the applicant is required to pay for those.
Got it.
For those permits.
And as part of the negotiations, something to maybe explore if possible, like this will be 10-year agreement with the person who, or the organization that is going to build this. Is there a way to kind of spread out that pay-as-you-go commitment over 10 years as part of that?
I don't believe so, because they intend to have this thing built this year.
Okay.
And so the money is being used to build the facility.
Okay.
And so, you know, from my perspective, that's one of the exciting things about the project, is that the money will be going, and then it'll be built very quickly. So we want to use it for 10 years. We want to build it this year.
Got it. So city money can be leveraged to build it fast, quicker, but making sure that our investment is at the back end of the system in a way that we are not the first one to be paying the bills, right, for the
That's
construction.
correct, yeah. The money, we will not use the money until we know we have everybody at the table with the money.
Got it. Okay.
But the money would be spent this year because we want to build the facility this year.
Yeah, because the construction starts. But making sure that business case is strong and all the sources of funding, everything is available.
Correct, Your Worship.
Got it. Okay, cool. Okay, with that assurance, you know, I think I can support it, but I did have concerns about, you know, having a partnership with, I love these kind of partnerships, but we need to make sure that we are protecting taxpayers' money as we entered into these partnerships.
Yeah, that's clearly understood, and that will be our responsibility to make sure we do that, Your
Good.
Worship.
Thank you. I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe recruiting, like community and the recruiting of facility services is so important and for our community. And so I definitely agree with this motion. Just to have a very quick question. And so I apologize if I missed something. It's my understanding, and for the recruiting facility, like an budget, a building, and then is under capital projects. I just a little bit confused why this one is under our operating budget. So can I have some like clarification on that? And then in terms of the motion, talk about the services, talk about the funding release with some like financial plan and a business case. And so just want to have better understanding and why it's not under capital budget.
Yeah, mostly because we don't own the facility. It's not our capital project, so it needs to be transferred in this grant system, much in the same way that if the province provides money to us for capital builds, that's a operational grant the province provides to the city.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
I just wanted to get a sense of the pros. Well, you know what? No, I'm fine. Interest of time, let's just go.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette to close? Or anyone else to speak?
Oh,
Councillor Paquette to close?
Thank you to everyone for your comments, and let's vote.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please.
Apologies, the system went to sleep, but it did pass 13-0.
13-0, thank you so much. Now, are we ready to go back to OP02 or OP0?
I am if the mover is.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Councillor Tang.
Okay, I'll just restate, and I want to thank my colleagues for their patience. I think we're making steady progress on all the amendments. And in light of, the concerns raised around the structure and reporting back, the amendment is restated as that the operating expenditure budget in social development citizen services be increased by 2.1 million on an ongoing basis with funding from the Edmonton Police Services funds held within financial strategies to provide operational funding for End Poverty Edmonton to support progress in reducing poverty through a funding agreement in form and content acceptable to the city manager, and that the $600,000 of this funding be held in abeyance subject to reporting to Community and Public Services Committee in Q3 of 2022 prior to the 2023-26 budget deliberations on demonstrating progress towards desired outcomes in scaling End Poverty Edmonton implementation, key activities and outcome, strategic planning document, and in partnership with other initiatives in community well-being and safety, anti-racism, and urban well-being. And I'm ready to move to a vote.
Okay, so that is on the floor now. Any questions now on this amendment? I see none. So Councillor Tang, you wanna close to it? You wanna close or ready to vote? Ready to vote? Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We are now going to OP 18, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In a week of some really exciting budget amendments, this is the one I'm possibly most excited for. So I'd like to read in my proposed amendment that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in social development citizen services be increased by $600,000 on an ongoing basis with funding from the Edmonton Police Services held within financial strategies to be used as follows. $250,000 to be allocated to Reach Edmonton to enhance 24/7 crisis diversion and to direct Reach Edmonton to engage additional community partners in the co-development of this expansion. $250,000 to be allocated to Reach Edmonton to fund the coordination of neighborhood initiatives, which will enable high-needs communities to create grassroots community safety and well-being plans, and community-led safety councils, which engage business and citizens in creating safe and inclusive neighborhoods. And $100,000 to be allocated to Reach Edmonton to continue the expansion of the community safety ambassadors in business areas. The reason I'm so excited for this amendment is it really speaks to what has been a large part of our conversation this week in terms of how we take a different approach to creating community safety. Many of you likely know, Reach Edmonton is a community-based safety-focused organization that is really one of those backbone agencies that helps communities come together to create safer spaces. The 24/7 crisis diversion is an example that was identified in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force report as a really critical component of reducing calls to police. I have to give credit to Reach for actually crafting the recommendation that they engage with additional community partners in the co-development of this expansion. So this would include a lot of groups that we've spoken about in the past, including Indigenous-led organizations that can help us take a new approach to safety in our communities. I could go on, but I just can't speak highly enough of these initiatives, and I think the connection that they have and the support that they provide to our vision of a new approach for community safety. So thank you very much. I hope for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
I realized, Mr. Mayor, through that opening, I had my question answered, so I'll speak to it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Got it. Councillor Tang.
I guess I'm just wondering if, I'm very supportive of the intention of this amendment. I'm wondering for that first one, the 24/7 crisis diversion, do we know if Reach has reached out to other funders for this item?
Maybe Ms. Ford can weigh in on that, Councillor. Jackie, are you up to speed on that question?
I don't have that answer offhand, but I can find that for you.
In the event that they are, so this would, and recognizing that there's decisions that's kind of in parallel with this, obviously budget deliberation, I do want to flag that, and then this additional amount would perhaps further that expansion with more citywide reach. Do you think that would be?
Councilor, the one comment I can reflect on is that these motions were written jointly with staff from REACH. So it's basically a proposal that with the council who made the motion, administration, and REACH themselves who put this forward.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's fine. Happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
I would actually like to make an amendment to this motion, and I would like the amendment to be 250 rather than 600,000 for specifically the crisis diversion, and I would like to remove ongoing funding of the second point and the third point. If those wanted to be a separate amendment as a one-time funding, I would be amendable to that. But the only one I could comfortably, or if we want to split the motion, the only one I can be comfortable ongoing funding is the 250 for the crisis diversion in the context of this bigger conversation and the things that we're talking about going forward.
So, Councillor Rutherford, if I understand correctly, can you still, which amount you want to change the $600,000 amount to?
Yes, to 250.
250.
And then and remove point 2 and 3.
So remove the 250 to allocate REACH to fund coordination of neighborhood initiatives, as well as 100,000 to be allocated to REACH, Edmonton to continue the expansion of the community safety ambassador?
Yes, and I would say that I would, or else my other suggestion, and I'd look to the city clerk, is to split them, because then I would be happy to have those two as one time. The only one I'm comfortable funding ongoing is the 250. So I don't know, maybe back to the mover, what your thoughts are on what I'm proposing?
Yeah, I certainly take your point, because I think what I'm hearing implicit in that is that, regardless of the plan, that 24/7 crisis diversion will be part of it. My hesitation with the neighborhood initiatives being one time is that those do involve a lot of community engagement and outreach, and so I worry about sort of raising expectations, requiring that volunteer input, and then having it go away after a year. So that's my hesitation with making that one time. I mean, the same sort of applies for the community safety ambassadors, but I agree the community safety ambassadors is sort of a really specific program, and there may be better uses for that. So if you would consider the third point being a one-time, I would consider that friendly, but I would like to hold on to the neighborhood initiatives being ongoing.
Okay, so I will let my amendment stand with the 250, and the reason I hear your points on number 2. However, I'm worried, one of the things that flags for me, are we double dipping? Our organization's going to double dip into basically 2 streams of city funding, because now we've granted money to anti-racism advisory to grant out to community-based initiatives, and then we're going to have other neighborhood-based. So I'm just worried that we're going to have 2 different entities funding out city funding to the same things.
Second.
So those amendments or amendments to amendments are seconded by Councillor Cartmell. Good, thank you. We will carry on the conversation after we come back from lunch. Yep. Okay, everyone. I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette, you're there. Can you unmute yourself?
Am I unmuted now?
Okay, you are in, and Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Tang, Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay, now we are back to our item amendment OP 18, and Councillor Cartmel, you were next, right?
I believe I was, but I had questions on the original motion that have since been answered through Councillor Rutherford's amendment, so I'm good, thank you.
So we are on the amendments and amendment to the amendment, right? And any questions on that? I know it's Councillor Rutherford's amendment to amendment. Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak to it, or you want to explain it, or close it? Sorry, I know Councillor Stevenson had some questions on some of those, but no, good. Okay, you're cool. Okay, you want to close it?
Sure. So yeah, I don't think I need to speak to it anymore because I spoke to it in
Okay,
putting it on the
you
floor.
don't have to. We can vote.
But I do want to say again, I just want to reiterate, as you know, the council member appointed as the advisor for REACH, I'm deeply supportive of this organization, and I, by no means, with this motion on the floor that or the amendment on the floor that I've put, do I not think that this work is in direct alignment with what we want to do. I just feel like we need to do the due process and due diligence before we start allocating that funding. So I just wanted to be clear on that, and with that, I'll close.
Got it. So please vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are back to the original amendment, which is Councillor Stevenson. You want to speak to it?
Sure, thank you. And maybe just to clarify my understanding of what the amendment just did. So it would be ongoing for crisis diversion and then one time for the neighborhood initiatives and ambassadors, or just no
No,
funding?
what was actually put on the floor and what you just voted on was actually to remove 600,000 and replace it with 250 and delete point 2 and point 3 from above.
Okay, great. Well, I'm disappointed for the narrowing of the scope of this motion, but still very, very deeply supportive of the contribution to our crisis diversion work. I think that really helps create safer communities and alleviate pressures on our police service. So I hope you all support the amended amendment.
Good. Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. And just for the record, Mayor Sohi, apologies, Councillor Tang is with us.
Councillor Tang is with us. Cool.
She is here and she'll be voting on this amendment.
Got it.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we are on to OP 11. Councillor Cardmell.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'll read this in, first of all, and that is that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for parks and roads, city operations be increased by $625,000 on an ongoing basis to add one trimming cycle to the turf management budget with funding from financial strategies, and I think that would be the EPCOR portion of financial strategies, at least as a start. So I'll just briefly introduce it, and I was going to say that this might be more of a suburban problem than a core problem, but I may be wrong about this. But speaking for my ward and what I heard a lot this summer through the election, before the election, was about the appearance of our roadways. And I'm speaking about those long arterial local collector roadways with, frankly, a lot of fences along the road, a lot of the backs of homes along those roads. In some places, the medians along those four-lane arterials, where we were supposed to do one trim cycle. I'm not even sure we got that in a lot of the places that I was door knocking in, and that leads to a state of overgrown grass, weeds, which admittedly are an aesthetic question, but do lead to sightline issues on several of those roads. When the weeds get 3 feet high, and we're not doing the trimming that we can't get done, we're leading to safety issues as well. And I heard a lot about this. So this amendment would allow city operations to do 2 trim cycles of those places, not one. I think the original removal of this was, again, a COVID measure in 2020, but that led to a change in the basic service levels. So looking to return us back to a service level approaching, not to, I don't think, pre-COVID levels. So I'll leave it there. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one, probably to Mr. Severick on the trimming. Not only does it include those areas, I want to double check. So, we had some sports fields. I can think of some ball diamonds where they have benches and bleachers that that only were trimmed once. Does this include that, doing a second time so that those areas would be cleaned up?
Correct. That's all of the trimming that's associated with the turf program.
Good.
The areas that didn't see any decrease would be your premier sports fields.
Yes,
which would be
but all the
maintained.
smaller ones, they didn't have it. Like we actually saw somewhere where grass was like blocking people from properly sitting down onto the benches and enjoying sports
Yeah,
games.
basically where we can't get to with a mower, this is where you have to trim.
Wonderful. So that says, thanks for answering that. I'll happily support this because it's
Thank
it's
you,
everywhere.
Councillor. That's pretty straightforward motion. Sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, just really quickly speaking to it, one of the things that we're also engaged in as a municipality is working on a permaculture approach. And I fear that a lot of people have conflated not mowing with permaculture, which are very different things. So as long as we can keep things a little bit tidy and a little bit usable for the public, we can continue with those efforts of transforming spaces that can be transformed in a way that will get a lot more public buy-in and public understanding of what those efforts actually entail. So I'm pleased with this amendment and I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to build on that from Councillor Paquette, definitely understand that, just letting things grow is not naturalization, and that's not permaculture. I guess my question is, are there intentions to eventually make that transition properly in these types of instances?
Councillor, we do have a body of work that's coming back in terms of updating the whole naturalization program, and that's accompanied by an extensive engagement program that will shape how the naturalization program is built, and then also the ongoing engagement that has to happen to educate our citizens and our residents on what naturalized areas look like versus what other areas look like that are manicured.
Right, and I guess just in the context of this specific type of area, we're talking medians along roadways, would those types of areas be candidates eventually for that conversation?
Some may be candidates for naturalization, but others would remain as areas that are serviced.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador, for those questions. No more questions. Councillor Cartmel, you want to close it or?
Yeah, just briefly, and I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. There is some work coming that, as Mr. Sebrick mentioned, and I think we can look at that work and expand on that work and look at other forms of ground cover that might not need as much care, that would, you know, be more than adequate around roadways, for instance, where it's not a playing field, it's not a, you know, that would be a lot less expensive to install and virtually no cost to maintain. I want to have that conversation too. But again, kind of going back to the conversation, I don't know how long ago, about the drainage ponds and what people expect and the opportunity to engage. This buys us a little bit of that time, so
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel, OP 8. It's pretty straightforward as well. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll read this one in again as well, that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in community recreation facilities, citizen services be increased by $500,000 on a one-time basis to fund the FIFA service package, as shown in attachment 6 of the November 22, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00817, with funding from the tax levy. I think we all know what this is. This is money that would allow us to continue our pursuit of FIFA 2026, and we'll know later this year whether we're successful in that bid. So one-time money for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Just very briefly speaking to this, although it seems fairly modest in the grand scope of things, this is an incredible move forward for something that will have, if successful, enormous positive economic benefit for our city. And I would have seconded it, but I felt I was hogging all the second positions earlier. So I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, can you quickly take the chair, please?
Yes.
Absolutely. I think this is a very worthy investment we are making in order to continue to move forward on the FIFA. You know, coming out of COVID, people are looking for some excitement. People are looking for some forward-looking, things that they can look up to into the future. This also hopefully will turn out to be a very strong partnership between three orders of government on bringing FIFA home for 2026, and we need to show some leadership by allocating our money to start the process. And a lot of work has been done by many councillors in the past, and leadership from Councillor Cartmel and Councillor Hamilton on this file is appreciated, and I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to work out a deal with the province and ongoing support from the federal government to make this a reality. So, Councillor Cartmel, thank you so much for this. Cool. All right, want to close it?
I couldn't add anything to that. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Okay, looking forward to a really great festival one of these days.
Good. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Over to page 7, which is OP 24, which is my amendment, one and only amendment. Is that the only one? Or did we forget something? Huh? Did I forget something? Oh, yes. OP5. Yeah, I've totally forgot about that, Councillor Stevenson. I was so excited to talk about my amendment.
Well,
okay, OP5.
OP5, and I appreciate my colleagues allowing me to wax poetic about public washrooms so often during these conversations. You heard me speak to the opportunity that we had with the capital budget to accelerate the implementation of our washroom strategy, and this operating service package would, an operating amendment would similarly help us accelerate the strategy to roll out across the city. And what this funding is really focused on is opening up new facilities across the city where there is a need in all areas and in different contexts. And so what it really provides is an opportunity for us to test out and ground truth the need and the specific design requirements for each of those locations. This includes both some physical temporary facilities, which again, to a much higher standard than a porta potty, and again, not sort of just the white trailers either, but there's actually some great examples across the street from us in terms of how beautiful temporary washrooms can be in our communities. This also provides for attendance in washrooms where there is a need for just having eyes on in the facilities. You know, I would normally be hesitant to support something that, again, is just sort of for temporary uses, but it is very much to inform the permanent facilities, and this really helps us make sure that the investment we make in those permanent facilities have been ground truthed in advance. So, happy to take any questions, and looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just to administration and appreciating that we've, in the opening, I want to support this. I just want to ask about how much because we do have lots of solutions that are already out in the market that aren't solely temporary, and so we need to support this. I just really would like to not use all of these dollars on temporary when we know, whether it's Portland Loo, whether it's other examples that are truly more permanent, that I don't want to throw away this money when we know there are permanent solutions that can help us. So can you give me some confidence that as you go through using this money, if there are things that are a little more permanent, that can be, even if it means they're moved around, that we'll look at that versus just a more temporary solution that we only use for the remainder of the year or something?
Yeah, Councillor, I would say we want to use this money to move away from porta potties and the ugly white trailers that don't fit in anywhere, and move towards more progressive that still might be operational money, and we still might be able to contract them out, but do it in a way that is much nicer and more permanent in look, at least without crossing that line and doing actual capital builds, which we have now other resources for. But yeah.
When you buy certain, because I think as you, Councillor Stevenson, mentioned Portland Loo as an example when we were talking about the capital piece, would that fall into an expense like this? Because I think they're around $150,000 or something like that. I can't remember. There was an article I read back in March around the dollar amounts, and they are more permanent structures, but it's likely an operating cost. So, and I'm not saying that's the only solution we should have, but being that we know those type of solutions work, can the money that we're potentially authorizing here go to something like that if they're a purchase of something like that that's fixed?
I think some of it can. We have to be careful of the line. We don't want to make sure from an accounting perspective we don't get into capital work. But the other thing that this money allows us to do is, start trying out some of the innovative solutions that are out there without making the capital lay down first. So, for example, there are opportunities for self-cleaning washrooms and things like that could be very. So, I see some of this for washroom innovation as well, and trying out some new things that we know will work.
Okay.
But I'll just defer to maybe Harmon Stacy. Is there a specific line that we've got to make sure we don't cross over from a capital perspective in terms of what we purchase for this?
It really just comes down to whether we own the facilities and if they're significant enough to be capital in nature.
Okay. So I found my article just so I could double check. So I know there was a story from one of them back in March about how some cities that are doing this, they spend about $150,000 on a structure. I think Vancouver's doing some of this. I say structure very loosely in the sense that it is permanent and it sits in a location. Does this money, are you allowed to go to something like that? Or does that start to cross the line? And all of it's just trying to make sure we're not throwing away value and not getting something more permanent and fixed.
So I would say this: if you're using a funding source like this, and it's not tied to a grant program or anything, if we purchase something and we determine it to be capital, then we simply make the journal entries to put it on the capital side of the ledger.
Okay, so it could be done, and then you'd have that. Great.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And so for some of the trailers, we have purchased those in the past, and we would do that in the future. But we want to, again, innovate and make them look very good for the community.
Yeah, and appreciate that, and so I guess I'll just use my minute instead of coming back for a round of speaking. I'll just say I'm supportive. I really want to stress that type of solution. I appreciate the comment around innovation. I don't think we need to be super innovative with washrooms, especially with the technology that is out there. And again, I don't keep picking on this one, but Councillor Stevenson did mention it, and I've seen those in action, and they seem like a very practical, simple thing. So in speaking to it, the more we can do things that actually provide us with a permanent washroom solution, the better in my mind of that 2.2 million, which I think we need to authorize. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. My question is to the mover. Councillor Stevenson, is your intent sort of for this to be like a pilot so that it can inform the next 4-year budget cycle? Is that understanding correct?
Absolutely. So again, it allows us to test out the strategy as we develop it. So it could be that the strategy identifies a certain area, let's say a park in the southwest, that we think there's a washroom that's needed. This would allow us to put, a high quality, yet potentially temporary facility there to test that assumption. It would allow us to see which of the facilities are getting the most usage. So absolutely an iterative pilot process that would inform the strategy.
So just again, keeping informing content with some of the other motions we had, my question is, should we explicitly say pilot in here to demonstrate why it's a one-time as a friendly? I'm asking if you would consider that friendly. And also, we've asked for other ones to report back before budget deliberations. So I'm just wondering if those 2 amendments would be friendly for you.
Very friendly. And I think, sorry, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask administration on your time, but what would be the typical process right now, or what was the expectation around presenting the washroom strategy back to council?
Gord, we've got that in the book, so go ahead, Gord.
So, Councillor, we would be coming back at the end of Q1 with an update in terms of what that would look like. And that would be the first, I would say, draft, and then we would return back with a more informed document prior to budget, but it would be informed by some of the work that this motion would supplement.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yeah, so to be clear, we already have guidance to come back to council, and so I don't think it needs to be added, but.
Perfect. Then I'm comfortable with that. And then but the actual pilot program will be over the summer months then?
Well, we'll start it as soon as possible. I think we can start it before then, Councillor.
Okay.
It would be, I like that word being added to it, but we can do that throughout the year.
Sure. So add the word pilot, would that be okay? Okay.
So pilots and reporting back, right? Before
No, I don't think we need the reporting back. We got clarity on that. There's already that.
Got it.
But just so we explain why it's a one-time funding, if people are reading that in the minutes.
Got it. Okay, cool. Here we go. Councillor Stevenson to close or
I don't know that I have anything else to add. I hope for everyone's support on this. Thank you.
good. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, I made a mistake. I'll correct.
Yeah, that's okay. We can actually unclick. I'm going to unclick your vote, and you can vote again. We haven't displayed the votes. You're still good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Has the vote come back for you, Councillor Rice?
Not yet.
Okay, I've unclicked it, so if you don't mind declaring your vote verbally, I can check it for you here in chambers.
My vote is no.
Okay, thank you so much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, display the votes, please.
Thanks.
That is carried. And now, just hold on. Let me double check. Off it on. Okay. So my Councillor Tang, you can take the chair, right? Cool. So this is, I'll read the amendment that the 2022 operating expenditure budget being social development, citizen services be increased by 1.2 million on a one-time basis to provide financial support directly to the artists and creators in Edmonton's cultural industries to perform and present their work to help aid COVID-19 economic recovery with funding from the COVID-19 funds within the appropriate financial stabilization reserve. To explain this, during COVID, number of businesses and many individuals have had a lot of difficult time, and one sector that has faced the significant challenges were the artists. And because they rely so much on public viewing of their craft, and as well as the not having been able to attend gatherings or events or perform in front of gatherings and events, so they have struggled the most. So this motion is designed to pay artists directly to perform and present their work as we begin on our economic recovery, which is incredibly important to this sector, and as artists were hit twice as hard in the pandemic. All of the $1.2 million will ultimately go to the artists, not venues or administrative fees. Venues, festivals, and organizations that hire artists under this grant will benefit indirectly, but will not receive any of the funds. Every penny goes to the artists. This money is targeted not only to the artists, but also for other city priorities such as revitalization of the downtown, creating vibrancy in neighborhoods and business districts, and providing equity-seeking artists further opportunities to meaningfully participate in our economic recovery. We had heard from DBA about the importance of these kind of investments. This provides an opportunity for vibrancy in venues and within major business districts and community gatherings, supporting existing and emerging festivals, and animates safe spaces where people can gather. Edmonton Arts Council will administer this program if it's passed within their existing infrastructure and within their existing budget. There will not be any administrative fees charged to this. They have aggregates, they have the process in place, they have the criteria in place, and they can easily and very quickly implement this program without any additional cost to the Arts Council by allocating their existing resources to the implementation of this program. So, and I'll stop here.
And just a quick clarification, before the motion was put on the floor, we did have a request from the CFO to change the department that would be receiving this money, so it would actually be going to urban planning and economy rather than Mr. Smythe's department. Okay. My apologies.
Urban planning and economy, so be it.
Okay, great, thank you. And Madam Clerk, I keep chairing until we vote on this, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Councillor Paquette? Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My audio cut out for a second there. So I want to thank you for putting forward this motion. I think it's incredibly forward-thinking. And I know that most Edmontonians understand the value of this kind of investment, but some don't, because they've seen, for example, art projects in their community or in Edmonton that they're not big fans of as part of the Percent for Art program. But this is not that. This is something completely different. This is dealing with jobs and tourism, and making a vibrant Edmonton culture, which is so valuable for attracting people to move to our city, especially young professionals. And one thing that people might look at, there $1.2 million for art, is that frivolous? The answer is no. We get an 8-to-1 return on investment economically. So for every dollar invested in the arts, we get $8 back in economic activity in return. It is enormous. It is one of the best investments we make, and one of the areas that we continually neglect despite the benefit it brings to our city and to our economy. So thank you for this. I am happy to support this completely because it simply makes good financial sense. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Principe?
This is to administration. Can you tell us how much we provide to the Edmonton Art Council on a yearly basis?
Don't have that at our fingertips, but we can dig it up very, very quickly.
Okay. Now, there's no doubt of the value of art, and even, you know, not only in a community, but the ROI of it as well. And there's no doubt that they've struggled, but I don't think it's fair or necessarily that they struggled more than anyone else. It's hard to really know exactly who struggled the most. My concern is I've actually looked at the budget, the draft budget, and I have some concerns with how high some of the elements of the budget are, and some concerns with the distribution of grants. And so even though I realize the significant impact that this industry has had over this COVID, I do believe that this is something that I will not support, because I would like to get a little bit more accountability with the way the money is being spent. And that is something that I think we can look into further. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Thanks. Maybe just a really quick question around the parameters for the grant application, and wondering if there will be measures in place to support Indigenous or other underrepresented or marginalized groups through the grant process, either to the mover or to administration.
Yeah, absolutely. There are kind of three components to it. One component is the revitalization of downtown business districts, and the other component is supporting, activities in other neighborhoods, and the third component is supporting the artists from Indigenous and the racialized and marginalized communities. Absolutely. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that clarification. I look forward to supporting this.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interrupt for 1 second. The budget for the Arts Council for 2022 is $17.8 million.
Thank you.
Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, and just to speak to it, I just want to thank Mayor Sohi for bringing this forward. One of the things that I think makes our city really unique is its vibrant arts and culture scene, and I'm confident that Edmontonians want to be able to return to that as we look towards recovery. And for many folks in the artist community, creative community, the pandemic has been incredibly challenging, and especially because many artists and performers and creatives depend on live, sort of in-person events. And I know that in my conversations with artists, the situation has been really precarious. Cupboards have been bare, and work continues to be hard to come by. So I believe this amendment will not only help local artists, but it will aid in our economic and social recovery as we look to come out of COVID-19. So thanks again, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Just have one quick question to administration regarding Edmonton's culture industry. With that $70 million annually give to this industry, can you give us a few examples? What does this Edmonton culture industry included?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Councillor? I'm not following it exactly.
Okay, so I can repeat it one more time. And so it's my understanding, and annually $70 million give to Edmonton culture industry to fund it for the grant. Can you give me some example and for the organization's name or what they're doing, what's the impact on our city's economic recovery, and what's the impact for the social development? And then give me a few examples and organizations' names. And so I think that will be very helpful. Thank you.
probably quite a long answer right now, which I can't give you concrete data, Councillor, although it does exist. But the Arts Council provides a wide range of funding to virtually every arts organization in our city, from our flagships that are downtown to the smaller professional theaters in our city to grassroots community organizations. And they provide a range of grants to sustain their art programs. They also directly fund artists as well. And certainly it has been a priority of City Council to support that organization. So they're very arm's length. The Arts Council reports directly into City Council. So certainly if there was a subsequent information that Council would like, their executive director certainly could bring that information to Council, because they do have a wealth of information to explain their program and to show you the social and economic impact of their operation.
That's great, and then I would like to looking for this information. I do believe, and then arts, culture, industry, yes, is very, very important for our city's development, our economic recovery. I just thought, wondering, and if like our city, even we cannot get our snow clean in time, we cannot get our nose condition be prepared on time. There are so many complaints about for this type of things. How we can talk about, and from tourist perspective, to attract, even talk about to attract people moving to our city with those basic services being missed in some place. And I should say what I heard in many, many places. I just have a little bit of concern, because $17 million annually is a huge number. I think it's helpful, and then also the responsible way for us to look at what is city's priorities, and to use our tax dollars more responsibility and keep that public accountability piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Carmel.
Thank you. My question was essentially the same. I'll just maybe give Mr. Smythe one more chance. Is there any kind of further breakdown you can offer on the $17 million? Like
a breakdown of how that's allocated out?
Yeah. How much of that is going to artists? How much of that is going to sort of administrative costs? How much is going to other bits and pieces?
Again, I don't have that information, but we can certainly gather. I know our finance folks have that not too far away.
Point of order. I actually have that information on me right here. I'm not sure if that's a point of order.
So I'm going to say another point of order, which is that unfortunately I believe members of council can't provide information, but to the assembly, but administration could probably, if you
maybe that information can be shared later on, Councillor Brinsby, through communication with the council members through an email, but you can't directly provide that information to other council members, so this is restricted. Administration absolutely can provide that information if they have that information available.
Thank you for everyone resolving this. Councillor Carmel, do you have any follow-up?
I do, yes. I do think it's my time. Perhaps then we can...
Why should I spoke? Sorry, Tim. I totally forgot that I'm not the chair. I'm just getting used to it. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm wondering if we can postpone this item then momentarily until that information can be shared. I just would like to see that, a bit more of that before I vote on this item. I'm assuming that that's not too far away.
I could provide the link to their annual financial statements for 2020, which is actually public information on their website.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, just an introduction, Mr. Mayor. That information is publicly available, and so any councillor can access it at any time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So just so I'm clear, since I actually can't see what's happening in chamber, but we're not postponing this then? That, Councillor Carmel, are you satisfied with the public information that is available to you?
Yeah, I'll try to have a look. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Seeing that there's no more speakers, Mayor Sohi, would you like to close?
Yeah, well, very, very quickly, I know we want to understand the Edmonton Arts Council budget better. Absolutely, I think we'll have those opportunities as we engage on our 4-year budget, as well as the Arts Council's long-term vision that they were going to be presenting to us on the, I think they have a 10-year plan they'll be bringing forward to us. But specifically to this, Edmonton Arts Council is just the vehicle to deliver this money to artists, and they're not going to charge any fees or extra. All of this money is going to go to directly fund and support artists. I think that's very clear distinction that is wanted to make that before everyone involved understands that aspect. Look forward to having a support on this, and look forward to seeing this fund used to support our economic recovery.
Wonderful, thank you. Shall we vote?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. We're just sending the vote out now.
Thank you. That was to Madam Clerk.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor. Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. And is carried. And back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. I'll get the chair back, and we will go to our next item, which is OP 26, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Can we get it up on the screen, Madam Clerk?
Yep.
Thank you.
We just are right now. And this is the revised wording that you provided.
Okay, thank you very much. So that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for social development budget, citizen services, be increased by $250,000 on a one-time basis for support to the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters for safety planning and to reduce isolation created by the global pandemic, with funding from the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve, and that a report be provided to committee outlining the positive outcomes that were achieved as a result of the funding and to make recommendations for additional support from the City of Edmonton.
Second.
Thank you. So I don't think
Sorry, just to clarify, it's already been seconded, and it was put on the floor by Councillor Wright and then seconded by actually Mayor Sohi.
My bad. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, anyhow. So I don't think any of us need to be told how the COVID-19 pandemic has increased the rate of domestic violence in our city. And even Chief McPhee has made mention of the 15% increase in incidents that they've responded to. And it's also been called the shadow pandemic, and I think we need to bring it out of the shadows. It's not just the victims that are impacted, but it's their families and society as a whole, quite frankly. Now, these funds aren't just for, they aren't for shelter space, because that's a provincial responsibility, but this, I'm requesting these funds to provide, through the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters, the support to the 5 Edmonton shelters to provide counseling, risk assessment, so that those victims can have the courage to get out of those situations, hopefully before it becomes a criminal matter that the police have to get involved in.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you. I guess my first question is to the mover as to why specifically this source of funding when you yourself spoke about how we're not out of the pandemic yet and you were worried about that number going down and down and down.
Because it is specifically related to the pandemic. That it has created more isolation for the victims. less opportunity to be identified out in the community, so they aren't going to work where maybe some of those signs could be identified. And so that's why it is strictly, and I think the increase as well is related to the pandemic with all the strains and challenges that people are facing.
So have you talked to the Council of Women's Shelters?
Yes, I spoke with former Mayor Jan Reimer at the Searching for Izina event on Sunday that most of us attended, and she had also mentioned to me that the City of Calgary also funds their women's shelters. So that's why the report that I'm sort of requesting back is in what other ways can the City of Edmonton help?
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I do have a question for administration, because as I'm seeing a lot of these sort of one-time funding to secondary organizations, community-based organizations, I'm pretty familiar that most, and including the city, have very clear definitions of what a grant is and clear parameters and policy on granting. Now, I'm just wondering, I guess my question is, and I mean, it's too late now, but it's more of a question for a subsequent that I'm contemplating in my head. Are we opening the door now? Like, is this typical to have these kind of one-offs come to council like this, or don't we usually have more of a process in place for these kind of expenditures to secondary organizations?
Maybe I'll just start off, Councillor, by saying it has been typical during COVID that we would do these one-offs, and not particularly how we would do it in the normal way of business. But do you want to add anything to that,
The only
Rob?
piece I would add to that, Councillor, is that for these kinds of unique situations, we would do as comprehensive as we could a funding agreement between the city and the recipient, and have some expectations in that funding agreement. Now, this is a bit high level, but this would support their operation, obviously, and then require them to report back to, at least to administration, in terms of how those funds were used and what kind of results they achieved. So, but it's very unique, very unique. If there's a grant program, there's, as you're well aware, I'm sure, criteria and calendarized and so on. But these ones are everyone is unique.
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think anybody, including myself, as a former social planner, I've seen the data on domestic violence and its increase as a result of what you mentioned, isolation and risk of domestic violence and intimate partner violence. My concern is that there's a lot of other great organizations that are not women's shelters that are actually doing that work of the safety planning in which you speak of, and would be doing a lot of that work. So where I'm torn, I guess, right now is, why did we pick that organization? Why did we pick that amount? And what is that a deficit they're currently drawing on in terms, like, I just need to, and I feel like I don't have enough context in terms of why this amount and why this specific organization.
So the specific organization, because I kept in our police commission presentations, I kept hearing the domestic violence being referred to, and I just thought there might be some way that we could help to prevent any future incidences that police would have to respond to. And as far as the $250,000, honestly, it was, we've got 5 women's shelters. Let's see what $50,000 each would help them with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Thank you. So to the mover, the 5 shelters you mentioned there within the city of Edmonton, correct?
Yes, yeah, that would be Wynn House, Lorana, Wings of Providence, LaSalle, and Jesse's House.
Okay. And when you said that the executive director said that the Calgary also supports their women's shelter, do they mean the local shelters or this particular organization, the Alberta Council of Women's Shelter?
From what I garnered from former Mayor Reimer, who is the executive director of Alberta Council of Women's Shelters, I didn't get that clarity from her. It was just that they do support. So that's why I want the report that coming back from them to include what other support we could provide.
Right. I guess that's kind of where I'm a little bit stuck on too. The Alberta Council is province-wide. And when we talk about the programming to reduce the isolation, often those things happen kind of at the local, individual shelter level. And do you have a sense of what kind of programming they will provide at that kind of provincial level that would, be targeted towards the 5 that's within the city?
Well, the council provides not only educational and awareness overall, but they also provide, like I said, risk assessment. So through telephone support lines, and the word that I can't think of off the top of my head, besides the risk assessment, and then also providing access to resources. So directing those.
But those are not necessarily city specific and that kind of stuff. It's kind of for all of their members, I'm assuming. I guess that's, I fully, sorry, is someone trying to jump in? I can't tell.
Nobody,
okay.
You go ahead.
Okay. This is I fully recognize the challenge right now we're faced with domestic violence, the rising domestic violence during COVID, and I really want to support this, but I just feel like the structure. I'm worried about us putting funding towards a province-wide programming, and I question how are we going to measure the impact on City of Edmonton? And if, and I think fully, yes, we should be supporting this. However, what are the other municipalities doing as well? Anyways, my time is up. Thank you.
Councillor Tang, would you want to put forward maybe a friendly amendment that specifies it is for the 5 women's shelters in Edmonton to be targeted at the 5 women's shelters?
Would that be easily done from the organization's end, and also come with like the specific evaluation? And I'm conscious of my time.
Yeah, Councillor Wright, have you had a conversation about whether these resources can be used effectively or quickly by the 5 organizations in Edmonton?
Unfortunately, I have not had time.
Okay, you haven't had the time. So good. Okay.
Could to administration, could that be worked into the agreement with them?
Bryce?
We'd have to consult, Councillor, with the group, but I think that would be again, and I don't want to speculate. Actually, we'd have to confirm with their CEO.
So in Councillor Wright, in light of many kind of missing pieces on this, maybe we can figure out a different way of once we enter back into the new year, unless this is very critical for us to support, then we can go to vote, right? But is there a way to figure out more information later on that we can, I know.
Could we hold it in abeyance until I can get those details?
Then we would have to vote. Then we have to allocate the money. Then release their money pending more information from the shelter association.
Yeah, I would say, Your Worship, if you were to vote on it now, and it didn't pass, then I guess it could come back from a council contingency perspective.
Yeah.
If you had more information.
Yeah, might be that might be
in there, but if it didn't pass, we couldn't be adding it to the budget later on.
Yeah. So it's something to think about. I'll go to Councillor Rice next, and you can think about it over that time. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. If I exceed time by 2 or 3 minutes, I hope I will not be stopped by Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rice, I was asking.
Okay, I
No,
start, yeah,
just
I
wait,
start my,
Councillor
I
Rice.
start my question right now.
Just wait, Councillor Rice?
Yes?
I think I need to clarify too. I was asking administration question as chair. I was not allowing Councillor Wright extra time. Before I go to you, as a chair, I have the right to ask questions to administration before I go to the next speaker.
Okay,
Now you
thank
can
you
go ahead.
for the clarification.
Yeah.
And then I just want to emphasize the fairness in the chamber as well. So I do have two questions related. The first question is about occupied data and for the shelters. So like actually how many like shelters, beds, everything are used and during this COVID-19 time, if we have that data to demonstrate the increased needs and then for the additional support from city. It's my understanding and sufficient support from provincial government for many programs is already in place. So I just don't understand very clearly based on limited information and then why we need to jump into this provincial-wide program and with the support is already in place. Do we have that data in place or not?
No, not at this time. And I've just had a suggestion from Councillor Rutherford that maybe we could move this to committee for further information to be received.
Yes, I just want, that's my question. And also I want to say thank you very much and Councillor Wright to bring this. And then from, yes, we're so many women and in city and need support. I just want to make sure from our city's major accountability piece, our funding go to the cities that Edmontonians want us to provide support. But no doubt, yes, and we do need to support our women and specifically in the very difficult situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson.
Just to speak to if others want to go with their questions first.
Yeah, Councillor Hamilton.
Yes, thank you. Did I miss something or did we, there's no service package for this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe to administration, what is our current funding? I know that this is, you might not have these numbers, but do we give funding to any of the women's shelters individually or through any of the support agencies like ACWF?
Councillor, at this point, we do not provide funding to this organization at all. We certainly have some of our staff in social development do have connections, and when there's opportunities to do some joint programming or awareness building, they'll work together, but there's certainly no city tax levy dollars going to this organization.
Oh, thank you for that. And there are a number of organizations, including this one in the city of Edmonton, that do counseling and programming, but not necessarily sheltering related to domestic violence and exiting those situations, like the YWCA, correct?
Oh, that's correct,
amongst
Councillor.
others. Yeah. So one of the, if I'm going to speak to it briefly, I appreciate the intent of this motion. One of the things I'm really concerned about is when it is, I think, with the best possible intentions, providing money to an organization that hasn't sought it. Because, and I'm hearing this in Councillor Rutherford's questions and Councillor Tang's questions, we would be looking for accountability, and so we might have the unintended consequence of giving a relatively small sum of money that will that they may not have asked for and might not have the capacity to provide either the programming that would go along with it or the the staffing capacity to do the reporting back. So it could be it could create some more challenges in getting the dollars back into community. I think I would be more open to like, I absolutely understand the concern, and it's, for me, quite frankly, a tragedy that we all saw coming at the beginning of the pandemic. I would be amenable to the, further discussions, but I think in fairness to the organizations that do the work on the ground, I think, not supporting it now and being open to some more collaborative, outcomes-based conversations down the line, in which we could provide more substantial support that they can not only disperse into community, but then feel comfortable coming back with those outcomes-based reporting. So that would be my suggestion, that the motion is withdrawn at this time, in favor of coming back at a later time. But if it goes to a vote, I don't think I can support this at this time, particularly because we haven't. Well, I absolutely acknowledge the need is there. We need to bring these things forward collaboratively with the organizations that will be responsible for distributing it into the community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To administration, and you may not have this handy, I'm going to ask about when our missing and murdered Indigenous women strategy report comes back. But while you may be looking that up, Councillor Hamilton makes a good point. So I guess I will ask, do we have any specific asks from women's shelters?
Specific ask, Councillor, from the shelters themselves?
Yeah.
No, other than what the motion on the table is, that's basically.
Or from the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters. Do we have a specific ask from them?
That has not come to our attention, no, Councillor.
No, okay. So just, would it make sense then, if this is the will of council, to sort of explore this, to reach out to them and then sort of work together to see what actions are required and what the funding implications of that would be?
Is that to administration, Councillor?
Yes, to administration.
Certainly, we could certainly connect with their executive director and explore what those options could be, and also explore, I mean, as the councillor who made the motion indicated, the status in Calgary as well. So we could compare notes there as well and bring some information back to council.
Okay, yeah, because it seems like this is, there's some really good work that can be done here, and maybe we need to approach it a little bit more strategically, and it may actually end up being a larger dollar amount in order to get the impacts we want. But back to my initial question about the report back on missing and murdered Indigenous women's strategies.
That goes back to CPSC on March 21st, Councillor.
March 21st, okay. Because what may not be obvious in this motion is that this is also an act of reconciliation and fits in with the report that was generated through the inquiry on missing murdered Indigenous women and girls. So I would echo Councillor Hamilton's suggestion that maybe this motion gets withdrawn for now, but definitely not forgotten, but brought forward in a more meaningful way so that we can affect even greater impact with a council decision on funding and working in collaboration with the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters and getting that information from Calgary.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Paquette. So, Councillor Wright, do you want to withdraw this? Maybe make a subsequent motion?
Yes, and I do appreciate the guidance from the incumbents.
But before you do that, I do need to go to Councillor Stevenson. I just want to get a sense from you willing to withdraw. Then Councillor Stevenson is going to speak to you have questions, or you want to still speak to it?
Just to speak, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I would not consider the withdrawal of this amendment friendly. I really appreciate what's been brought up, and I think absolutely we need to be looking at our funding strategically and holistically. But there are genuine and true and serious needs in the present. And I don't believe that this funding now precludes any of that further strategic work and conversations in any way. what it does do is provide incredibly needed support to some of the most vulnerable people in our community. We've been speaking a lot about community safety, about taking pressure off of our police services. This directly achieves that. I think that we are at risk of making the perfect the enemy of the good, and many people will suffer as a consequence. So I stand in support of this and do not support withdrawing it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So, Councillor Wright, it's your choice to withdraw or put to vote. But if one council member objects to withdrawal, then we have to vote on the withdrawal?
That is correct. We do work. Would you like me to answer the?
May I make a clarification? If it's withdrawn, if it's voted on and defeated, are we not able to talk about it later?
Then it's done.
Yeah.
And so the advice that has been provided, should the amendment be withdrawn, it's possible to do a subsequent, so a report could come back to committee for further discussion on this topic.
Do we know when that report could come back?
The amendment the subsequent motion hasn't been drafted yet, but we were happy to take some guidance from council on its expectations.
Okay, so, Councillor.
So if I keep the motion on the floor and it fails, then it cannot come back again for 1 year.
It can't come back in the exact form that it has been presented. That is correct.
And Councillor Wright would not be able to make a subsequent motion then as well?
A subsequent motion for information would be in order, but not a subsequent motion to fund exactly what was just defeated. And to answer your first question, it is with unanimous consent that a motion can be taken off the floor once it's on the floor.
Okay.
And if somebody objects, then we don't have unanimous consent, unfortunately.
Got it. Okay, cool. Then we have to vote on it.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. Okay, Councillor Wright, you want to close?
Am I point of order? I'm concerned that my lack of consent to withdraw the motion will put us in a worse place.
So you can give consent to withdraw?
Can I give consent, and then we can work on the subsequent that would have us coming back very soon?
Yeah, cool. That would be great. Okay, there's a consent to withdraw. See, consent to withdraw.
Okay.
I'm just looking at council members virtually attending. There's a consent to withdraw. Okay. Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Withdrawn?
So I do withdraw. I do want some more information. My apologies for not doing the homework on it.
Yeah.
And jumping the gun. But I do think it is a gap, and that I haven't seen addressed in any of the other motions or amendments that have been put on the floor for the budget. So we're taking care of the kids and other sports. So.
All right, withdrawn. All right. So we are done with our amendments. We one more, the one that was brought for, that was the postponed to the last amendment,
So
which is
OP
Councillor Rice's. What number that is?
Yeah, so just first thing, we do need to go back and deal with OP form. Administration is just going to want to provide a little bit of information for you before you get to there. I also just want to seek clarification because I understand 2 nights ago there was actually an amendment, OP 9, that was successfully passed. And then I'm just trying to get clarification. I believe council wanted to have further discussion at Community and Public Services Committee regarding the area mosquito program. And just to clarify, what was actually passed was that the amendment on the floor be sent to committee, but I believe that was not the intention, as the amendment was actually passed. So the funding has been approved, but there is an expectation for administration to return to Community and Public Services Committee in Q1 of 2022 with additional information on the program. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
OP9?
That is correct.
I don't.
The wording that was passed was actually that the amendment on the floor was referred back to administration, so I just want permission to correct the minutes that they actually accurately reflect council's intention, which was for an information report to come back to committee.
with funding approved.
Yeah.
The
Funding has
funding
been
is
voted
already
on.
approved, the funding is
has been
approved,
voted
and
on.
it is
Yeah.
not related to the information coming back.
No,
Yeah.
funding is carries on. Funding is approved and the report will come to committee as an information report, right?
Thank you, we'll correct the minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
That was your motion, Councillor Cartmel, right?
I'm trying very carefully to follow the process, so I'm waiting for you to say my name and that I can talk.
Oh, your name, sorry, Councillor, I didn't even see it. Okay, Councillor Cartmel.
I think the intent was to pass the money but hold it in abeyance pending the information report, in essence. Stand to be corrected, but I think that's essentially what the Assembly wanted.
Then just for absolute clarity, I'm just going to ask that you reconsider the referral motion. I'm going to update the amendment to reflect exactly what was stated by the mover so that we're all clear, because that's not what was passed.
So what was passed was?
What was passed was a straight-up amendment for 500, so anybody who's following along, it is OP 9. And what was passed was that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for Parks and Road Services city operations be increased by $507,000 on an ongoing basis to restore the aerial mosquito program to 2020 levels with funding from financial strategies. There was a secondary motion passed that actually referred an amendment to administration to come back to committee with additional information. But you can't refer amendments to administration, but you can hold money in abeyance until a report comes back. And if that was the intention, I just want to hear it from the Assembly before I change the minutes to reflect what was actually passed.
And Councillor Cartmel, that's your understand, money to be held in abeyance till the report?
As I recall the conversation, that was the essence of the conversation, that, okay, pass the money, but let's
Hold
make
it.
sure this is what we want to do, so let's hold the money until the report and discussion.
So what needs to happen in order that to be the motion?
If that is the
That's the
intention,
intent.
I would suggest that we just reconsider the referral motion.
Yeah.
Put it back, give us permission to put it back on the floor and then withdraw it.
Okay.
And then we will update OP 9 to
So who was the referral motion from?
It was from Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Tang, and that is useful information, but anybody can put
So bring
request
it back to
just
now.
put it back on the table, please.
Then
Then we'll withdraw it.
withdraw it. Okay, Councillor
Please.
Wright?
Move to reconsider.
Thank you.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All right, so it is on the floor now.
Can you call the vote, please?
Yeah, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Sorry, point of order. We are voting on whether or not to reconsider it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It initially was we are reconsidering a vote to refer.
To refer an amendment to administration, which you can't do.
Okay, sure, yes. Wait, I'm not committing to pesticides for choppers.
No,
Okay,
no,
good.
no, you're not.
Thought you
You're
tricked
not.
me.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
We just need to so Councillor
Yeah.
Jans, would you like to say your vote?
So, yes,
Thank you.
yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So now what is back on the floor is the request to send the operating amendment to administration. Could we please withdraw that from the table, please?
Okay, can we please withdraw that? That's Councillor Wright, right?
Yes, the intent was to hold it in abeyance.
Yeah. So we just withdraw it.
Yeah, so withdraw.
Okay.
Second.
Thanks.
All right, please vote for the
No,
withdrawal.
we don't. If
No,
it's
we
with
don't.
unanimous consent, we're good
Yes,
to go.
got it.
So now what we're going to do is it friendly to add at the end of OP 9 that the money be held in abeyance until administration returns to Community and Public Services Committee in Q1 2022 with additional information on the aerial mosquito program?
Yeah, I would say that friendly because that was
Friendly?
the intent.
Great.
Yeah.
So then that's going to
Friendly?
be,
Yeah. Okay.
so the amendment as friendly amended. Now if you could please vote on that.
Please vote as amended, friendly.
Again, just to clarify, we're voting on the amendment,
So
not the,
holding money in abeyance until a report comes back.
but if I am just opposed to any spending on this whatsoever, I could still.
It's been already approved.
So the question is not the money, is it abeyance, yes or no?
Yeah. That's what we are adding.
No. What you did is you actually reconsidered the referral, then you took the referral off the table. The original amendment as presented has just been amended. It's actually back on the floor.
Okay, with money.
We need clear direction on if the money is approved and if the money is approved with conditions. And
So
that's
you're
what we're-
voting brand new on it again?
Because it
with the money.
has
Okay,
been
got it.
amended from its original form, please.
Got it. Okay, so is that clear, Councillor Jens, that if you want to vote again, if you don't want anything to be, any money to be allocated, then you can vote, you have to vote against it. Good, okay.
Sorry, point of order. I'm just not able to register to speak, but just a clarifying question. If a report comes back and identifies alternative mosquito mitigation measures that could be taken that aren't pesticides, can that money be used for those purposes?
Yes.
Say your question again, Councillor.
Well, so I would like to learn more about the chemicals used and all the rest. If the report comes back and we identify that there are other things we could do with that funding to address mosquitoes, I'm just wondering if the funding that's being held in abeyance could be put towards those alternative strategies.
I believe it could, Councillor, but it would have to be referred to committee back up to council for a decision on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Would have to be Councillor decision.
As long as there's, depending on when, and as long as there's money left still.
Good, okay, thank you. Councillor Wright?
Oh, sorry, I was on there just to clarify the.
Okay. And Councillor Jens, were you?
I just wanted to speak in opposition, if allowed.
Go ahead.
I just think this is absolutely absurd at a time when in our climate emergency we're trying to reduce our carbon, why we would be sending a chopper in the air to spray mosquitoes when we do not have a very valid health reason. There's some concerns that spraying unnecessarily can build resistance and have literal downstream effects on our water, etc. Just because something is permitted by Health Canada doesn't mean in the appropriate dose or in the appropriate delivery. And just picture blasting something from the air in a helicopter. It's so imprecise. This isn't something I think we want to entertain at all. I think we want to have funding set aside and to work with administration for other tools that are much more natural and supported. Other interventions, bats, etc., have been floated. I think we need to look at those. So there's no way I can, in good conscience, support any kind of unnecessary chemicals like this.
And Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify this a little bit, this is a budget amount that we are allotting to mosquito control. We're getting a report back to committee on the money that, if approved, will be held in abeyance. So it's not spent. Simply because it may be earmarked toward one particular use, the opportunity of the report that's coming back gives council the chance to explore alternate options. But without that money, we cannot even engage in alternate options. So it could be that council says, no, actually, we don't want any aerial spraying, but we do want manual control of mosquitoes. Without that money earmarked and set aside, even if it's earmarked for a particular purpose right now, this gives council the opportunity to change how that money is allocated. So by voting against this right now, council will be voting against having that money in place for manual operations. By voting for this, that money is set aside. And because we will be having a report coming back in a committee discussion, at that time, we can choose where to best allocate that money based on best practices. So I hope that's clear. We are not approving a usage. We are approving setting aside money for potential usages.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So Councillor Cartmel as a mover, you want to speak?
No, thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Councillor. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So what is next, Madam Clerk? We have one amendment to consider yet, so we can go to that amendment now?
Yeah, I
or-
just think administration might have some additional information to provide before we get to that, but I'll look to.
Okay, because the amount might have changed for
Yeah,
that?
Your Worship, the amount has changed, but we also want to show you the table of tax levy where we are,
Okay.
because you have one more decision in front of you, and you'll know precisely what the tax levy will be depending on what you say to that decision, so we thought it might be good to show you that slide, so. No, just the tax levy one.
Thank you. So this slide is just showing the accumulation of all of the operating amendments that have impacted the tax levy. So just to quickly run you through this, we started before operating budget deliberations at a 1.8% tax increase. With everything that's been approved to date, to the end of operating budget adjustment number 5, you're sitting at a tax increase of 2.11%. This is without consideration of operating amendment number 4. So operating amendment number 4 was put forward originally at $4.1 million. Because of operating amendment number 11 for the turf maintenance program of $625,000, which drew on financial strategies, the revised amount for op forward now have to be $3.5 million. If that gets passed, that would be a decrease of 0.2% to the tax increase, resulting in a final tax increase of 1.91%. So just wanted to go over that to make sure that was that made sense and that was clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brief presentation and giving us a snapshot where we are. Any questions, please? No questions? We can, just one. Councillor, let me wait for the list to appear. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Could I ask administration just to go back to that slide for 1 minute? I'm just trying to understand. If we vote in support of OP4, it drops the tax rate to 1.91. If we do not, it stays at 2.11. What happens if we, where the money would be held in between 1.91 and 2.11? And is that money, I'm assuming, invested, interest returned on it? What is the opportunity cost, or rather any potential net benefit to those funds? Is it just a cash flow, or we'd be putting in?
I think, Councillor Jans, that would be a question when we have the amendment on the floor to ask to administration the use of those resources. At this time, we want to understand the impact of the tax levy. So that amendment is not on the floor yet. So if you could wait till that amendment is on the floor to ask those questions.
Okay, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Councillor Cartmel?
Yes, thank you. Can you please summarize what was taken from the EPCOR money? You had a value at 3.5.
Sure. Yeah, thank you. Can you show the slide? If I could get the presentation back up. And slide 4, please. So Councillor Cartmel, this shows the EPCOR dividend. So starting with $6 million, operating amendment 13, 9, 25, and 11 for the use of that. So that's $2.5 million approximately, leaving 3.5.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was after. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Any other questions? Seeing none. Okay. Would Councillor Rice Councillor Rice, over to you. This is what page of that?
So I think it's OP 40, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Rice, but I do believe she wanted to restate, or the councillor would like to restate the amendment. If you wouldn't mind moving over to Councillor Rice.
Yeah, Councillor Rice, can you please restate the amendment?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mayor. So I'd like to move the 2022 operating expenditure budget. I think the number should be $3.5 million, or is the number on the screen? And based on the presentation, it's my understanding the number reduced from $4.1 million to 3.5.
It would be 3522000.
Yes, so that's my understanding. So from that money from financial strategy, let me start again. So I move that the 2022 operating budget, operating expenditure budget 3.522000 from financial strategies and be moved to the tax levy to offset a need for the tax increase.
As seconded by Councillor Principe, as was the original one? Okay. So can you second that, Councillor Principe?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Your Worship. As we discussed yesterday, it's really important that the words.
So can we correct the right wording, please?
Yeah, it's up on the screen.
Yeah.
For the. Was? Yeah, it's important to make sure it's in order, that we say the corporate programs is reduced by 3522000 on an ongoing basis with a reduction in the tax levy. That word of reduced is very important to make sure the motion's in order.
Yeah. So Councillor Rice, can you read the motion again, please, as presented on the screen?
I would like to just use the financial strategy for so many amendments happened already, and we use the financial strategy only. We never mention cooperative programs. I don't want misleading public to understand this is cut our corporate programs. I believe, and from what I've heard for all the amendments happened, we own every reduction, every increase, and from financial strategies account, we only state as financial strategies. We never mentioned from financial strategy corporate programs. So I would like the wording and keep that high level and assistant with other amendments. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rice, financial strategies is an account within corporate programs. That's why that wording is there.
I didn't see this wording in other amendments. I think to be consistent with other amendments, we should just keep financial strategy. And then that is reflect our consistent language for our amendments.
Madam Clerk, please advise what needs to be in the motion.
Yep, so I just lost it from the screen, so all we're going to do is we're going to remove the words corporate programs.
Okay, and that's fine?
We understand the intention.
Okay, got it. So the motion that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for financial strategies be reduced by 3.522000 on an ongoing basis with the reduction to the tax levy. That's fine, Councillor Rice?
Okay, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it. And second by Councillor Principe. Questions, please? I think Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice, you want to introduce, you have read the amendment. You want to introduce the amendment?
I already introduced
Good.
in with the night,
Got it.
and that's all. I'm good right now, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So, and please tell me if this is out of order, but because I think we're talking about financial strategies. One bucket, if you will, is the EPCOR money. The other bucket is the police money. Are those the only buckets? Maybe that's the first question.
All of it is in a single line item in the budget.
Yeah.
Within that line item, we track them in different ways.
And it's essentially those two things you're tracking. Call it sources, I guess.
There are more things within that account, but they're already allocated.
Fair, okay. So of the unallocated, there's the two streams. All right.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. The other unallocated stream then is money from the police. And there was the 11 million accumulated from past motions, and then the 10.9 from earlier this week.
That's correct.
And of that, there's roughly 15.5 million that's unallocated of the police money, roughly.
We have it at 14.413 million.
14.4, okay. So we have $14.4 million that is essentially being held in what I'm going to call a contingency account. It's unallocated money. Are we going to spend that money in 2022? Because we've talked about there's a lot of decisions and discussions to be had. But if this money wasn't going to be spent in this calendar year, it also could be put on the tax levy and reduce the tax levy for the year. So what's our confidence level?
I would say, Councillor, that depends on Council's decisions in Q1 when we come on the community safety and wellness recommendations. So it could, if when we present in Q1 with our recommendations and Council approves them all, it could all be spent. But it really,
or allocated at least.
Allocated, and I think spent in that year, but it depends on if Council refers it back and we don't get commitments from Council to say till like June, then I think that might be a different story. So it all depends on when Council decides to allocate the money, and the first time we'll be bringing recommendations forward would be Q1.
Which would be before we set the mill rate? Or would it?
Yes, that is the intent, because,
yeah. So that's the intent. Are we going to talk about whether we're going to spend this money or not before we crystallize the mill rate? That we've got to be more than hopeful that we can have this conversation, because if ultimately, if we have that conversation and decide we're only going to spend 5 or we're only going to spend 10, then money could be returned essentially to the tax levy and the mill rate recalculated.
yes, I think that's correct, and you know, depending on what Council decides in Q1, maybe it's a portion of it that is committed, and then a portion that is not, but you would still have time at that point.
But we don't have time to adjust the mill rate if the conversation happens after the mill rate.
Correct, and then you'll have a decision to make in Q1 whether you want the ability to allocate that money or whether you want to just adjust the mill rate and leave it, use some of that money.
Which would be somewhat of a blind conversation if we don't have the fair. I'm not trying to criticize.
I wouldn't say blind, I would just say that, you know, we'll come to you with the best advice we can in the first quarter on community safety and wellness. Council will have to decide on what they want to commit or not, and then we'll be able, but at that point, we'll then be able to, based on your decision, set the mill rate.
So can I say it this way, in whatever form that work is, it will come to us before the mill rate. It might not be as complete as we wanted, it might be a work in progress in some ways, but.
April 15th for the mill rate.
April 15th.
And
yes.
the bylaw at the end of April.
And bylaw, okay.
Yeah, so yes, because we're coming in Q1 for those recommendations, and that would be after that.
And that's ultimately when we true up the tax levy increase, because there will also be a provincial education tax requisition that we'll receive in the meantime as well.
Correct.
And that's when we actually get a true picture of how taxes go up, how much they go up, how much they don't, whatever.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Based on Councillor Cartmel's questions, I'm wondering if maybe this motion could be withdrawn and brought forward after we have those strategies that might be coming in the next 3 months. Otherwise, we may not actually have the ability to do the things that maybe need to be done. But I will ask that of administration. If this motion goes through, what does that do for our ability to respond to unforeseen events, or in order to respond to a rising identification of needs?
So you have multiple avenues available for you. You still have a financial stabilization reserve. The Q3 report did suggest that the city might run a surplus at the end of the year. You can maintain money in financial strategies. So ultimately, you can use any of those levers to deal with unforeseen items.
Okay. And we're pretty close to where we don't want to be with the FSR. Is that right?
Yeah, we're at about $113 million against a minimum balance of 110, but that is without the projected surplus, which at Q3 was $28.9 million, I believe.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Mayor, I think this is this motion definitely deserves consideration, but I'm not sure if just right now is the time to actually put it forward. So that would be my recommendation, because I think that there's merit to this, and if it comes forward once we have our strategies more clearly crystallized, then we can have a better conversation about it. And at that point, I might actually support it. But at this point, without that information, I would be inclined not to support it, which would be a shame because I think there's merit here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
I just want to speak to this motion, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Nobody else has
you
any other
can.
questions?
You want to, I don't see any other, I do have some questions. You want to wait till I ask questions or
Sure.
you want to speak now?
It does, you can ask your questions.
Okay, good. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yeah.
How much deficit do we have in the pay-as-you-go?
Currently, Councillor Sohi, you have a deficit in your corporate capital pool funding, which includes pay-as-you-go of around $11 million.
11, and pay-as-you-go is an ongoing, it's ongoing program, right? So if you, that deficit would have to be paid back from future revenues, right?
That's
Yeah.
correct. It replenishes annually with allocations from the operating budget and investment earnings.
I see, okay. And if this were to be referred to the broader discussion of that another source of funding related to community safety, and before setting the mill rate, we would have a better understanding on the other financial situation as well, right? So, you know, wouldn't what I'm trying to get at, would this money help with some of the ongoing capital pay-as-you-go requirements?
So I think it depends what council wishes to do on capital, but if you're asking, could we take this and instead allocate it to pay-as-you-go, that would be the will of council.
Okay. And can we either could do it now or we could do it referring it back, and that time we could make that decision, right?
Provided you still held it in financial strategies and didn't
Yeah,
release it to the tax
continue to
levy.
hold where it is held now, right? Okay. Okay, do we know what that 0.2% difference in from 1.9 to 1.22% potential increase, you know, in a material sense, how much that translates per household? Do you have any idea?
I can get you the number on a per $100,000 of assessment basis if you give me a little bit of time.
Because I just want to understand, like, how much material difference per household would this make, or for businesses would this make? You can get me that number later on. I don't want to wait. That's the only question. Because I just want to understand, like, I'm not saying that we shouldn't consider this, but I just want to know what is the better use of this money. Collective use of $3.5 million may give us better benefit on behalf of citizens than a little bit of relief that this may generate, which I would just want to understand before I make my decision. So, and I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Jans.
And sorry if this was spoke about while I was indisposed. So we're saying financial strategies, but really it's corporate services. We're just using,
So, sorry, there is a budget line item, there's a program in the budget called corporate programs.
yes,
Within that, there are many different line items, including debt servicing, and one of those line items is financial strategies.
so really it's tomato, tomato.
But corporate programs is where we hold corporate money that
Okay.
cannot be allocated to any specific other program or department.
So the question is basically, like, we have decided now through all of these decisions that we require X amount of resourcing. The question is, are we going to take an additional amount of money and lower the tax revenue in or not? That's really the question that we're debating here. And
That's correct. You have 3.522 million in unallocated money.
Okay.
You can hold it or reduce the tax levy.
Right, so if we do reduce the tax levy, it doesn't impact the services that we've already decided.
No.
But if we hold it, we have a secondary conversation about what to do with the money we're holding. That's not germane right now. Because the motion at hand is basically, do we reduce the amount, yes or no? But a consideration I would have to have then is opportunity cost, but I understand I'd be out of order if I talk about opportunity cost now? Oh, I can talk about it now. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I think I misread earlier when I was out of order. Yeah. I guess then, even just the interest and the opportunity alone and the other actions towards building city plan, I'm really worried about that, giving up that amount. Has there been discussion or consideration about what we would do with those funding?
That'll be a question to administration.
No, there hasn't, your counselor, because we've only discussed the budget amendments, and there's no more budget amendments being put forward. So we have not discussed what we would do with that.
Okay. All right. I think I have clarity on the question. So thank you. No further question.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice, do you have questions? Are you for closing?
I just for closing.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And Councillor Rutherford, you want to speak to this, right? Yes. Go ahead then.
Yes, so I get the appeal of this motion, this amendment. I, like all of my colleagues, we've had discussions about how hard hit many of our fellow Edmontonians are. However, one thing I would like to highlight is that property taxes are probably one of the most equitable tax ways because it is based on property value. And so the theory behind that is if you're, if you have $1 million home, you pay more than somebody that has a $100,000 home. And if you can afford $1 million home, you can probably afford any kind of tax. I say that because I am really concerned that releasing this money at this point is very short-sighted. It's a short-term political win, quite frankly, rather than looking long-term at the sustainability. I've already spoken in previous council meetings to my concern about how we're going to see a big spike in taxes if we don't think about the long-term impacts of COVID, and I have a subsequent coming to that. And I just really worry if we return this back that we lose that ongoing funding source, an ongoing cushion, when it is clear from the effects, the impacts of COVID-19 report and how we already had to piecemeal money together to bridge some of those gaps, that we could be in a very different financial situation in 2023 and beyond. And we've seen every other municipality and the increases that they've done to taxes. So I want to be clear that even at 2.11, we're the lowest in the region from what I understand. And if administration could confirm that with me at this point, what we know.
Sorry, do you have it with you?
So Councillor Rutherford, that is correct. Do you want me to read them out to you?
You know what, that would be great, yes.
Okay, just give me 1 second here.
So while you're getting those numbers, I do want to highlight that we are the lowest in the region. And so I feel like this is still a very prudent approach to, we've kept the tax levy low. We haven't done austerity measures. Let's not be short-sighted at the finish line here. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this motion, and I would love for you to say some of the other, just for the record and for Edmontonians to understand how we have done in comparison. So please do read those.
Thank you, I'd be happy to do so. So Vancouver is 6.35% tax increase. Calgary is 3.87% tax increase. Winnipeg is 2.33% tax increase. Regina is 3.49% tax increase. Hamilton is anticipated to be a 4.1% tax increase. Ottawa is 3.0% tax increase. Toronto is still deliberating. St. Albert is currently at a 2.8% tax increase. They'll be finalizing later this month. Strathcona is at a 3.11% tax increase. Leduc is at a 2% tax increase. And Spruce Grove is at 3.9% tax increase.
So the only one that comes in under us would be Leduc.
As of right now, yeah, correct, yeah.
Yeah. So we've done pretty good in keeping that low, considering all of the current inflation costs and the rate of inflation. So again, for those reasons, I will not be supporting it, though I do understand and respect my colleagues' intent in bringing this motion forward.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate some of the comments, but I want to offer a caution, which is that I think over the years, this is old man Andrew talking, we don't collect more money than we need to. And why I think I want to stress that point is that right now there are no other amendments on the floor. And typically every other budget over the last 8 years, we have a budget true-up item just like this, which says, once we have done exhausting all our amendments, if there's an ongoing source remaining, we return that back, or rather we don't collect that money from Edmontonians because we don't have a home for that money. And this is one of the traditions I really do feel is proper, because this is not like finding 20 bucks in our pocket that we obviously already had. This is actually asking Edmontonians to give additional money for us to have an ongoing fund that does not have a predetermined home right now. So I actually have a very big concern about taking I don't care if it was $1, $3.5 million, or $100 million. This is an ongoing source that doesn't have a home. There's no further amendments on the floor. We should make sure we do not collect what is unnecessary. That to me is very fundamental about what we do. Because if we do have emerging items, we have a financial stabilization reserve for items that are emerging. That based off the surplus, we will be well above the minimum balance. That's something that we can tap into if we need to. And then if we determine partway through this year that there's an ongoing expense we need money for, we will build that in to our priority-based budget exercise as part of our 4-year budget. And we should note that there is funding set aside for community safety and wellness for ongoing dollars in the order of about $14.5 million from what I heard, to fund a lot of those other ongoing priorities that I think this council really feels strongly about. So I'm not even feeling uneasy. I would have felt uneasy, and I appreciate Councillor Cartmel's questions to Mr. Corbould about that money. I would have felt uneasy hanging on to that money if there was no chances of us getting it out this year, but it sounds like we can. And so I'm comfortable allowing that money to sit aside. But to allow $3.5 million or $1 or any amount of money without another home, we should not collect that money. We should not ask Edmontonians to fund us give us extra money from themselves, from their budget, just to keep something on hold. So call it a tradition, but I think it's a very meaningful and proper tradition to return money back that does not have an ongoing purpose right now. So I would forget the list, and I appreciate the list. No matter what, we're going to be very good in the order of it, but I don't want to compare us in that sense. I'm just trying to ask that if you have money lying around that we don't have a home for, don't ask Edmontonians to pay us money so that we can hang on to it. That's what if we vote no to this motion, that's what we're ultimately doing. We're hanging on to $3.5 million more than we need to fund everything we've just funded in this budget, with many incredible programs and services and capital projects that have just been approved. So I'd highly encourage council to, in this case, continue a tradition that we have done each and every budget long before I've been on council, of not collecting more than we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I want to speak against this. First of all, I believe that it's not that we don't have a purpose for the money. It's that we haven't decided a purpose for the money yet. We have savings accounts for reasons. The EPCOR dividend is supposed to be a source of ongoing revenue that we can do with it what we will. And for us to return it for essentially $1 a month just feels to me like kind of a cheap populist tactic. I think it's important that we think about the big moves yet ahead on the city plan, the things that we can do to invest in maintaining our infrastructure that will save us money in future. We've just passed a number of packages for recreation centers and other amenities that we're going to need to be able to pay for in the future. And I think that when we think about our city right now, if this marginal change goes through, my landlord's not going to decrease my rent. It's not going to make a difference to 135,000 people who are renting and facing the most needs in our city. It's not going to materialize for those 55,000 children in poverty. But maybe we can do something here with this. We can ask administration to bring forward a supplemental package that will help us advance some of the work on climate change, on poverty, on the city plan, on the initiatives that we want to do moving forward. That could maybe increase the threshold for low-income transit. That could help more people save more money and move easier through our city. We say we're all in the same storm, but we're not. Some of us are on cruise ships. Some of us are in canoes. Some of us are hanging on to driftwood by what's left of our fingernails. And some of us have already drowned. So to try and claim that this is going to make an enormous difference, I can't help but think of the opportunity costs, and that's why I can't support this. And I think that we need to be thinking about, if you in your own home have a little bit of extra each month, you put it in your savings account, compound interest. You think about retirement, you think about those pieces. That's what we need to think as a city on a 50 or 100-year horizon. That's what I want to be doing. So for the sake of a very, very small, what feels like optics, I think it's more important that we think about our city plan and our commitment to it, and that's why I can't support this move.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Tang.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion, I support this amendment, and I think Councillor Knapp has made a number of strong points. I support it not so much from a perspective of tradition per se, but rather from prudence. And I think for all the FSR, all the surplus that has been mentioned to leverage in the event of unforeseen circumstances, I think that is also to the credit of some of the financial policies that we have to anticipate for this. And I think in particular, if there are things that we need to think about to get ahead, to address some of those challenges in this, or I guess set ourselves up for implementation of many of the initiatives and policies, then we should have brought it to the table at this time. But at this point, considering everything that has been said, I am ready to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can you take the chair, please, Councillor?
Yes.
Thank you. I would have agreed with Councillor Knack on that principle if we had not withdrawn money from the financial strategies to pay for some of this stuff that we are doing, or had we not withdrawn money from pay-as-you-go to fund some of the projects. Had the balance between the same and this money would have been extra money, then I would have agreed with you on that principle and would have followed that principle. But that principle is not applicable in this case because we have withdrawn from our reserves to fund COVID recovery and to fund some of the other projects. This is not a reduction in expenditures. That's another distinction I want to make. Had this money become available before administration came to us with the 1.8% proposed adjustment, had APCO dividend become available 4 or 5 months in advance, this money would have been factored into everything else that they would have presented. So because the money, additional revenue became available later, that is the reason that we have this one little bit of extra. So it's not a reduction in expenditures. It's not really a prudent way. We are saying that we are reducing tax levy by reducing expenditures. We are only reducing this nominal tax levy because we are reducing the revenue that we have available. I think that's an important distinction to make. I agree with Councillor Jans that the collective use of $3.5 million will make a meaningful difference in people's lives once we figure out what does that use of their money could be. It could go toward providing more support to business in form of a grant if we determine that business that is struggling. It could go toward, funding some of the social programs that we'll be talking about in the first quarter of 2022. It could go toward, keeping our transit fares in line so that affordability is maintained for the most struggling Edmontonians who have been impacted by the pandemic more. Whatever reduction that we will see by reducing this amount of $3.5 million is not going to impact every Edmontonian the same way, because someone who can afford will get the little bit of break the same way someone who cannot afford to pay those costs. So I think that is important distinction that I'm trying to make. This is the money that, in my view, should remain in the financial strategies. When we come back to have that holistic discussion, at that time, if we truly feel this is the money not needed, maybe at that time we can make that decision. But at this time, we have so many unknowns around COVID. So much work needs to be done on social issues. So much work needs to be done on the city plan. So much work needs to be done deal with the crisis of climate change that we are facing. The things that we've not been able to talk because of limited amount of time, we would have probably found a better use of this money had we had more time to discuss. I think that's why I believe that this money must stay within the financial strategies to allow us to do a little bit more on an ongoing basis to tackle the issues that I have talked about. So I will not be supporting this amendment. And I will take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Listening very closely to all of the positions, and it occurs to me that we've got a couple actually really great points. One is return this and reduce the tax rate by a marginal amount. Another is keep this and put it toward things that we have to pay back, like FSR, or to hold on to it because we know there are expenses coming. Now, if we return it, then when we know these expenses are coming, they then get back, added back onto the tax rate. So it can look like we're sort of clawing back money and it looks like from the public perspective, it looks like we didn't think that we would need this money for these upcoming expenses that are surely coming. And that looks like we hadn't actually planned. Whereas the opposite is true. We know there are expenses coming. And so I guess really the question is, what is the appropriate way to move forward? Is it to release this money and then come back and have a tax increase discussion again? Or is it to hold on to this money so when we come back, we may not actually have to have a tax increase once we identify more needs? That's why I was sort of musing before about maybe withdrawing this motion and coming back after we have a clearer picture about the needs and how we would expend the money, because we are in strange times. We are not in traditional years. We are in, and the word has been overused, but we are in unprecedented years. We have a new variant of COVID, and we don't know what the result is going to be. We see hints of it by looking to other jurisdictions. And then, unfortunately, we don't know if there's going to be another variant. So we don't know what the need is going to be or the impact is going to be for the entire year of 2022. But past experience of COVID has left me a little bit gun shy of not having resources on hand to tackle the problem. Now, again, we could come back and raise taxes in order to have that resource on hand. But I guess it really comes down to perspective. Do you want to hold on to this money with the pretty good assumption that we're going to need it, or do you release it with the pretty good assumption that you're going to have to come back and raise taxes? So that's really the question. And so, again, I would love if this was withdrawn so we could take one last crack at identifying needs that are going to be emerging, and the clarity of those needs is going to be emerging over the next few months. Because again, there's merit to this. I don't want to vote no to it without having that surety. But I may have to vote no to it today because I know that we are absolutely going to need the money. There's no question about it. So it just depends on what's more palatable. Raising taxes later or maintaining the tax rate now, knowing that that shields us from having to have a tax increase discussion in the fall, or a discussion about reducing services like we did in 2020. So I will listen with great attentiveness to Councillor Cartmel and to Councillor Rice before I make my final decision. But at this time, while I like the motion, this is not the time for me to support it. It would be in a few months from now, after we have clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'm in support of this motion for most of the reasons, all of the reasons that Councillor Knack provided. I don't think, to state it again, that we should be taking one more dollar than we have use for. When we started this conversation a couple of weeks ago, it is true that we didn't have the $6 million EPCOR dividend. And I respectfully heard Mayor Sohi say we could find some money to spend, or things to spend that money on. Of course we could. There's always ways to find ways to spend money. That's easy. I'm sure if we went up and down the table, we could all find a way to spend $6 million. I have no doubt that had that dividend been calculated in, we would have had more or less the same report. And sorry, no criticism, over criticism intended, but we would have had a report that said, "Hey, admin has got a budget that gives us the 1.8% property tax increase that we promised, even with $6 million to play with," and we would have amended that. We've got not quite $11 million that has found its way into a contingency fund by virtue of a decision we made 2 days ago. We had $11 million in that fund for the better part of a year, and administration still needs a few more months to tell us how we're going to spend that. Now, we spent about $7.5 million of it here, but there's $3.5 million of dollars that we already knew we had that we still don't have a plan for. So holding $3.5 million in the EPCOR money, holding not quite $11 million in the newly found police money, frankly, is holding money that we right now today don't have a use for. A budget is a plan, and it is a plan for what we know today. This is what we plan to collect today. This is what we plan to spend today. This is what you can expect as a taxpayer today. Sure, we've had a couple of years of unforeseens. Boy, have we ever. And in all instances, we have found a way to preserve the budget while contemplating those once-in-a-lifetime impacts on our finances, whether that has been a combination of supports from other levels of government, whether that's been found money because of a change in operating services. All of those things have been used to find a way to balance the books and not affect the baseline budget 2 years in a row. Are we going to have more COVID impacts? Of course we are. Do we know what those COVID impacts are? No, we don't. All we know is what we know today. And we should be planning today. And if we don't have a use for this money today, we should give it back. And I also want to address the comment that property tax is the most fair way of taxing. With the greatest respect, I completely 100% disagree. It is actually the least progressive method of taxation. It has no consideration of the ability to pay. People might have $1 million house. I know some people in my life that have a house that's worth $1 million, but when they bought it, it was worth half that. And they've been sitting on a fixed pension for that time, unable to afford the rise in taxes that is simply a rise in their property wealth, but not a rise in their capacity to pay those bills. Property tax is the most regressive form of taxation, period. And we have no way, actually, of determining how many people are hurt by even the most modest of increases, and how many people are helped with even the most modest of reductions. And when you layer on not just the property tax increase, but the electrical energy tax increase or cost increase that we were warned about a couple of weeks ago, with the cost of inflation that everybody is feeling, including this corporation, all of those things layer on. And so, to think that this is simply in isolation and that people in $1 million homes can afford a bit of an increase is a profoundly overly simplistic view. I heard about this on every single doorstep. And the consistent message amongst all of the other messages that varied in their which way they fell on the particular issue. Stop raising taxes and find a way to improve the value and this level of service that I get for what I'm already paying for. So it might seem trivial, the gross amounts might seem small, but the principle of the matter is don't take any more than you absolutely need. So if we don't give back what we don't need, we're doing the wrong thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice, to close, please.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I really appreciate my colleagues' discussion. Actually, this discussion make me cry. So I'm the person, people think I'm very serious. And then, however, I have a big heart. And then I heard so many people I spoke to, I met, I talked to, and told me how difficult for them. And in this financial climate that's been severely and negatively impacted by COVID-19. And then I agree with everybody you said. And then, specifically, I want to say thank you, Councillor Knack and Councillor Cartmel, to look at and from our city's needs, and also from majority our Edmontonians' needs. And for this, the intention, and for this one, and wait for the last items, is to support every amendment we are making and to provide services and to as needed for Edmontonians. So I cannot say anymore. What I want to say, I already said in Wednesday night, and very, very clear. If we don't have a plan for this money, let's give back to the majority, our Edmontonians, our taxpayers. And then, like I say, I heard every doors, don't increase our property tax dollars. People want get the services at the value they paid for our tax dollars. If every amendment right now is satisfied, and why we hold this money. Thank you very much and for your support.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So please vote on the amendment.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That has carried 7-6. Okay, now we are already into our break, actually. So we can take a break now. And we'll be back at, why don't we be back at 3:55.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Prince Bay.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Hello.
Councillor Tang.
I'm here.
Councillor Hamilton.
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Hello.
Councillor Cardinal.
Hello.
Councillor Rice.
Here.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
So Councillor Cardinal, would you move the utility committee report 6.9, 6.10? 10? As chair of the utilities committee?
Happily, I guess they haven't been exempted, so so you caught me off guard, sorry. So I'd
Sorry.
be happy to move the reports and recommendations contained in item 6.9, Blatchford Renewable Energy 2022 rate filing and fall 2021 supplemental budget adjustment, and 6.10, Waste Services 2022 rate filing and fall 2021 supplemental budget adjustments.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Paquette. Any questions? Please vote.
Councillor Jans? Oh, we got you, sorry, thank you, and Councillor Rice.
So it doesn't come to my screen. Yes.
Thank you so much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Then we go to 6.2?
Yep, so that's all of the adjustments, all of the amendments that have been made to the operating and capital budget by council. I just want to make sure we don't need anything else. Yeah, if we could go to the capital, which would be 6.2.
Yeah. So what we need is somebody to move it and,
It was already moved.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already been moved and seconded. It's already been amended.
so we vote on it because all the things that we have approved, with approval of this, all those things become officially approved? Okay.
So
Yeah.
just for absolute clarity, you're doing capital, and we've just put the capital motion.
So if members want to speak to it, then they would have to speak differently to it, separately to both of the?
If you would like to vote on both of them at the same time, we're happy to make that work for you
I
as
think
well.
that might be better because people.
No, thank you.
No, but then-
Separate, please.
So then we want to speak separately to all of them separately? Both items separately?
Well, that is a possibility, but
Okay.
I would like to vote on that separately.
Okay. Okay, so 6.2. It's been moved. So Madam Clerk, that motion is on the floor, right? Has been on the floor.
It was moved before you
Right.
started amendments.
And
Yes.
now the next step is for us to vote on it, right?
That is correct, unless people want to speak to it before
Yeah.
they vote. That's up
I'll
to
ask
yourselves.
members to, if they want to speak to this, to the capital adjustments. And I'll wait for the list to appear. I see none. Please vote on the capital budget adjustments.
Councillor Rice? Yeah, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we go to 6.1, right?
It's the operating budget.
Operating, the motion has been on the floor. And to speak, council members, I will wait for the list to appear. Council members speak to the operating adjustments. Councillor Knack, you were first.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Want to just start by taking a moment to thank everyone in administration for all of your work over the last, not just last little bit here, but over the whole year to get to where we are today. So I'm going to be supporting this budget. And I think that's in part due to a lot of the great work that you do each and every day. And I know you mentioned it Wednesday, Mr. Corbold, I think, about the fact that there is savings that administration found even in this budget. I think sometimes that doesn't get highlighted enough, but each and every year administration is looking, and it's not just like at budget time you're looking for cost efficiencies and savings, it is a continuous exercise. And the reason you found money is because you continuously do that work. So thank you, to all City of Edmonton staff who helped to make sure this happened. Thank you to the clerks for your incredible work for managing this as best you can at a time where it was not easy, and we're all learning. Even old people like myself are still learning today. There are things to do. So, and I want to just again thank all my council colleagues for the discussion, for the thoughtful dialogue. It was just really encouraging to hear the discussion, and there were some tough votes. Very passionate items, but it was respectful like I don't think I've ever seen in my time on council. And so I really want to thank each and every one of you, because it was really encouraging to have this discussion. So why am I supporting this? Well, for me, there's a few items. I mean, we didn't talk about it all during this budget, but 0.3% of the budget is going to back alley renewal, and I'm a huge supporter of that program. I brought it forward when I first ran on council in 2013. We need to keep repairing back alleys, and maybe next year we need to do it even faster, but that'll be a debate for next year, because we got to do more. 0.1% for Valley Line LRT, a project both southeast and west, and the debt servicing costs, a really critical project for the city. Obviously, the biggest change was originally we were going to have 0.7% for policing, which council has changed through direction. And while I was not on the prevailing side of that vote, I do agree with the overall direction that we had set out. I was purely disagreeing with the timing and not, in fact, the core direction, which is that we do need to begin a change in that area and start heavily investing in community safety and wellness. And I know we will be there, and we're going to have some very thoughtful conversations coming up. So recognizing that generally when I look at that overall direction in that particular budget item, I think it is reasonable for me to support the overall budget, even if I didn't support this specific action, because I do know the outcomes we're looking for are shared. And that leaves us with just a little bit left for rather inflationary costs and some of the items we've approved today, and as I go, or over the last week, and as I go through the list, many of those items were 10-3, 11-2, 12-1, or 13-0, and I tell the story every budget because I still remember his advice from former councillor Jim Taylor, who said, you know, if you have 10-3 votes, or 11-2, or 12-1, or 13-0, chances are if you pulled 13 random people off the street and gave them the same decisions, if you had that type of vote, chances are you're going to end up at a very similar result every time, which says to me those were good decisions, thoughtful decisions, ones that we put a lot of time and effort into. And I think a lot of the additions we had in this budget are going to have a really positive impact on people's day-to-day life and quality of life. And even though when I was campaigning, I had hoped we could be lower than what was originally proposed. I think with some of the projects we've approved and gotten forward that weren't necessarily planned in this budget, I would be hard-pressed to vote against a budget like this. I will say, just in flagging one caution for myself, and when I had debated potentially trying to have a lower amount during the campaign, part of it was through some of the work that we were having, and I appreciate we're going to have a further discussion around the city audits that came forward last year, or rather a little bit before that, around management and staffing, and I do think we need to have a thoughtful conversation about that still. I know there was some good presentation, and I believe there's a subsequent motion around that, and I would like to make sure we still have that conversation, because I'm still not 100% confident in all of that work just yet, but not enough for me to put forward any amendments to do any immediate changes. So I just want to say that's something that's sitting in the back of my mind as we go forward, and look forward to seeing some of those subsequent motions that we'll have. But overall, I think what we have here is quite a solid budget, and and while I mentioned a bit earlier, I don't want to compare ourselves to the other jurisdictions. It is fair to look at that and say that I think we're in a much better position compared to many others, in part because of the thoughtfulness that's happened over the last 2 years well in advance of COVID. So I will support this budget, and thank you for your time, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. First of all, Councillor Knack has to stop calling himself old, because that's given me a little bit of a twitch. Councillor Knack is very eloquent, and I want to just reiterate his thanks and his appreciation for everyone in administration, the clerk's office efforts through these days. These have been very challenging days. This has been as challenging a budget session as I've been involved in, including the 4-year one we did last time. And I guess that's a sign of the changing times and of how things are evolving and evolving quite quickly. And of course, trying to do these things in the course of a pandemic where we don't really know what all of the outcomes are going to be. So I think everyone is to be commended for the efforts they put in and the sincerity in the effort and the I guess the sincerity is really what triggers it for me, that people are bringing to this table. I like a lot of what we've done here. For the most part, these are the things that you do at a 4-year budget. There's small tweaks, there are little evolutions. You find a little bit of money here, you do a few things there. I myself tried to stick to continuing things that we were already doing or extending things that had a proven business case or had a proven track record. And I recognize there's a few emerging things, things like the downtown washrooms or some of those efforts that we need to do that not only have that assistance to the vulnerable persons in our community, but speak to what people are asking us to do, which is to provide that attention and try to activate our core and do those things that our business community is really looking for us to do. So there's a lot of things to like in this budget. I also like our capital moves. I think that, frankly, we've made our capital moves for the next few years, and that's okay. We get them on the books, we get them started, we get them going. There was a mention made of inflation, and construction inflation is going to be a thing, and supply chain management is going to be a thing. And so getting these projects off and underway and trying to mitigate those effects is not a bad choice. Yes, we will have some reckoning to do in the next few years around debt service and operating costs, but we have time to manage that. And that is the point of the 4-year budget. The tripping point for me is the police decision, and I'll be quite clear in that. We talked a moment ago about not taking any more money than you absolutely need, not taking any more money than you actually have a plan to spend on services for the people that are giving you their money. And I hold that principle dear. And again, Councillor Knack said, even if it's $1, there's a principle there, and I truly believe in that. There's also a pragmatism there as well. We made a decision that gives our police department less than 2 weeks to react. They've got not quite an $11 million hole in their budget, and they're going to have to make decisions that are reactionary, not planned, that are not deliberate. Our police service and our police commission are on a road to make deliberate, planned adjustments. They have started that work. They started it 3 years ago or longer. And we have put a real hiccup in their ability to migrate, to change, to evolve into what we want that part of our social services ecosystem to be. So now we're going without a plan, and we've taken money out of that budget and put it into another holding account without a plan. So we're holding money without a plan. Where had we taken the time to do this work deliberately, to do it in a planned way, to signal what we want to change, and we all want the change, and give that service the opportunity to make that evolution in a planned, deliberate way, we would be in a much better place in a year. That reaction, that failing to take that advice from our commission and from our service, is now going to put us in a place where we've got, frankly, an aggravated relationship. It feels, because there's no plan today of what to do with that money. There's notions, there's aspirations, there's some modest goals, there's no plan. It feels punitive. It feels like we're laying blame at people's feet. It feels like we're taking out our frustrations on a particular subset of our administration and of our society. And that is going to really hurt morale in that service. And that's going to manifest itself frankly, in some different ways. And I'm really, really concerned about the idea that we made a big 8-figure decision without a plan. That's bad management. That's bad management. And so on that decision alone, I'm not sure that I can support this budget. I just really can't endorse that choice that this assembly has made. I endorse the notion. I endorse the transition that we're trying to achieve, just not the way that we're going about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by thanking my colleagues for the conversations. As has been mentioned, I think they've been very rich and many great perspectives brought to the table. And so even though I didn't agree with every decision, I think our decisions overall were generally very reasonable ones. I'm really excited about the signals that we've sent regarding our approach to community safety, about the importance of equity, supporting those without housing, the vibrancy of our downtowns and our main streets. And I think it sets us up for a very exciting, even more exciting budget next year. I personally am looking forward to a 4-year budget that very clearly demonstrates our commitment to a number of priorities, including climate change and reconciliation, and continues to look for appropriate ways that the city can accelerate our community goal of eliminating poverty and homelessness. So my sincere gratitude and thanks to administration to supporting us through this process, and to all of my colleagues. Our work has just begun, and I look forward to what lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I want to thank Councillor Cartmel for his words, because he's not wrong. He's not. The issue that we have here, though, is that we're in the midst of a sea change. And the way that we get from point A to point B, where we all want to go, is sadly going to be imperfect. And that's just one of the situations that we're in. And just like any budget is going to be imperfect, this one is not perfect, but it was hard fought. And everyone was able to vote for exactly what they wanted, whether they were successful or not in achieving that. So the budget was the process of getting to this point. Now, we will, I've got a motion coming a little later after this, and if it is successful, we will be moving a little bit faster toward a coordinated plan than we have ever experienced on this file when it comes to police budgets, and right-sizing that and coordinating resources. And so I see these things as moving in tandem because we're all trying to head to the right place. So I absolutely respect what Councillor Cartmel was saying and actually support him in what he was saying. But I think that there's also a larger picture here that involves not just council, but involves societal changes, that involves building trust and bringing people along. And frankly, I think that the conversation has been far too adversarial. And there is an opportunity here for everyone to sort of, I guess, mature up in this conversation, to put the good of the public ahead of personal feelings. Because an adversarial conversation around this, I'm not sure who it helps, because it certainly doesn't help the most vulnerable. Certainly does not. And so, while there are things in this budget that I wish had gone another way, there are also things in this budget that I think are going to benefit the people of Edmonton immensely. And I'm actually proud of those things. So I will be voting in favor of this budget, because I'll tell you, after 4 years previous doing this, I've learned a few things. There are a couple of budgets I voted against. For example, I voted against a budget that lowered tax rates to near zero for businesses, but not for residents. I voted against that because I didn't think it was fair. Because exactly what Councilor Carmel was talking about how property tax is a regressive tax. So I don't actually blame anyone who votes against a budget. But the question has to be, is it perfect? No. But is it good? Will it do good? Yeah, probably. I'm convinced it will. So, Mr. Mayor, I want to thank you for chairing this meeting with such grace and kindness and patience. You've done the chair proud, and the position proud for sure. And I want to thank all my colleagues for putting your heart and soul into this. And I want to thank administration for their incredibly hard work. And in particular, our amazing clerks. And I will avoid naming people by name, but my deep gratitude for all that you've done for us in this budget period. And at this point, I'm going to wrap up my words with a song. No, I'm kidding. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette, and thank you for sparing us from the song. Maybe some other time once we are in a casual setting. Yeah. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone. Certainly echo other councillors' comments around the appreciation. I know there has been many late night emails circulating back and forth, and I want to thank administration for working with us, particularly this new council, through this. And particularly when I, was struggling with a very complicated amendment, I thank my colleagues' patience, but also thank the clerk's patience and for administration's help. I guess I just want to maybe share some the key lessons for me during this our first budget deliberation. There's a lot of people I met on the campaign trail, both 2017, 2021, that I can think of who might not always directly benefit from any of the amendments we have put on the table today. Who might not even speak up about how those dollars should be spent. And we spoke a lot about hardships during this deliberation, and I think there may be hardship we may never truly see or understand. And I think just that, the last amendment on the dividend, for example, it made me just really reflect on that. And it may be nominal, but I think it's also a message to say to those folks that we also see you. And I think through this deliberation, there are so many times when amendments come forward, I have wondered, what is happening with, other agencies and organizations? How are we managing this corporate-wide? And it highlighted the need for a more ecosystem approach to our budget planning. And I think as much as we try and as much as we've read the budget binders a few times, weeks ago now, the fact is we're moving at lightning speed to even process and to kind of look at that at a systems level. And I think that is one of the key constraints we really faced. As much time as we've given ourselves, at the end of the day, there's never enough time. And I appreciate many of the comments from our colleagues about time management. But I also feel that in heeding that advice, we have also limited ourselves to many of important conversations. And sometimes those contextual questions, no matter how much time we've had beforehand to read, to ask questions, I think it will always be necessary in the moment to help us make the best decision. And I think finally, the piece around jurisdiction. And I think this is one of the biggest learning for me when it comes to the police budgeting and the whole police commission and, what are some of the structures, is that there are some fundamental challenges with the way we are governed, with the way the legislations are laid out. And there are limitations to what we can do. But I don't think that we are that we made those decisions without a plan. In fact, I think throughout this deliberation, I've heard several key pieces of work that are pieces of a systems approach that has yet to been put together. So I think that plan is coming, and that will help us certainly inform our decision in the months to come. So that's all I want to say. And for all of those reasons, I will be supporting this budget and thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just want to start by sincerely thanking administration for your hard work and dedication. Very, very grateful for your expertise and support throughout this budget. To the clerks for helping guide us through this process, and of course to my colleagues for engaging in thoughtful discussion and dialogue. I'm really proud of council for managing to strike what I think is a balance between keeping our tax increase manageable while still delivering on the core services that Edmontonians rely on and expect. I also appreciate that we were able to respond to some pretty pressing and emerging needs in our communities, while still being able to move forward on the city plan and make progress towards our larger goals. I'm really looking forward to the introduction of the priority-based budgeting process, as well as the carbon budgeting that's to come for our 4-year. I think that those will be fantastic tools to aid in our decision-making process, because I found myself really, really wanting to see those tools to help inform some of the decisions we're making this time around. So looking forward to that. But overall, I do think that this budget is a signal that this council is committed to building a more equitable, sustainable, livable, and climate-resilient Edmonton. And I look forward to continuing to work alongside my colleagues towards that future. So I will be voting in favor of this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. And first of all, when I heard through you, Mr. Chair, when I heard my colleague speak in his opposition to the budget, we used to play a game called Budget Chicken, where basically if you're driving down the road and, well, fine, if you're going to oppose the budget, well, then I'm going to oppose the budget. And then you get into this too. And because I have some valid reasons and you have some valid reasons. And then I thank my colleague for their mentorship. And then I heard another mentor colleague, Councillor Paquette's caution against Budget Chicken and caution that there's many valid reasons here that you may find what you want, you may find what you not, but it's about the process and moving through it and having these conversations and reminding that we're in a bit of a long game here too. I just have to say as a couple takeaways though, at a very high level, one, this process has really reinforced to me that we need a new deal, a fair deal, whatever you want to call it, from the provincial government. And this isn't just one government. This is it has become acutely aware through many of these conversations that these roadways, the housing issue, so many things are provincial responsibility that Edmontonians have been picking up the tab for, not just for our own city, but for Northern Alberta. That really this is a budget that will be supporting or failing to support Northern Alberta. Secondly, the other piece that really came through this process for me was around opioids and our failure as a society to deal with opioids as grown-ups, the way we deal with alcohol, and to deal with the drug emergency and the poisonings that are happening to our neighbors, that are leading to crime, that are leading to so many downstream. When I hear that one of the biggest cost drivers for our fire department are not birthday cakes, but opioids, when I hear from the police that one of the biggest drivers of crime from trauma, addiction, and mental health is opioids, when I hear from neighbors about other concerns around social disorder and businesses concerned about creating a welcoming environment in our BIAs because of opioids, I think that our main task in the next year is going to have to deal with the drug poisoning epidemic. So while that is directly not germane to this budget here, it is underpinning all of our financial decisions. So I will support the budget. There's a number of things I'm concerned about, and I'm not happy with either. But I certainly want to honor the work of administration of all my colleagues, and I think that we're going to have a very exciting conversation going forward in the next 4 years about how we are truly going to realize City Plan, because I think we owe it to our communities to make clear if we're in a climate emergency and we've been told to act like it, we need to act like it. If we're serious about meeting our commitments as treaty people and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we need to act like it. If we're serious about the many other pressing challenges that are here for our grandchildren and grandchildren's grandchildren, we're going to need to resource appropriately. And while I realize this isn't necessarily our budget, that we've inherited it from the last council, many of these decisions, we're gonna have a really exciting opportunity ahead to build a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, so I've said a lot on this budget already through the whole process, so I want to keep it short right now. I echo the sentiments of all my colleagues in thanking administration. You know, how many late nights, how many behind the scenes hours have been put into this, and especially to the finance team, Ms. Padbury and your team for your many hours of work, and the city clerk as well for keeping us sort of somewhat in line. And I want to thank my colleagues and echo the same sentiment that I think these conversations, there's so much passion and so much caring for the community around this table, and there could have been opportunity for these conversations to go in a very different way, and the fact that we could have those kind of conversations and then leave this room and still have that same admiration and respect for everybody around this table, I think is setting us up for a real success over the next 4 years. And so I just want to thank my colleagues as well. And you know, I think I would agree that for me, it's always about balance. And so when we talk about the police funding as an example, to me, we struck a real balance there. We didn't defund them. We didn't increase their funding. We froze their funding. That is what we did. Yes, there was $1 million, but that $1 million, the principle and purpose of that budget was to offset an unforeseen ongoing cost that emerged in 2021. I feel like that is a balance that was struck with the police funding, in my opinion. And we're going to have that bigger conversation on their funding formula and other things. And my hope is that they don't see that move as adversarial. I hope that the Police Commission and Edmonton Police Services understands that we want to work with them and that we all do want the same things. But as was mentioned by many, it's not a sustainable funding formula within the context of where we are right now. And they need to look at their budgets just like every other place has had to look at their budget lines. I was talking to fire services the other day about how understaffed they've been. Their community safety, but because they don't have a funding formula to the same way, in the same degree that police do, they haven't been getting that same funding. So we need to also look at that, I think, in terms of other essential services as well, when we're talking about funding formulas. I want to be clear that while I really appreciate your point, Councillor Cartmell, and I think that's made me rethink what I said about the property taxes. I think what we also are forgetting is how privileged a position it is to own property. And that, for especially young folks, that's becoming less and less and less attainable. And so even the fact that you are paying property taxes shows that you have a level of privilege that some will just don't have or can't even fathom attaining. And so I think I take back the comments I said, because I do hear what you're saying, Councillor Cartmell, and that's why I love our conversations that we can have to really challenge each other. And I wanted to just add that layering piece as well to that. Again, I'm not super happy about the final decision. I think it is short-sighted in the context of maybe we don't know the exact cost, but we do know that there are costs that we are going to be incurring in the future in relation to especially COVID-19. I also don't agree with the assessment of the police funding allocation, because to me, while we don't have specific dollars allocated, that funding has been allocated with specific purposes and parameters within the motions and amendments that went forward. So to me, that's very different than the dividend funding in my mind. So I will support this budget, absolutely. I think it's a huge win. We struck that balance of, yes, it's a tax increase, but it is the lowest in the region, and we got it even lower. So I'm really proud of what we've put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton?
I appreciate the points that have been made so far. I've been torn on supporting this operating budget for a number of reasons. And I'm still maybe not decided. Maybe I'll talk myself into a decision here. First of all, you know, a lot has been said by councillors around this table about what they heard on the doors. And I reiterate, you know, I think there's quite a broad range of incomes and circumstances in Ward CP Winiwak. But I heard from everyone, whether they were in an affluent community or not, that they were struggling with the rising cost of living, and whether that manifests in your property taxes or your income tax or your car insurance or your grocery bill. At the end of the day, the people who put forward a piece of paper with an amount of money that you owe them end up taking the brunt of it. And at the municipal level, that's the city of Edmonton. So I'm conscientious of any increase, but simultaneous to that, I heard that people say that they weren't adverse to property tax increases if they could see the value on their doorstep. So things like alleyway renewal, things like additional services in the downtown, when so many people have approached me from outside the downtown to say I'm really concerned about how it looks and how it feels after a decade of investment, and wanting to see that vibrancy. So I think that there are some of those core services in here. At the same time, I think that I have concerns about where we will land in 365 days on the police funding item, having removed funding with little notice, but not really having a plan yet. Not that we won't have a plan, but not having a plan yet where we're going to allocate that money. And that makes me uneasy because people will still see an increase, and I don't know that some of the things that they are looking for in terms of those frontline services are necessarily going to be there, whether it's in the form of emergency services like policing, or it's the alternative services that everyone in the sector has acknowledged that we need. And that makes me uneasy about the increase. But I'd also heard from administration by and large that much of what was put forward, we talk a lot about trimming the fat, especially in politics. It's like we all came from a family of butchers. But I think we've been talking about trimming the fat around this table for like 5 years now, and I'm starting to think that there's not a lot of fat left. And I'm not saying that to be funny. I know that we've laid off people. I know that COVID has taken its toll. So I was in a position where I was reluctantly comfortable with what administration was proposing because I know that it has been years of successive cuts and restraints. I want to address Councillor Rutherford's point and give everybody around this table something to think of going into 2022, which is that I do think that every core municipal service should have a stable budget in the same way that I believe our municipalities should have a stable funding formula from the provincial government. It helps us make better, sustainable, long-term decisions. And I think when we do that for our core services, whether it's police or fire or the library or snow removal or grass maintenance, I think that we get better outcomes because we can plan better. And so I don't want, in the great funding formula discussion, I don't want to lose the tone which is that when we provide stable long-term funding through four-year budget cycle, we get better outcomes. What that formula is up to us to decide if, you know, what the, how appropriately it's deployed. But I don't think the notion of it is inherently disagreeable, and I would continue to fight for it, for transit, for fire, and for policing. So I think where I've landed on this is I'm supportive of the budget, but I think going into 22, we need to look at those long-term frameworks so that we can be better stewards of the core services that we are obligated to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So during this budget deliberation process, when I was pushed to avoid tax keep increasing, try and find the balance and delivery city's core services that addressing most or majority of Edmontonians' needs. I think yes, it's a very challenge, and then for entire process and try to find this balanced way. As a result, and so for this budget, I believe this budget right now has a taxation level that is lower than any expected inflation, and for 2022. With these results, I would like take this opportunity to say thank you to every my colleagues. And then even though we didn't agree with everything, but through all the meaningful discussion, I learned lots. And also I want to say thank you to administration and then everybody, and the hard work and the collaboration and the support, and so makes this budgeting process come to the close to proposed 1.8% tax increase. So right now it's 1.9 percentage. However, I still want to say I do agree with Councillor Catmull. We passed many good amendments that will benefit our Edmontonians, but crime affects everyone in Edmonton, and every business and every potential investment and into Edmonton. Yeah, even though I agree that policing is evolving and needs to be consistently reviewed, but we cannot just cut 8 digits, like $11 million ongoing, and from the police budget without a completely reviewed and approved plan. So I'm worried about what will result from this. Another thing, and I do believe the job of a council, especially in this economic climate, is to ensure our city's core services are protected. I don't believe that this budget did a good job production core services and addressed much needed efficiencies. And for these reasons, I will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Any other colleagues to speak? If not, Councillor Tang, can you please take the chair?
Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I want to thank all of my council colleagues and administration for putting up with a new chair right? I have not been a perfect chair, I admit, as being here for a number of few months and few weeks, I would say, and learning through the process of the motions and all that, right? So, but I tried to do my best, right? So thank you. If you ever was thinking when you were in private meetings and you were banging your head somewhere else and thinking what this chair is doing, right? So please, my apologies for that, but just thank you so much for being so accommodating. I just cannot express my appreciation in words in a way that the way administration has worked with us over the last few weeks, it is deeply appreciated. Deeply, deeply appreciated. And also, Madam Clerk, thank you so much as well, and to your staff. I am very proud of the work that we have done. For me, budgets are always about being focused on people, always being focused on communities. How do we allocate resources that make people's life easier, that makes people's life affordable, that allows our economy to grow, that allows our communities to prosper? And this budget, the investments we are making are going to create 4,000 jobs. The rec centers we're going to build, the Ambleside yard that we're going to build, that we're going to improve service, not only in the Southwest, but throughout the entire city. The investments we're making in programs like Free Play, a program that is known to change kids' lives, newcomers' lives. The funds that we're going to provide to artists who have struggled the most during this pandemic. 4,000 small businesses that are going to benefit from the reduction that we have given them on the fees that the BIAs charge to them. Yes, we need to do more. We need to find different ways of helping those who do not fall in the BIAs. And I hope over the next year we find a way to help them as well. We are making some transformative changes how we think about community safety, how we approach our investments into social programs, and how we invest into our very important protective services like police and fire, and continue to support them. I'm proud to say that close to $400 million that we provide to police every year, 22 cents of every dollar that we collect in taxes go to police, and our police being well-funded compared to other cities and regional municipalities, RCMP. We should be proud of that. I am proud of that because we need to fund them properly. But we also need to make sure that we reduce pressures that cause that cost to continue to rise. And we will only do that if we have a holistic approach, integrated, coordinated approach to community safety that looks at root causes, that relieves people's pain that we see every day on our streets, people dying that Councillor Jans talked about, the houselessness that has doubled in our communities. Those are not crime issues. Those are human sufferings. And we need to relieve those human sufferings by investing in the programs that will relieve that pain, that will help people get better. And I think these programs that will come over the next 2 years or 4 years will absolutely help. We have a lot of work ahead of us. We need to tackle these issues. We have a climate change crisis that we need to tackle. So all those things, I'm so proud that this council is actually capable of handling. The way we have worked together, the collaboration that we have shown gives me hope that we will be able to tackle those challenges. I'll be very proud to support this budget.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is carried. What is next, Madam Clerk? We have
So-
some housekeeping
yeah, you
stuff
just
to
have
do
a
and
couple of-
subsequent motions.
Yeah, so a couple of other things that are still on your agenda. So items 6.7 and 6.8 could be dealt with together.
Just hold on.
And
6
that's the
point,
city auditor's strategic plan and annual work plan. Normally, the work plan can be approved by audit committee, but because it was subject to a budget adjustment, which did pass earlier in the budget process, both of those reports can now be received, or sorry, the recommendations can now be approved.
so we need to move those two items?
Yep.
6.7
Yep.
and 6.8.
So to approve the auditor's work plan and to approve the auditor's strategic plan from 2022 to 2025.
Moved by Councillor Hamilton and seconded by Councillor Rutherford.
We can get to subsequence if it's possible after we deal with the reports.
Okay. Please vote.
Councillor, we have all the votes.
Display the votes, please.
Okay, and then just over the page, Mr. Mayor, the next report that we need to deal with is 611. It was added on Wednesday, and it's a couple of council calendar changes to remove the IRDC meetings and to change the ARC meeting, I believe, on January 4th.
Okay, so we won't have a meeting on January 4th.
The purpose of that meeting was originally scheduled to be an hour, which is a strategic look ahead, but due to the recess, we've moved it back 2 weeks.
Got it. Okay. So please, who moved?
I don't believe it's been moved yet.
Councillor Stevenson,
Second.
Councillor Knack, second by Councillor Knack. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we done with this 2021 Edmonton Economic Recovery Construction Grant
Yeah, if we
update.
could just actually add it to the agenda, we just missed it this morning, so if you could add it and then just approve the small policy amendment, that would be helpful.
Okay, somebody moved that we add 6.12 to the agenda?
I'll move that we add 612 to the agenda, 2021 Edmonton Economic Recovery Construction Grant Update.
Seconded by Councillor
Second.
Salvador. That's added to the agenda. Now we need to move the item.
If we could just vote on adding it, please?
Oh, yeah, of course. Please vote.
We're just going to give Tracy a couple seconds to get it up. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now we need to move that item.
Please, if you could just move the recommendation, there's a red line version of the policy amendment, and there's just a date change in the policy, so it is in e-scribe, and if you'd like.
Also, the change is to carry on the grant for a little bit further longer.
Exactly.
To
Yep.
meet, and, okay. All right. Everyone cool with moving it?
So
And
moved.
Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is is it carried?
Yes, it is
Okay.
carried 11 to 2.
Okay. And do we have anything else
You
that
do,
we
you've
need?
just got one more report, which would be very helpful if we could deal with, and then we've just got 2 bylaws. There's a report that was presented to Utility Committee, and it's item 9.4, the EcoStation update, and there's just a recommendation.
Happy to move the recommendation in item 9.4.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmell, and seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Please vote.
Councillor Rice? Oh, thank you. We've got it. All the votes are in, Mr.
Display
Mayor.
the votes, please. That is carried.
And then we've just got the two bylaws that could be read together, 7.1 and 7.2.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move first reading of items 7.1 and 7.2.
Moved by Councillor Cartmell, seconded by, Councillor Tang. Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move second reading of items 7.1 and 7.2.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Right, okay. Or Councillor Tang, you
Yes,
second?
second.
Yeah. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move consideration of third reading of items 7.1 and 7.2.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Tang. Please vote for the consideration.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried.
Mayor Sohi, I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 19899 to amend bylaw 17943 Blatchford Renewable Energy Utility Amendment Number 3 and bylaw 19919 Waste Services bylaw 18590 Amendment Number 5. Okay.
And second.
Councillor Tang seconded. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. So we're done with bylaws. Any other item to deal with before we go to subsequent motions?
Nothing on my list, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, now next item is subsequent motions?
Yep.
Okay, council members, if you have subsequent motions, please click to be on the list. I'm just waiting for the list to appear.
Just a point of order. We're 2 minutes away from our break time. I just want to flag that. Thank you.
What else do we have after we are done with subsequent motions?
Nothing, but you do have a commitment at 5, Your Worship, for the ARAC committee.
Okay, would subsequent motions usually generate debate? Depending on the contention?
Historically, no, but. We've got debate club here.
Well, then we might have to take the break because there's a number of people on the list to make subsequent motions. So let's take a break. We'll be back at 7 o'clock.
Mr. Mayor, do we need to take the full 2 hours? That event isn't even a full 2 hours, so maybe we can consider making a motion to come back a bit earlier.
How long is that event?
I think you could be back at 6:30, Your Worship.
Okay.
I'll move that just to, so we can.
Second.
Yeah, start at 6:30. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Is that okay with everyone or some?
For nodding heads on that side?
Everyone on the other side? I'm pretty sure you're eager to go home as well. Okay.
I would prefer 7 o'clock, but if it's the will of the council, that's fine.
Can you accommodate that, Councillor Tang, or will you be able to participate at 6:30?
Well, because we were extending the meeting, I had to rearrange my childcare, and I was planning on coming to the event, but if we're coming back to chamber at 6:30, I probably will not join you all, so it is fine.
It's fine, okay.
Sorry, I will not join you all for the event in between, but I will be online at 6:30.
Okay. Okay, we will take a recess.
So can we just have a vote, just so that we're
Vote.
clear what time we're
We'll
coming
be
back at?
back at, so moved by Councillor Knack that we start back at 6:30, and seconded by Councillor Cartmel to start at 6:30. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk. I already, Karen Principe over here?
Sorry, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
No,
I
that's
already
good, it's all good.
logged out, thanks.
Yes, from me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, display the votes. Good, we are recessed. Okay, colleagues. Let's call this meeting back to order and do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
you're there, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette,
Good evening.
you're there, Councillor Tang,
I'm here.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford,
Still here.
Councillor Salvador,
Good evening.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good evening.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans.
Good evening.
All right, so Councillor,
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Stevenson here as well.
good. Councillor Stevenson, nice to hear your voice. And so everyone is here. Councillor Principe, you're here too. Can you say hello to everyone?
Yep, I already did. I'll say it
There
again.
you go.
Hi.
Cool. And Councillor Paquette, you're the first one for a subsequent motion.
Okay, here we go. I move that the city auditor consult with the Edmonton Police Commission and return to the January 24th, 2022 or February 7th, 2022 City Council meeting with a report providing a brief scope for a potential audit of the Edmonton Police Commission, focusing on how police budgeting could be A, made more transparent and data informed, and B, provide a better direction toward achieving anti-racism in support of the Community and Safety Wellbeing Task Force recommendations presented at the April 6, 2021 City Council meeting, as well as a proposed timeline that would enable the audit to return in advance of the 2023 to 2026 operating budget discussion.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Can you introduce it? That's the process, right? How? I can't remember now. There was the process on.
Yeah, I'll introduce it quickly, or unless we're going to put in all of the.
No, we're going to one by one.
Oh no, okay. All right. So very quickly to introduce, I think we've in the process of this budget discussion really got to the root of some of the areas of perhaps confusion, and this might be able to clear it up. As I mentioned before, the conversation tends to be weighted heavily toward opinion and less toward facts, and I think this will get us there, and it will allow us to right-size budgets based on data-informed performance outcomes that I think everyone is in agreement with that needs to happen. You'll recall that Chief McPhee was amenable to this idea, and the auditor thinks that he can pull it off, and I have absolute faith in him, and it aligns with a lot of the reports that are coming back. We know that there's an audit of a lot of different areas coming back from the EPC. We know that administration is working on their piece. We know that there's a whole discussion around a new police funding formula. And this is really a way for people to decamp out of their entrenched positions so that we can actually meet together and have rational, reasonable, and calm, constructive discussions in this area, because I think that's what the public expects. The last thing they want to see is sort of this devolving conversation that is playing out in the public sphere. And as I mentioned, that doesn't help anyone. So it's time to maybe do away with soapboxes and instead get some data sets. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. There are a number of people on the list. I think those there for subsequent motions. So how would I keep track of the people who they have questions on this subsequent motion?
So right now, there's a motion on the floor, so if anybody who is on here wants to put in a subsequent motion, if they could remove themselves, so that way we
Yep,
could clear up
please.
the
So
speakers list,
it'll
please.
be easy for me to keep track of things. We'll all get a chance. You can't? Okay, I'll ignore you then.
We can remove you.
Here you go. See, somebody has the superpower to do so. Okay. Okay, Councillor Rice, you have questions to questions on Councillor Paquette's subsequent motion?
No, I don't. My name was there. It's just for subsequent motions.
Okay, got it. Okay, if you could, yeah, here we go. Okay, please vote on the subsequent motion. I see no one questions. Oh, I lost connection. Count me in, please. As
I'm
the
a yes.
A yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm a yes.
Yep, we have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Paquette, do you have anything else?
And just to clarify, that's coming back on January 24th. We've confirmed that with the auditor.
Fantastic. Nope, that's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I think Councillor Stevenson, you were next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have three subsequent motions to make, and I assume it's just best if I go through one at a time.
Yeah.
So the first is related to the capital budget, and my subsequent motion is that 14 million of capital profile number 21120340, the Orange Hub Phase 2 rehabilitation project, be held in abeyance until administration reports back to Urban Planning Committee on different approaches to providing parking and the inclusion of housing or other development on site. So just to speak briefly to this, it's just looking at that.
We need a seconder, Councillor Stevenson.
Oh,
So moved. So moved.
Oh, Councillor Jans is seconded. Yeah.
Thank you. So just to introduce this, this is following from the conversations we've had around the capital profile that would have seen $17 million invested in a new parkade structure. I think that given the strategic nature of the site right next to a future LRT station, there could be other ways of ensuring that our significant city investment more broadly supports some of our city building goals.
Thank you, Councillor Steve. Just want to quickly check the subsequent motion is in order, right? Even though the funding has been passed.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just the only thing I need clarification on is when that report back is to happen. Or we can, if we don't know right now, we can also put a to be determined date.
Sure. I believe administration was keen to have this come forward as soon as possible. So maybe Mr. Laughlin, I'll leave that to you.
Yeah, I don't know the specific date, Ms. Giesberg, but ASAP. So I don't know if you could put that in there.
We'll put Q1 2022.
Yeah, I know our city manager has something to comment on at this time, or you want to wait till we're
If to your pleasure, Your Worship, but maybe it's worth mentioning now.
Yeah, if you could mention that so we are aware of the as we make our subsequent motions.
Yeah, so thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to point out to Council that we are currently working on 200 reports right now that are all due in the first quarter. And the bylaw requires 13 weeks for your reports, for once you've asked for a report for it to be completed. So what I would ask, if we could start the clock on that 13 weeks on the 4th of January, because we do have some staff I'd like to get a break here over the next couple of weeks. And so if we could all agree to start that clock on the 4th of January, it'd be very helpful
for these subsequent motions.
Yeah,
Is that seems like a reasonable thing to do? That's cool. Everyone is fine with that? Okay. All right. Thanks. Okay. Any questions on the subsequent under Councilor Knack?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, that helps. Is it just for a process for these going forward? Is there a chance, although if we can see them all normally from now on, that might be good, but I didn't know if there's like a Google Doc that can be started and just copy and pasted as we
I've
get
put
to
it all in the chat if that.
Oh, even easier. Thank you. I'll check the chat when that time comes. Thanks. So appreciating, Mr. Laughlin, you talked about this would want to come back as soon as possible. Because I think part of what we want to understand, and I very much understand Councillor Stevenson's intent of wanting to double check, because this is right across the street from LRT. I also understand the urgency in terms of the structure itself. I don't know if we want to take, like, I feel I could ask a bunch of questions now at 6:41 at night on on Friday after the budget that might get us enough answers to feel confident one way or another, or if you're planning on coming back in January with something short that identifies here's what the cost would be, here's why we think it would cost X amount of dollars to future-proof that space. Do you have a thought? Would it be better to have that, just so we're being thoughtful?
So if I was asked what would be my recommendation on this, is that that we continue with the original path of the project. The parkade is in serious structural disrepair. We've got engineering analysis that identifies that we need to close this by Q1 because it is in such state of condition that requires us to do that. To do what's identified in this subsequent, what we would do is come back with pros and cons of different options like surface parking, the opportunity to future-proof this parkade for building something on top of it, and the premium associated with that is significant. So this is one that's difficult because the condition of the structure is causing some concerns for us that that we feel we need to move. And the work that's been done to this point has been done with engagement with the users of the facility, with the community, with getting the various studies to ensure that this is the right direction, notwithstanding that there's a desire for this, and previous motions have been made for us to consider this, but this one is well along the way, and so that's why there's an urgency to this. That's why I said ASAP.
Yeah. So I guess just my question, and appreciating Mr. Corbold's earlier comment about trying to manage time. We're not, I don't think, I'll make an assumption that we're looking for a 100-page long report, but truly just, here's the work that we've done, here's the technical rationale why you're recommending the way you are. Because I think that's the biggest piece even just for me, like, while I think there's a logic to potentially have to go based off where we are in the process, I don't necessarily understand all of the technical pieces yet. But is that overly challenging, and does that substantially change? I mean, if this does come back, and I imagine what it would be about 4 weeks to a committee, does that drastically change your ability to do things, or is that a reasonable amount of time to?
No, I think we, on the basis of this potential subsequent, we've got staff ready to go. Obviously, okay. Recognizing Mr. Corbold's comment that it is tight, just based on the progression of the project and the risks that I've just identified related to the structure. We just feel it's necessary to get to committee as quickly as possible.
Okay.
It won't be complete. It won't have absolute certainty in it, but it'll be our best case scenario on the different options that we would bring forward.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm appreciating that there are other councillors that want to have that comfort too. And even for myself, it's nice information to know. I just don't want to make sure you're having to drop a 50-page report in the next 4 weeks' time if you're coming back to the first committee meeting. If this can be something that is simple through a detailed presentation, we can do that and then ask questions and make sure you're not being asked to do a lot over the break there. So, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans?
Yeah, I'm not prepared to. I would much rather come to committee if that's the decision. Then I don't want to argue it further now. But I'm not prepared to make a decision today. So I believe that's in concurrence with what Councillor Knack wants. So nothing more to say.
It will come to committee.
Good. I wasn't sure if I may have misunderstood that Inquisitor was trying to argue it tonight and solve it tonight, and I just didn't want to do that.
Come to committee. Yeah. Good. Okay. Cool. Please vote. What happened? Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk. I don't
Thank
know what
you,
happened
Mr.
here.
Mayor. Councillor Hamilton?
Here you go, I can vote now.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And who was next? Oh, sorry, Councillor Stevenson, you have two more, right?
Yes, thank you. The next is that administration bring back a report that considers and outlines how to increase Indigenous-led shelters, housing, and programming for the 2023-2026 budget cycle.
Second.
Yeah, I think that motion is fairly self-explanatory. Just taking some really intentional time to look at how we empower and expand our Indigenous-led organizations. They're doing great work in our communities to support folks without housing and in many other areas as well. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We're just going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see it, and it'll come back to committee on March 7th.
Okay. Okay. Is there, please vote.
We're just waiting for yours, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I thought I did.
Yeah, we got all the votes.
There you go. Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Stevenson.
Last one is that administration bring back a verbal report on January 2022 on the status of funding for existing bridge housing facilities and provide estimates for the costs for them to remain operational until the opening of the 5 new permanent supportive housing sites anticipated in summer 2022.
Second.
Thank you. So this is just related to an emerging issue. So as many of you know, there are a number of bridge housing facilities that have been operating out of underused hotel spaces. That housing has been directly providing shelter for those experiencing homelessness during the pandemic. This has been funded through federal dollars, which are set to run out at the end of this month, actually. A request has been made to the federal government to extend some of that funding, but you know, starting in January, these facilities are going to start to wind down, which I think is a terrible outcome for our community and for all the individuals currently housed there. So we know that there won't be any further intake starting January 1st, but that said, no one is going to be moved out. So we do have a bit of breathing room to see what the federal government's response will be. But this is just to make sure that we earmark this really critical issue and have a chance to talk about it in January and determine what needs to be done in order to ensure what I believe are really critical pieces of our infrastructure in our community that remain open and serving folks during these very, very cold months. And until we have our new permanent supportive housing buildings online. Happy to answer any other questions.
Councillor Stevenson, I got advice from clerk that a verbal report will not be available to the public, right? So, and it has to be a written report and cannot be done by January. So we would have to follow the established timelines for that.
My concern with that is that people will start being moved back into homelessness. These facilities will close if the funding runs out. And I just don't know.
Councillor, perhaps I can weigh in on that. We have connected with a Homeward Trust, and they've, I mean, there's no guarantee, but they have assured us that they will not be expelling anybody as those facilities don't intake anymore, but they're certainly not going to show people the door without anywhere to go. So that's what the feedback we've had from Homeward Trust at this point.
Yeah, and is that indefinitely or until what point?
Well, they would support those individuals until they can find working with them an alternate place to stay, basically.
Yeah, but I guess in the meantime, I just worry about losing that capacity. So what that means is even if no one is being kicked out of those spaces, as people move out, those units of bridge housing will be lost, which means there are fewer places for folks currently living in encampments to go. And for that to be happening during the winter, during the pandemic, when we already see the huge impact of homelessness in our community, I don't think that is something that I'm comfortable seeing in our community.
So, Andre, is there any other way to kind of keep eye on this, and if that's the case, report back to council? Because you work very closely with Homeward Trust, right? So to ensure that people are not being left on the street.
Yeah, we'll do our best, Your Worship. We've provided the advice. My second concern with this is that at committee, we generally like to have a report because, and then of course,
public
let's
can see
remember
it.
that committee meeting in January is the 17th of January.
Yeah.
We're supposed to release the reports 2 weeks before. That's the 4th of January.
Yeah.
And reports should be released so that the public has an opportunity to know what questions they should ask or what they should speak to at the public hearing. So I understand the councillor's concern, and we can certainly work with the agency to urge that we don't kick anybody out onto the street. But I'm just trying to think about the timings of this. Theoretically, that report would be due on the 4th of January, and I don't know if I can have it written by then. So.
Yeah. So, Councillor Stevenson, can you sit down for a bit until we can go through a subsequent motion that'll give you time to think about it?
Sure. Yeah, happy to come back to this.
Okay, cool. Who's next on the line? In the line, sorry for, because I don't have the list. Which council members next?
Councillor Cartmel.
Councillor Cartmel, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two. The first one is as follows. That administration provide a report on options to activate city-owned recreation spaces for youth free admission drop-in activities from 3 to 6 p.m. every weekday. The report is to include the following. 1, partnership opportunities with nonprofit organizations. 2, budget requirements and sponsorship opportunities to offer free admission during these times. 3, ways to help youth across the city access these programs. Examples would be transportation solutions. 4, options to implement this program, example, phased approach or full implementation citywide. And 5, a GBA plus analysis to ensure no youth are left without access to recreational opportunities.
Second.
And timing at the pleasure of the administration. Not sure how fast I could come back, but perhaps Mr. Smythe has something to offer there.
So,
sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question?
So we've got it put, just based on your bylaw, it would come back on March 7th.
That's fine.
Unless administration would like it later.
Well, that's reasonable, Councillor.
Okay, March 7th it is.
So March 7th is based on the start date being January 4th for these.
So it's following your bylaw.
Got it. Okay. This is great. Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, for this. Please vote.
Councillor Hamilton? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So my second motion is as follows, that administration, 1, engage the Edmonton Sport Council to a greater extent in the administration of the sport component of the COIG program in 2022, and 2, transfer the sport component of the CIOG program to the Edmonton Sports Council beginning in 2023 and return to council with an unfunded operating budget request as required to increase the Edmonton Sports Council operating budget as required. I'll just speak to this for a second.
Second.
Thank you.
Second by Councillor Paquette.
So this is really just following up on our discussion earlier today about funding on a one-time basis, the CIOG program to ensure that those sports and other sort of recreational activity type programs have their funding for another year. But then over the course of this year, reset the program. determine how these at least the sports side of these programs can be perhaps more targeted, how the Edmonton Sports Council can play a role not dissimilar to the Arts Council in terms of determining where grants might have the greatest effect, what programs ought to be supported, and migrate this, the way this program is administered to a bit of a different approach, as opposed to really just everybody apply and the lucky ones get funded kind of an approach. So leave it there. Hope I'm not too glib on that comment, but really this is a transitional motion to see us administer the program differently.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Yes, just some questions about, can administration comment on the existing administrative burden of executing the CIOG grants? That's currently happening in the social development branch, right?
Yes, the administration is carried out by our grants staff in social development. And they work with Community Services Advisory Board, who provide sort of oversight, but the heavy lifting is really done by our grants administrators.
And currently, what's the staff number within Sports Council?
I don't have that number right now. I'll see if Ms. Ford has that number.
Okay.
She can chat to me or.
And there was a number that was floated during, in the past week around kind of the estimate for what this will cost. And I think it was in the range of like 220,000, right? So I guess for an investment of 220,000, are we getting the best value for that? Are we going to be doing things more efficiently and?
I wonder if I might respond to that.
Yes,
There's
sure.
no number in the motion.
Okay, no,
So this is saying to admin, go figure it out, right? Yeah, don't presuppose a number, don't presuppose a level of activity or a number of employees. It's essentially let the grant people manage the grant program.
And the other piece, I think that figure, Councillor, was the current funding that's provided to the Sport Council for the work they do currently.
Okay, so this will be on top of that.
Which is largely coordination and advocacy and, speaking on behalf of sport.
Right. Okay. So we are expanding their capacity to as large as the Arts Council, likely, or something like that. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have a chance to discuss at that time. Okay, seeing none more questions, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, that's it, Councillor Cardinal.
That's all for me, thank you.
Who's next on the list, Madam Clerk?
Councillor Knack.
Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the motion is that administration, and to be clear, I ran this past Mr. Corbould in advance, which is why there's a January or February reference, that administration arrange a facilitated session in January or February 2022 to allow council to discuss council priorities and budget strategies to help inform the development of the 2023 through 2026 capital and operating budgets.
Second.
And
this one's not a concern from a timing perspective. This is our budget plan timing, so not a concern there.
And so just to introduce it slightly, the idea here is we had some conversations earlier around what we may or may not want to see and how the budget is presented, and we want to provide maybe some guidance to administration in advance of them starting to develop that budget. The other piece, and why we talk about priorities, is while we've got a general sense, especially after this budget, of maybe what our priorities are, but we haven't done a proper prioritization exercise. Earlier, we were talking about what policies are ones that we support and ones that might be older and no longer relevant. Doing a facilitated session will allow us to actually properly determine what are the policies that are sort of highest on the list. What are the, we have 73 lines of business. What are our top 20? and each of our individual ones, because we might have different priorities and different views. So it's important to get that information out there, see if there is general consensus, and then that can help inform administration's work on our next 4-year budget cycle. And so that we're not hopefully coming to a system or a process for, a year from now where we're left asking, well, how did you prioritize that over this? Because they're still going to be making choices in their budget process. And I remember over the years, especially on the capital side, where one of the most common questions that came up time and time again is, why did you prioritize this over that? So if we provide that direction, hopefully we will minimize the need for something like that a year from now. That's it. Thank you.
And so we'll make that work during the February 7th City Council meeting. We can block off the Wednesday morning as the continuation. That way there's dedicated time.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you.
Cool. Okay, no questions, please vote. Oh, Councillor Rutherford? So good. Sorry.
So just in your vision of this, Councillor Knack, is it just a council discussion, or is it a council and administration discussion?
Fair question. I mean, I'll defer to administration. I imagine they will be in the room there to listen to us and hear it and maybe ask follow-up questions. I expect they'd have to be there to hear what we're talking about. But I also don't want to draw it up myself. I'd rather defer to Mr. Corbould to what that proper process looks like.
Councillor, we're actually envisaging bringing the same folks who helped with your governance session, if that would be amenable to council, to bring them in to facilitate. And then like we did with that, we would be here to listen and answer questions, and we will sort of set it up for a really good discussion, I think. So we're very comfortable with that, and that puts us miles ahead for the fall budget.
Okay, because the reason I ask that is because, again, I have priorities. I have priorities from the people that I'm here to represent. I have priorities for the greater Edmontonian that may be same or different, but I'm also not the content expert as clear with mosquito maintenance as an example. So, I wouldn't, I have things that are top of mind because of my experience, my education, and what I've done in my career, but I'm definitely not the content expert. So my point with this motion is, could there be a facilitation session with council and administration so that it could be more than just a listen and learn? I'd like it to be a little bit more iterative than that, if that makes sense. And so that's just what and whether it's in this motion or whether it's just the intent is known.
That's certainly the intent, Councillor.
Yeah.
We can work with that, and we'll do a few before the event. We're actually going to put a few memos forward to council and maybe even an info session to discuss about those things. So I think we can work together on that for sure.
Because I know some lines of work or lines of service are way more, flashy, I'll say, and others, like sewage, may not be as flashy, but they're just as important. And so I just don't want, to politicize that prioritization. I want to hear from the experts sort of what the on-the-ground priorities are.
Yeah, and the reality is there's a lot of stuff that's really important, but doesn't necessarily need council priority because it's being handled well and it's moving forward. And so I think what we're trying to get out of this is really how does council want to influence the planning and preparation for the fall budget so you can make big budget decisions. But you don't need to put on that list stuff that's working well, and even though it's really important. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cardwell.
Thank you. Sorry, just quickly, and perhaps to the mover, was this about examining the different lines of businesses, or was this about when to set aside time and when to start the discussion and when to, more of the operational?
So I don't think we'll be able to do everything we need in one session. That's my take, but I would again let you ask administration on that, because I think, for example, talking about our priorities, that's probably going to take 2.5 hours. We might need a separate conversation around process and what we want in terms of reporting, but I don't know if it's right for me in a motion to try to schedule that all. I've had a few conversations with Mr. Corbould, who's talked about the fact we might need to do a couple of pieces of work there.
I was thinking more of the scheduling would be an outcome of the discussion. Right?
Yeah.
How much time do we need? What are we going to look at? When are we going to look at it? What might be the format of the meeting? That kind of. that would all be.
That would all be part of it. We're happy to take this on, and we'll give you opportunities to adjust the schedule and the prioritization process. So it's a really good start for us, Councillor. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Seeing no more questions, please vote.
Councillor Jans? No? Thank you.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Councillor Knack? That's it?
I think so.
Okay, got it.
I hope so.
Next, I have Councillor Rice.
Councillor Rice, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have two subsequent motions. I have been working with administration for these two motions. So I'm going to read my wording and based on the discussion with administration. And I'm also happy and to open for any date change and based on administration's work. So the first motion I have is first the subsequent motion is about that administration return to City Council with options to reduce the operating expenditure budget by $10 million and with focus on efficiency in municipal service delivery. Due dates will be last week of March 2022.
Second.
So I do want to speak a little bit about this motion. So the original motion brought up with the intention by looking at the efficiency and productivities and for our city service delivery. From that perspective, and we already passed so many motions, and then for the efficiency and then that is also productivity and also the FTE numbers I heard and from Edmontonians about some like voice and concerns and the original intention to reflect that concerns. And so then discuss with administration. I do understand that there's so many works and behind the scene and to focus on improve our city service delivery efficiency and productivity. So I don't know if other councillors has anything to discuss for this one or also to amendment this motion, and I'm more than happy to discuss and open for that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to the mover, quick question. Are you sort of thinking that there would be that expenditure budget, but it would not have an impact on services? The services would remain the same?
I don't think their services will be impacted. And the original intention is to looking for the saving spot. And
yeah, no, I understand I understand the intent. Okay, thank you. And to city manager, you've got a pretty good handle on how things are operating, I think, by this point. And so I'm just wondering about your thoughts, because we've had a couple of years of very lean times where we have been shaving down quite a bit. And I'm just wondering thoughts on the likelihood of being able to cut $10 million and not impacting services.
My initial thoughts is that it's going to be a huge challenge if there's a caveat not to impact services, huge challenge. But we will look and see, especially given that, you know, as part of the budget that was just approved, we cut almost $4.5 million from administrative, using directly based on this, you know, looking for efficiencies in how we operate, and we cut $4.5 million. Sorry, did I say billion? I meant million in this budget we just approved. So, but we will try.
Yeah. Well, I can only assume that what would come back is the same type of thing that has been coming back to us for the past couple of years due to COVID and the economic downturn. So I can't see a lot of surprises here. A lot of stones you haven't turned over so far.
I don't think so, but if it's the will of council, we will try again.
Okay, I'll be listening to a few of these other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I am mindful of the really significant efficiencies that the administration has identified and actioned in recent years. That said, yeah, and I think whenever we're sort of driven by specific numbers, it can have unintended consequences. But I'm wondering if this can be reframed or reinterpreted or used to explore like long-term structural shifts that are needed. So again, not realizing $10 million less next year, but what over time is going to shift and like have those system savings in time. I'm sorry if that's a really unspecific question, but just wondering if this is an opportunity to look at some of those bigger picture systemic changes that may be realized over time, but will have that really long-term efficiency impact.
I don't think the time frame we have on this is we're going to be able to get that deep. I would say on large systemic changes that they require a lot of consultation and other things. Like I said, we'll try, but.
Well, then maybe to the mover, is the date that you've specified, March 14th, is that a critical date, or is there an opportunity to extend that a bit further so that a more holistic conversation can be had?
Sure. Specific for this date, and it's just the build up based on the spring supplement budgeting adjustment. And so it's my understanding, and then the spring supplement adjustment will happen between April and June sometime. I think that's allow us to have some time to look at option and administration provided and to have further discussion and to determine we should do this and in the supplement adjustment or not. And then also to provide the information and for the development of 2023 and 26 budgets.
Thank you for that clarification. That helps me understand the context. I think I'm reluctant to support it just because I'm interested in those more holistic conversations about the structural changes that we might be able to realize as a city. But I will contemplate further. Thank you for putting it forward and for the conversation that we're having. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Rice for putting this forward. I guess just to clarify, when you say efficiencies in municipal service delivery, you want to see services still delivered, but your this particular reduction of 10 million is more focused on internal, like overhead services, right?
So I think that is why I think it's worth for us to open this conversation, and because for the efficiency, and we may have different understanding and from different angle. And from my original intention, I would like to look at the service delivery, and because right now, and we heard what I heard, and from many Edmontonians concerned about our service delivery efficiency. And also another piece is about the physical efficiency, like how we spend our money, how we plan our budgets. And then another third piece is about our let me say like manpower, like manpower. And so, and is it manpower, and from like the FTE numbers, and then from what type of services we provide, how many business lines, and we have. I do understand our city has like 73 business lines. That's huge. And then I think that open this conversation for us to look at and may give us clear understanding what's type of efficiency actually public expected.
Would you?
And even though we heard lots of.
Would you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Would you be willing to kind of, for example, remove the number and just keep it broader to say, administration return to city council with options to explore ways of, being leaner and deliver services better? And the reason why I ask is because initially when I was looking at one of my amendments, and it was only kind of in the realm of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I thought of kind of exploring more internal overhead ways to kind of find that money. And if we look at just even the overhead piece, sort of more internal facing, from 2010, it was like 9%. Today we're at 6%. There's been a lot that has been trimmed. So I feel like 10 million is really stringent as a kind of a parameter. And the more stringent it is, I think less able that we're able to kind of really open up that conversation. So that's where my hesitancy is. But I do understand your sentiment because I had the same thought before.
Okay, thank you for that suggestion. My concern is without this specific numbers, we actually, and then it's the same principle, we act without plan, we cannot know and specific what we're looking for. And I think with that number and puts there, and we do have a specific expectation to look at it from different angle and different level and open that middle of the conversation as well. So I do want to keep that $10 million there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jans?
I have no interest in redoing Reimagine. I think we heard enough about it. Council rejected half of the recommendations anyway, or more, and I have no interest in playing any part in further austerity politics. We've already pushed our admin to do more with less. I have no interest in trying to go through this exercise, and I will not be supporting the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette, do you have any other questions, or you want to speak to this, depending on that? Otherwise, I have to go to second round.
I'll be speaking to it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, got it. Okay, Councillor Tang, can you quickly take the chair, please, if you don't mind?
Yes.
So the previous motion, subsequent motion that we passed from Councillor Knack, that facilitated session, wouldn't that be the right place to talk about our next priorities and how we're going to fund those priorities? Because we're going to be talking about budget and the structural changes that we need to happen that Councillor Stevenson was talking about. Wouldn't that be the right forum for us to kind of have that discussion, maybe further subsequent discussions based on that facilitated session?
Yeah, I think that would be very helpful, Your Worship.
Yeah, I think that might be the more appropriate forum for us to have that kind of a discussion instead of having a very strict target of $10 million for expenditure reduction without even knowing what the consequences are going to be of that and the implications on services, reduction of jobs and all that. I think that might be a better forum for us to have that discussion in a facilitated session. So, Councillor Rice, would you be open to having this discussion at that facilitated session instead of through a subsequent motion? You're muted, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. And I do have some discussion with other councillors and regarding the reports from Office of the City Auditing. Report number is OCA 3335. I think this conversation, these options come back from administration will be very helpful for us to follow up that report and then to ensure and the auditing report and for the recommendations and be implemented. I do appreciate that you suggested to include one piece in our discussion and from Councillor Knack's motion. I think for that strategy from high-level discussion and for the one session or two session, yes, that will be helpful. However, this is just with the specific options. So I'm okay to move this subsequent motion forward with our city council support. If our city council doesn't support, and then of course is this specific efficiency piece we can include it and in the like strategy, budget strategy discussion, and back to Councillor Max.
Okay.
Subsequent mode.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
So,
you. Yeah, thank
I
you.
would like to move this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rice. I think this is too prescriptive in my mind, and I can't support it. I'm just speaking to it in my last 2 minutes. I think city looks for efficiencies, and city administration has a target of efficiencies internal that they always try to strive. I would rather have more discussions around structural changes on things that we should not be doing and how we shift those resources over to things that we should be doing in order to meet our city plan, our climate goals, and social objectives that we have. So I can't support this prescriptive of subsequent motion that will cost thousands of dollars to generate a report that will produce the same results that we have seen in the past. And I'll go to Councillor Salvador. I'll take the chair back, sorry, and go to Salvador, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to speak to this, I appreciate Councillor Rice. I appreciate that you brought this forward, but I can't support this. I think we also need to be efficient with our time and resources. And for me, I do feel like administration has done a lot of this work, and it is ongoing. So for me, I can't support this. I think that thinking about those larger structural conversations, we have a really good roadmap for how to get there, and that's the city plan. And you know, if you look at the city plan, it actually outlines really significant cost savings. Yes, it's a long-term plan. Yes, it's a structural change, but I think being able to focus on that and sort of have the courage to make those types of changes in a day-to-day manner that's going to lead to those long-term changes and those long-term efficiencies. That's where I'm really placing my focus. So, yeah, again, I appreciate you bringing it forward, but I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack?
Yes, just to speak to it. I actually am going to support it. I think for me, we've done, so over the years, there's been motions made typically in budgets. Before my time in particular, I remember watching council meetings where the budget would be completed, and then at the end, there was a member of council who used to do like okay, now that we're done all of this work, cut another 2%. And I think we would call it sort of it was often referred to as the pin the tail on the budget, because it essentially just said, even though council just did all of this work, now just go arbitrarily find 2% and go do it yourself, and then that way council doesn't have to be the bad guy about making a cut. So what I actually like about this is it doesn't say go cut $10 million. It says, here's a target that we're interested in. Provide us with what that looks like. We've done that type of motion over the years. I think the last one that I can really remember was in 2018, in advance of the 4-year budget cycle. Council had actually done a motion asking for what would it look like if there was a 1%, 2%, 3%, or 4% cut in spending. And from that list came a number of recommendations, some of which council adopted. There were about $65 million worth over the course of that 4-year budget period, and some that they saw and said, no chance that we're going to do this because those are obviously too important of priorities that makes no sense. And so recognizing that even though administration is doing a regular budget exercise where they're always looking for savings, sometimes there may be things, and I'll actually reference the Reimagine report as something that, even though there were a lot of things not accepted, I'm actually sure glad that work happened, because it allowed council to show the public of saying, here's the real life impacts if you want to make these kind of cuts. And And in my mind, that actually I think is really valuable to the public because they can see that this is ongoing work that happens all the time, and they can weigh out those pros and cons. So for me to have a target, again, the report might come back and we might not decide to do anything because any of the cuts that or suggestions that are being recommended are not palatable, but I don't have an issue with looking at what that would look like and appreciating that we're going to have a much bigger exercise sort of like this as part of the 4-year budget cycle where we really truly have to go through and prioritize what we're looking at. So I'm very comfortable. I have this conversation, again, recognizing there is absolutely no obligation to approve anything, but every time we have done something like this, we actually have had some savings as a result. So whether we're going to see $10 million in savings that council would accept, I'm not sure because we didn't see that in the motion back in 2018, but I think it's a good conversation to have. So I'll support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Hamilton?
I'm going to move referral of this motion to the meeting in February. And I know that it's not amenable or friendly for the original mover. But the reason I'm doing that is because I'm hearing, frankly, that if this went forward today as is, as part of the budget conversation without context, I think it would fail. And I think to Councillor Knack's point, it would be a bit of a shame. But I also think that what I'm hearing from council is that it needs more context for what we're asking for. So I don't want it to then not proceed and the mover cannot sort of continue the line of questioning at a time when it might be more germane to the 4-year budget. So I know it's not favorable, but I also don't want to lose the thread on what I think could be a really constructive conversation, but perhaps in a slightly different context.
So you're moving a referral, Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, to that maybe either the February meeting or a subsequent meeting where but let's say for now the February meeting where we talk about Councillor Knack's motion.
Got it. And it's seconded by?
Councillor Paquette.
Councillor Paquette. Okay. Any questions on referral?
To quickly speak to referral, Mr. Mayor.
Just hold on, I gotta wait for the list to appear. Go ahead, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, I'm supporting this not because I support the motion, but because I support the intent behind the motion. I think that the way it's worded is probably not constructive for getting the results that are being sought. However, of course, there's always utility in finding efficiencies, and there's no harm in looking for that. But right now, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite prescriptive, and my concern is that if it goes to a vote now and fails, Councillor Rice will not be able to bring this line of questioning back. And I don't think that that's her intent or her desire, but I can't presume to speak for her, of course. But so that's why I support referral. And I think that the way that it will come back will be a far more appropriate time to have the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't want to refer it. I want to vote it down here and now. I think it's the wrong message to send to our city staff before Christmas, even if the winter break. Even if we have intention of voting it down later at committee, the last thing I want to do is say thanks for all the work on your budget. By the way, now we're going to revisit some austerity politics based on an arbitrary number from council. This is not the message I want to send to our staff going out the door. This is the lump of coal that I want no part of. So I don't want to refer. I want to vote it down here.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rice.
I do appreciate my colleagues' discussion regarding my motion. I also understand it's how important for our Edmontonians look at our city's efficiency and for the core services and be improved. So I agree with this referral, and then so I will support this motion will on the floor be postponed to the February 7, 22nd City Council meeting. Thank you for Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Paquette. And this time I pronounce your name right?
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Rice. I think absolutely, I think Councillor Jansen's point is very important that we need to appreciate the work our staff has done, and this is no way be seen as that we are after their jobs. Please
Just a quick process question, Mr. Mayor.
We're voting on it.
If this fails referral, then
Yeah.
it goes to the vote, and then the vote could fail as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please vote.
Just waiting for you, Mr. Mayor
There you
and
go.
Councillor
Got
Rutherford.
Councillor Rutherford? Okay, you go ahead. Yeah, of course, of course.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please.
See.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I just can't get it up on the screen, but it did carry 8-5. And just for clarity, those against were Mayor Sohi, Councillors Jantz, Rutherford, Salvador, and Stevenson. Apologies.
Okay. Referred to February meeting. Councillor Rice, you have another one?
Yes, I do. I have this third one. The third one is I move that administration return to City Council in Q2 2022 with an analysis of contract and consulting spending, including efficiency that can be achieved to reduce the future expenditure budgets for contract and the consulting services. So this one from
Second.
So I do appreciate and so this one brought up and to our attention regarding our contract and the consulting services spending. So I'm here to open and to accept like our colleagues' discussion or questions and be more than happy to take in and then how we can reduce like the average like $250 million per year consulting and contract spending, and then to get more clarification how we can and use our insight capacity and to maximum and so efficiency and for our service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Knack?
Thank you. Just a few quick questions to administration on this. There was an audit completed a couple of years ago on this, and Councillor Paquette has also put forward some motions on this. So I think there's a lot of good information that I just don't want to lose, and I'm hoping that, but I appreciate we've got a fairly new council here, so there may be value in having a conversation about it, but just wanting to make sure that part of any report would hopefully contain that, because that may provide a lot of information. There might be some additional analysis that you have in it, but you might not also have to redraw a long report because there's a lot of data to start from.
Yeah, Councillor, I would say we did a recent presentation on all the work that's been happening in the last 3 years on this, so I think it'll look very similar, but we can do more work and add a bit more pieces.
Yeah, I think including that audit in particular would be really valuable.
But I can tell you right now, if this passes, I would include all that work in the presentation to council for sure.
Okay, good. Yeah, just to, instead of recognizing the use of time, I want to make sure you can pull from a lot of that. And I think the only other thing that I remember from a lot of this conversation, and just want to confirm that I'm right, one of the the biggest drivers of those costs was actually our capital budget. I think in the order of about 75%. So that's a big driver in that setup.
That's correct, and we've evaluated that, and a lot of that is what is helping us deliver on time and on target now, and I certainly wouldn't be recommending cuts in that area, given the ambitious capital plan we have, and a plan that's even more ambitious with the passing of this budget.
Sure. Okay. No, that's great. I just wanted to ask those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question would be, is this motion necessary since we already actually have this information? Could it not just be a memo with the report attached?
May I
It's to administration, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Councillor, we will essentially include all that information. I will see what else I can find over the time between now and when the report's due, but pretty much everything up to now we have. But I'll look, I would, if it's the will of council, I'll look a bit more over the next couple of months.
Okay, because essentially we literally just generated this information. It's fresh and it's new.
Yeah.
And
and I
it's
think
been in the news cycles, it's been reported, it's been on social media. We have this information.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and of course recently validated by the auditor as well. So.
Okay, and you know, I know that's the case because that was my motion, and the report that came back has all of this information in it. So I don't think I'm going to support this motion simply because it's generating work that doesn't have to be done. We literally already have this information that can be simply sent in a memo with the report attached. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
So my questions are to administration. Do we have, or I guess the city clerk actually, do we have a copy of the previous motion that Councillor Paquette is referring to see if they are in fact the same intent? And I know there was an audit that was done as well. And one of the things that I've been really curious around this, and so I might be asking Councillor Rice for a friendly amendment, but I'm trying to talk through it for a minute, is did any of the previous reporting that's come back or Councillor Paquette's motion speak to subcontracting? And so when contractors or consultants are subcontracting, and then sometimes those subs are subbing, and then those subs are subbing, do we have anything that talks to that?
I don't know, Council. Does anybody know?
So maybe I can jump in. Sorry, this is Thiago Braga, here, the acting branch manager for CPSS, which is corporate procurement. So what I would say, Councillor, is that as any supply chain, and we have more than thousands and thousands of suppliers, we do have through our contracts currently that relationship based on performance and quality and price and etc. The subcontractor or tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, there is only so much that we can do in terms of controlling that, but we do have some policies that generate and incentivize proper management of subcontractors. I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, and I wonder though, because there's a project that comes to mind called the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program that absolutely has many contracts and subcontracts and then subcontracts, and then they even have an overarching contractor, and they intentionally kept their program team lean with the intent of contracting out, and that is $1 billion project. So I'm almost wondering if there could be some lessons learned in doing a motion on a case study around a project that we know is a huge expense and has some of those things to sort of dive deep into one specific project. So I don't know if that would still meet the intent of your motion, Councillor Rice, but in terms of looking for efficiencies and effectiveness in consulting and contracting, because Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program does both, depending on planning or design or whether it's construct. I just feel like that project is one that comes to mind that could cover that whole scope. But I don't know. I'm just thinking here because I understand the intent of your motion, but if we've already got something like that, I wonder if a little bit more of a deep dive might be beneficial or maybe not. I'm just putting it out there.
Councillor Rutherford, it's Adam Laughlin here. There was no work done on previous audits or work around sub-consultants or subcontractors. Our typical contracting process is direct to a prime, and then we have one relationship with either the prime contractor or the prime consultant. And from a line of sight perspective, that's typically the process that we like to use because it ensures that we have one relationship versus multiple. There was an audit done related to the Metro line where we actually had multiple contractors on one project, and advice from the auditor was to remain with the one-to-one relationship versus multiple relationships.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Mr. Laughlin. And LRT is another one of those big city-changing ones too that has a lot of contracting and consulting as well. At this point, I'll let it stand, but it's definitely something to think about for future, depending on what happens here tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I think that kind of brings up a bit of a point that we've touched on before, and that is the difference between operational consultants and capital project consultants, which are distinctly different things. Is that fair to say, Mr. Corbould?
They are indeed councillor, yes.
Yeah. And all that past work made those distinctions. So I'm wondering if it would be friendly to restate this motion as that a memo come back outlining all of the previous work that's been done, and that can be distributed to all of council, and then we could, if there's further moves to be made on this subject, we could go from there.
Yeah, and I might add that based on the previous work that was done, we were directed by council and we're continuing to implement this direction, which is that we were to pursue vendor management strategies for both operational and capital spends that would target to reduce the overall external services budget for both operating and capital, 4% in 2019, 3% in 2020, 2% in 21, and 1% in 22. And we are in the process. We continue to report back findings on this at each of the budget adjustments for the next 4 years, as we did a couple of weeks ago in the budget. Right. So that is the previous direction from council. We have implemented that. It's resulted in reductions in numbers in the budget in 2019, 20, 21, and the current budget that was just approved. That's part of that implementation. So right. And I say that because I'm not sure what else I can do on this given that direction we've had and that we've implemented that direction and we continue to report to council on that direction.
Yeah, so I wonder if rather than debate this any further, if it's friendly to Councillor Rice to restate this as a memo come back to council with all of that summarized and those reports attached, and then if there's gaps or perhaps even a case study that we can identify it at that time and go from there. I'll leave it to Councillor Rice to consider. Thanks.
May I use, Councillor Cantman, may I use time to provide some clarification before we go further debate?
Just let me ask, Madam Clerk, is that clear on process?
Typically, you would follow the line of questioning that's, sorry, the line of the speakers that have already clicked on.
Yeah, so I've got to go to Councillor Paquette. Have you had first round?
I have had a chance. The only thing I was going to mention is that the previous body of work took over a year and a half.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did have a chance on first round. So, unfortunately, we have to go to the second round. And Councillor Rice, you had first round as well, right? So, somebody would have to move that we go to the second round of questions.
So move.
Councillor Knack, seconded by.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Okay, please vote. I'm debating. I have to think about this too.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. It was Councillor Rice and Councillor Paquette, right? Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thanks for my colleagues' discussion about this. I just want to clarify the intention for this motion. And this motion actually is not a specific look at to cut capital contract. And because for many like capital contract, and we understand, for example, LT, and we cannot do an internal in-house. And so this specific motion and then brought up and is based on and how we can limit it, the number of contract and consulting specific for the management consultant cost, and then based on the auditor's report. And so I would like to take this motion as an opportunity to open that conversation and to discuss how we can improve the efficiency and then to use our in-house capacity to provide the services instead of, and from operational function perspective, and use contract or consulting and to provide the services and for us and for Edmontonians. I do understand then administration talk about, and then in the past we had that motion from Councillor Paquette, and also have some analysis done. But I do believe there is no clear indicator or clear analysis to demonstrate and what impact if we limited the number of contract and consultant and for the operating perspective. And because even for the capital side, and we still have the impact and from capital project. So that is the purpose and for me to bring this come out for this motion. And I like if like council, and it's upon to council, but I do believe and that opens that communication to look at the impact if we limited the number. So my intention is not cut 100%, is just looking for how we can plan our physical efficiency and find the saving, and then to look at our services efficiency, and then to do that additional analysis. And because based on the report from auditors, we still have lots of room to improve. And so if that's the case, why we are not open the door to have this conversation will actually long-term benefits our city's fiscal efficiency. So I think that's his purpose for this conversation. And if like our council, our colleagues, and think this is not necessary, and then so it's upon to everybody's votes. But I do believe it's worth for us to open that communication, open that conversation for the long-term benefits, and to look at the city's physical efficiency. Thank you. I just want to clarify for that.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So Councillor Rice has closed on this. Councillor Paquette, do you have questions? Or I thought she had questions.
No, I actually wanted to close, Mr. Mayor, or to speak to this.
Okay, quickly, please.
Yeah, so I really like that Councillor Rice is interested in this issue. I think it's fantastic because, and I guess I've got a personal reason for saying that because I was also very interested in this issue. But what I would say is that this motion may not be in order simply because that information already exists. And so basically we'd be asking administration to spend time, which is money, in generating a new report for something that already exists, that anyone can go and read, that has the analysis. And from that information, probably a new motion could be crafted that is the next step to that. But this motion literally duplicates something that we already have in hand. So I would have preferred if it was rephrased as a memo for the report that already exists than asking for the report to be done again. So that would be, I guess, all I have to say about that. I'm a little bit flabbergasted that we are even entertaining this, but I think that indicates where my vote will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We're going to go to
Mr.
vote.
Chair.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, Councillor Rice. You have already closed on this. You have spoken on it, and Councillor Paquette has spoken on it. I'm going to go to the vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That has failed. Councillor Rice, do you have another subsequent?
Oh, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Who's next on the list?
Next on the list is Councillor Rutherford, and I do see in the chat a request from Councillor Stevenson to go back to her motion previously. Your choice.
Go to Councillor Rutherford, then we'll come back to Councillor Stevenson.
Okay, I have two subsequents. The first one is related to snow and ice, our favorite topic right now. So that administration pilots an enhanced snow clearing standard for priority 4 residential roads until April 30th. This enhancement would include blading down to pavement and sanding, especially at intersections and within residential communities, and after major snow and ice events, using the current 2022 snow and ice budget that will be reassessed at the spring supplemental budget adjustment 2022.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Second by Councillor Knack. Councillor Knack, any questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford, you want to introduce it, or it's pretty self-explanatory?
Yeah, I think I'll just take a quick second to just say, I think when we've talked a lot about wanting to see value for tax dollars, I think that this is a clear example of where when people see their roads are maintained in the winter well, and especially in the residential, we're going to start to see more people seeing that their tax dollars at work. So that is why I have put this motion forward. And again, it has no current budget impact. When we see the pilot, it might lead to future ones as we talk about 2023 to 2026 budget, which is why doing that pilot now will help to see how this enhances that perception of service level.
And administration can accommodate that within the existing budget?
Yes, we can.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Rutherford for putting forward this motion. Just a few quick questions. So I actually think I saw in the Phase 2 notice that we're going down the pavement for that one too as well. So it's like you knew this was coming almost.
Yeah, the pilot's already started, quite frankly.
Yeah, and which is good, but I still think this is an important motion. But I just wanted to ask that. So we're going to start putting this into action. This might be a little bit in the weeds, but I just want to make sure, Mr. Sebrick, when we're doing this work, does this type of work, I think, like, for example, windrows in school zones, we typically try to remove them once a year or something like that. Is those the type of work, the things that we're going to try to do a little more of, or I don't know if that specific is a good example. I'm just trying to think of.
It is an example, but
Yeah.
we do remove school windrows more frequently. I think what this work would entail is when we do any work in a residential area, any windrows, and whether that's at a driveway or a sidewalk access, those would be removed regardless of height. Because right now we have that 30 centimeter specification. But in this model, what we would try and do is anytime we're doing significant work in a neighborhood, we would be following up, including windrow removal with skid steers.
Perfect. So I just want to make sure, because you know the few areas I like to bring up every time. In between two households, the access to the alley, that's an example of a spot that really hasn't received a lot of additional service, and it's one of the hardest spots to navigate. Is that something that you might include in this?
Correct.
Oh, I love hearing that. How about intersections when we're crossing from one side of the street to the other? Sometimes even if they're blading down the pavement, sometimes those windrows or larger piles are left in front of the curb cuts. This would make sure that we leave those curb cuts really free of access to make sure people can quickly navigate from one space to another.
That's the intent, yes.
Sounds wonderful. What a great Christmas gift. Thank you.
There you
I'll
go.
support it.
And they already started working on it, right? That's even a bonus. Got it. Okay, Councillor Tank.
Thank you. And I think I was looking forward to the subsequent, like, all week. Just, I guess, a quick question to Mr. Seabrook. We've spoken previously about the possibility of, can this work incorporate priority for, public sidewalks? And you have said yes. I'm just wondering if you can kind of revisit that.
So we do already cover off a number of sidewalks that are the city's responsibility, and we do that through both internal and external services. So that work will continue. I think if there was a desire to look at doing all the sidewalks in the city, I think that
No,
would
I'm
be
not talking. No, it's okay. I'm not talking about all the sidewalks. I'm just wondering, given that sidewalks also has, priority 1, 2, 3, 4 in terms of the ones owned by the city.
Correct.
If the intent behind this is to really, improve our service level in priority 4 areas, I'm just wondering, can it, within the same breath, can we also say, can we improve the service level for priority 4 public sidewalks?
So we can look at possibly some segmented areas. We wouldn't do it citywide because I think there are some resource requirements around that one that would be more of a challenge. Whereas the motion that's on the floor now is a little bit more straightforward.
Okay. Perhaps that's something I could follow up on, maybe through a different pathway or something.
But having said that, when we come back in the spring with our report, we will be providing options for different levels of service for residentials as well as our active pathways, because some now, of course, don't all get the same level of service and some get no service. So what we would be doing is providing some alternatives in terms of what that could look like and what we would need to do to facilitate that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Councillor Cartwell.
Thank you. Will this include cul-de-sac?
Cul-de-sacs, yes, that will include cul-de-sacs.
Thank you.
Another happy councillor. Okay, all right. Councillor Salvador?
Really quick, just on the sidewalk thread, because I was going to ask the same thing, but if it was just along like primary nodes and corridors, have we given thought to that, or would those be just covered under priority 1, 2 anyways?
So most of those would be covered, and I think the other thing is that is key is that we already have a higher level priority for any areas that have transit facilities, because those have a higher priority.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Nat, go ahead to speak.
Yeah, sorry, and I know we're got a million things, but I actually do really want to quickly note on this one. Recognizing everyone's joy and happiness about it, I do actually think we should probably be aware that I think we need to do this, and if we're going to do it for the next couple of months, it means we're going to probably do it permanently. So there will be, and that's why we have a future report coming, a cost to doing this. So I think we should all just remember that we're actually not necessarily pre-committing ourselves to 2023, but we're sort of pre-committing ourselves to an enhanced service, which I think we need to do. We don't do enough in the city over the winter. It's not safe enough, particularly for those who cannot drive. And we need to resource our snow removal service enough. We need to make sure we have the right equipment to do that work. And by approving this motion, we are pretty much setting ourselves up for a need to do that, which I am perfectly fine with because I think it's time. But I thought we should probably just acknowledge that reality. Thank you.
Rutherford, you want to?
Yeah, I'll just close by, acknowledging that this was a co-created motion with Councillor Knack, so I do want to acknowledge that, and I know that we've both been very excited to bring this one forward. I definitely hope that we have council support on this, knowing, yes, it likely will have budget impacts in the future, but we have heard loud and clear from residents in Edmonton that they they really do expect to be able to get around, walking, rolling, driving, and not having the roads or having icy roads or snow roads is making it really hard to do that. So I'm really proud of this motion, and I hope the council can support it.
Okay, please vote. Councillor Knack is going to vote twice.
We have all the votes.
All the votes carried. Okay, Councillor Rutherford, you have another one?
Yes, I have one more amendment, subsequent motion, not amendment. I'm used to saying amendments now. So that, I'll read it in, that administration provides a report to council on financial health of the city of Edmonton to address long-term COVID-19 response and recovery. This report should include high and low financial forecasting estimates for the next 5 years, 2022 to 2026, and be presented before the spring supplemental budget adjustment 2022.
Okay.
And just to speak to the...
We need to second it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Seconded by Councillor Tank.
And sorry, just to speak to this quickly, when we had the report on the COVID, the financial impacts of COVID-19, which seems like eons ago now, it became really clear to me that we were starting to, these one-time fundings were starting to become very piecemeal. And it became very clear to me that while we knew there was likely going to be impacts, we didn't really have any sort of forward picture of what those could be. And so I really wanted to be intentional of having, yes, it's forecasting, it's not a perfect science, but, at a best case scenario and a worst case scenario, what are we dealing with? Because I think we as governors need that to make sure we're keeping up the financial health of the city in the context of this. And I've argued or made the statement before that while we don't know all the impacts, we do know that, for example, transit's a great example, that unless ridership miraculously returns, there will be a cost for transit related to COVID-19 going forward. So again, that's why I wanted to do this, to really have that forward-thinking ability to discuss, what could be some of those long-term impacts. I recognize we're still in the pandemic, and I know that things are moving, but I know we can't keep, not having any number in our mind. Thank you.
So if I may, it would be administration's preference if we could bring that back with the operating investment outlooks, which are scheduled for May. And those operating investment outlooks go out 10 years, so we can incorporate the 5 years of COVID into the full 10-year plan.
Would we have that before, because I'm just new, so would that be after supplemental?
That's correct. So
the challenge with that is that, and again, I'm just learning, so I think in hindsight, now that we just released that the taxes, I would have done a completely different motion in the budget had I known this, but I thought that we could still have this conversation before supplemental so that we could make sure that we are earmarking money appropriately if there is financial impacts of COVID that we foresee. And so I am worried about it coming after the supplemental. It still sets us up in 2023 and 2026, but it doesn't allow us to have that conversation related to the 2022 budget. So I guess if that's all administration can do, then that's all administration can do, but I'm hesitant for it.
In the first year we came back with COVID, we came back with low, medium, high. What we have typically found, and we do have estimates and ranges, we report the most likely scenario at any given point in time when we bring the report forward. So I'm not opposed to providing this information. I'm just not sure that we'd have I think we'd need the extra time to be able to provide you with 5 years of data and the various scenarios that you're asking for, as opposed to providing the most likely scenario.
How would you be able to provide the most likely scenario if you didn't have the other data?
So again, we have ranges, so we could provide the ranges. We're currently working to bring that information back in the operating investment outlook. So this motion would pull it forward to the spring supplementary budget adjustment. And typically in the spring, we wouldn't, there's nothing that prevents you from adjusting, but traditionally you haven't changed the tax levy in the spring. Yeah. And this is why, there is ways that we can address variations either through the financial stabilization reserve, risk amounts held in financial strategies. We are constantly assessing how we address the variations and fluctuations with COVID.
Okay, because when we did have the COVID-19 report, the answer from administration that was that we couldn't see the future in the finances. So,
well, they are all estimates.
It's all changing. Yeah. But so forecasting. So anyway, that being said, I am amenable to the change based on what you've said, and I will accept the new date.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cardwell?
No, that's fine. If the date's going to change, I have nothing to add.
Good. So it'll be May, right? The date will be May then, right?
With the spring operating investment outlook, if we can peg it to that.
Okay, cool. All right, so please vote.
Mr. Chair, how many more supplementals are there?
Sorry, can we just finish? Can
we vote
Sorry,
on this?
my
Yeah,
apologies.
thanks so much. We've got all the votes.
Okay, display the votes, please. How many people are in the line for supplemental?
I've got 2 more people on the original list, plus the one we need to go back to, and I'm not sure what else is out there.
I do have some.
And so we've got at least 4 more people with some amendments.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Councillor Cartmel, you're on the list?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. Just very quickly, a solution we've arrived at is to change the wording of verbal report to memo to council. So that will provide us with the updated information we need in a timely way to ensure that these critical facilities don't close down and still be able to react without requiring a report to be written by January 4th. The memo will be shared publicly. It'll be available for the members of the public to see. But yeah, hoping I can reread. So just be that administration provide a memo on the status of funding for existing bridge housing facilities, including estimates for the cost for them to remain operational until the opening of the 5 new permanent supportive housing sites expected in summer 2022. Happy to take any questions.
And memo is in order, right?
Yeah, we're good with that, Your Worship, because we don't have to publish the memo 14 days before we send it. So it gives us that 2 weeks we need.
Okay, good. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So who's next?
I've got Councillor Tang.
Councillor Tang.
I have 1, maybe 2. So the first one came up during the BIA discussion. So the motion reads that administration return to council at the May 24th council meeting with high-level options to support small businesses outside of the business improvement areas, including but not limited to tax levy subsidies, tax incentives, and potential additional business support, including external partnership opportunities, and city resource district-based business liaisons in alignment with the Economic Action Plan and leveraging insights from 2020-2021 COVID Business Economic Recovery Grants.
Second.
Thank you. And Thank you very much for administration's input on this motion. So I think this just, I guess, self-explanatory, but really, I guess, looks at the small businesses outside of the BIA zones. And I think it would just be good to kind of know the variety of tools that are available. Recognizing, for example, patio is one program that the city has offered across the city. But it would just be good to explore some other options. The one I'm very keen on is the city resource district-based business liaisons that will, that would serve kind of like, actually, no, I'm not going to go there. But anyways, so that's something I'm very keen on. And that's it.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any questions? 1, 2, 3, seeing none. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Nope, we're just waiting for 2 more votes. I have them all now.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Tang, you have a second one?
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind some, I guess, advice. I'm cognizant of the 200 plus reports that administration have. And then this one, I think, just in terms of timing, I think the intention of it is to, I guess, inform our next 4-year cycle discussion. It's related to a tax relief program that administration returned in Q2 2022 with a report on options for potential property tax relief for residential property owners, including but not limited to tax forgiveness, tax credits, and grants, and considerations for determining the qualifications for property tax relief for residential property owners, such as but not limited to income thresholds. And I guess the intention behind this is to build. Oh, sorry. Yes, second. Please. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Okay. Anyways, I guess that my intention with this is really just to build off of some of the conversations that's already happened around, I think that, the challenges with a tax tool like property tax, and, the fact that, owning a property is indeed a privilege, but it is also, the tool itself is also very regressive, but at the same time, the Edmontonians' ability to pay taxes, has been fairly, I think, steady. But we haven't, and I'm not sure if this conversation has ever come up, but to my understanding, not as much. But we haven't really looked at sort of ways to provide targeted support. And when we say targeted support, I think that there's lots of parameters for consideration. So that's why it's coming back in Q2. It's meant to more, inform the discussion. And I guess I just want to know, is that timeline kind of reasonable? Would it be better if I actually brought this forward later in the spring? Or would administration want me to just kind of put on the table now and just have a later due date?
I think the due date is good. Right, yeah, so we're good with the due date. We think it's a good discussion to have, and we would also recommend that it come back to committee first so that the public can talk to it as well.
Yes, and that will be the executive committee? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll just leave it on the table then.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Tang, for putting this motion forward. It's a good discussion to explore. It does potentially open a can of worms and a bit of overlapping issues. However, I am wondering, and if you're not really amenable to this, Councillor Tang, let me know. But I'm wondering if we should include something about strategies for potential provincial changes to how cities can assess taxes.
I am open to it if administration feels that's that's within what we can do.
Yeah.
Do you just mean kind of like advocacy points? Yeah.
Because we may be limited, but if we can advocate for changes, I mean, it may be a longer road and it actually may mean a larger body of work, but this is a conversation that I think is a long time coming, and I'm wondering if there's a way to wrap those things up together.
So, Councillor Paquette, it would be our position that we deal with these things separately. Advocacy is very different than us providing you with information on which options and tools are currently available to you.
Okay, yeah. So what would be the best way to approach that then?
The best way to approach the advocacy part?
Yeah. Like you would need a separate motion for a separate body of work. Is that what you're saying?
I'll maybe defer to Ms. Owen. I'm just not sure that I'm the right person to speak on advocacy.
Oh, okay, sure.
And could you, given the hour, just précis your question one more time, please, Councillor?
Well, one of the things that we've been talking about for the past several years is the difficulty we have to address a lot of the social concerns in our city based on solely raising property taxes. It's not really the best way, I think, to assess taxes for services rendered, so to speak. And if the province doesn't want to address some of these issues, we're going to have a lot of trouble trying to keep up with the status quo of how we can raise money. So it's that whole body of work. And you know what? The more that I'm thinking about this, the more that I probably want to go offline, maybe have a chat with Councillor Cartmel and maybe members of administration. So I'll leave that for now.
Yeah.
But thank you for indulging me in those questions, Mr. Mayor.
It's always a good idea to talk to council members who are on AUMA to see what work AUMA is doing on this, right? So they might be doing some work.
Yeah, that's also a great idea. I'll be touching on with Councillor Knack, if he'll talk to me.
If Councillor Knack won't talk to you, Councillor Tang will talk to you. Okay, all right. So Councillor Stevenson?
Just a very quick question, that the report would include information on provincial tax relief programs that may already be available?
We would include that if there are programs that we observe meet those objectives outside of city-created programs.
Great, thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Okay, are we ready to vote?
And I can
Oh,
close?
sorry, you want to close?
No, it's okay. Just very quickly, just want to be able to kind of close. And anyways, thank you all for letting me open this can of worm. I feel like we opened up a lot of cans of worm this deliberation, so why not another one, right? But I actually think this is an important conversation. I want to make sure that we are looking into every single option and opportunities we can provide, relief to Edmontonians during this time. I understand there's a lot of limitations. There's a lot of challenges. Anyways, just at the best of times, we have lots of people who do struggle to pay their taxes, and especially now with the added stress of the pandemic, with the economy, with standard of living. So I just think it is really important that we do explore every avenue. Anyways, so thank you very much for letting me put this on the table. Thank you.
Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. And who's next?
Sorry, Councillor Wright.
Councillor Wright.
Yes, could I have administration provide a report to Community and Public Services Committee on opportunities to provide direct support to women's shelters based in Edmonton through the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters to enable them to prioritize one-on-one support, safety planning, risk assessment, to help reduce isolation created by the global pandemic. I'm not going to go into any much more detail, but it was something that identified as being...
I'll second that.
Okay, sorry. it was something that I did identify as being a gap in some of the other programs and services that we were looking at funding throughout the budget process here.
Okay, any questions? We had a good debate on this earlier. 1, 2, 3, seeing none. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. Councillor Wright, that's it? Anyone else, Madam City Clerk?
I don't have anybody else on my list.
Okay, I have some, so I'll give the chair to Councillor Tang. I have 3, and they kind of related as well, but I make them separate. That administration work with the Downtown Edmonton Community League, the Chinatown and Area Business Association, and the Edmonton Downtown Business Association to identify opportunities for small-scale community amenities, recreational leisure spots downtown, and return to committee with the report outlining proposed amenities and associated funding requirements.
We get a second?
Second. I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, very quickly to explain, we want more people to live downtown, work downtown, and come downtown. And small-scale amenities that are available in the suburban community, like a basketball court, a tennis court, or a pocket park, are not really available in the downtown core, in the Chinatown, some cases, right? So the more we can create those kind of casual activities, more attractive our downtown and business districts will be for people to work, play, and do business in the downtown. So that's basically the essence of this subsequent motion.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Questions? Seeing none, I guess we are ready to vote. Please vote.
We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. And carried. And Mayor Sohi, you have another one?
And the second one is that administration explore opportunities to work with business improvement areas, multicultural and indigenous groups to hold more festivals in our core areas and identify opportunities to support and grow existing festivals in these areas.
A seconder, please.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Wright.
Again, as part of the recovery and making sure that people are able to enjoy themselves once we are out of the COVID, and tying that into bringing more people into the business districts and tapping into such a rich multicultural fabric and indigenous cultures. The idea is that more we can support those festivals and tie them into local people spending local money into supporting local business at the same time, celebrating such a rich culture that we have in our city.
Okay, great. I actually have some questions. So, Councillor Stevenson, can you take
I have the chair.
Okay. Mayor Sohi, can you just tell me a little bit about the timeline so these are due back is this one also Q1?
Yes, Q1, yeah.
And administration, that timing is also doable?
Yeah, as long as we're looking at the 13 weeks, yeah.
And then, are you, and to the mover, you were thinking this timeline to kind of kick things into gear so that over this next summer, we can have a lot of these things going?
So these will be, once will be kind of idea, not once we are out of the recovery, but it kind of making them permanent as well on a long-term basis. The more we can celebrate our culture, it really allows us to be a tourist attraction for Western Canada and also getting more people out into activities. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And I will take the chair back. And if there's no other questions, we can go to a vote, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rutherford.
I know administration said that Q1 was fine, but it sounds a little bit like there's engagement here of the business improvement areas and multicultural and Indigenous groups, and I'm just worried that 13 weeks is not going to lead to.
If it's going to take longer, it could take a long time.
Yeah, that's probably a very good point. So thank you very much, Councillor, for raising that. And if we could say Q2,
that's
then
fine.
that gives us a bit of flexibility.
That's
much
fine.
appreciated.
I just want it to be meaningful,
Yeah,
right?
oh yeah, of course. Yeah, good.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was my only question.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. And Councillor Rice?
I do have one question. Specifically, we are not talking about financial implication. And then to grow and existing festivals, is there any follow-up cost will be requested? And specifically, and this is working with like BIS and the multicultural and other groups, we already and reflect the funding improve and in our amendment. So I just want to get a clarification and for the financial implication.
This question's to administration or to the mover?
So this is not clear to me, and I don't know who can answer this question. And because if like the follow-up and with so many and like additional spending requested, and I am concerned about the overlap funding and for some like events and programs like this.
Yeah, understood. I imagine there will be
There will be some financial considerations, absolutely. If you want to add that into there will be, Councillor Rice, some financial considerations, absolutely. When the report comes back to us, it can be debated at that time, but I absolutely understand there will be some additional support required.
Because this motion, to me, is not very clear indicated that just to say explore opportunities. So we're not talking about any financial implication. Is that possible? Just a friendly amend a little bit and to indicate that financial implication and then to avoid any overlap spending requested.
Okay, the mover says it is friendly. So just specifically, are you looking at that last line and identify opportunities, including financial opportunities to support and grow existing festivals in these areas? Would that work?
Including financial cost.
If I may,
Okay.
all reports that come back where they have financial implications, there is that section of the report. So we report on financial implications where there are financial implications.
There we go. So it will be already included as part of the report.
That's correct.
Councillor Rice. Would that satisfy?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
that's fine. Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Knack? Yes.
Especially if we're talking about financial implications, I don't think we need to put it in the motion, but can we please talk to the province as part of this work too, so that we don't pay ourselves? This is going to be my thing.
Yeah.
Just drink every time you hear or something. Have your
Actually-
glass of water.
Yeah, that's a
I
piece
know,
of work
please.
already, and we'll be able to comment on that.
If it's friendly, just to make sure that, because we don't need to, I want to support this and I want to grow, but let's do it just by making sure the province doesn't do Traffic Safety Act. So if that's friendly or if it's just understood, I don't really care either way. It's 8:30.
Absolutely just understood.
Good, perfect.
Mayor
And
Sabi?
absolutely good point, Councillor Knack, for flagging, because not only the province, but also the federal government through Andre, and I had a very good meeting with the Prairie's Can folks about supporting festivals.
Wonderful.
I think both we need to include them.
We'll include that for
Yeah.
sure.
Excellent. Let's just not pay ourselves money
Yeah,
to do more
absolutely.
festivals and events.
Good,
Thank you.
good flag.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very much in support of this. I do have a couple questions. The first is what you would define as core areas, and if in your contemplation you're thinking that this actually can sort of migrate to other areas of the city. For example, I've got an area in my ward that would be wonderful for this kind of activity. So just thoughts on that.
I think we.
To the movers, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, okay. So I think we had this discussion earlier on in during our budget discussion. What is a core area? What is, I think administration will make a determination on if there's needs in certain areas, opportunities in certain areas. Main Street Millwoods, absolutely could be one area, or Castle Downs. And I think there will be opportunity to expand if we can identify those opportunities. I see a lot of potential here for us tapping into provincial and federal resources for this.
Yeah, Your Worship, I really like the concept of explore opportunities. It leaves it wide open. We'll work with the Edmonton Arts Council on this as well, because a lot of festival funding flows through them. And so I think we're good with it the way it's written.
All right, that's fantastic. To administration, I've got a quick question. Sorry, Councillor Stevenson, we'll try to wrap up quick. But the question I have is, we've talked about provincial and federal governments, but one of the interesting things about partnering with local Indigenous First Nations is that they can also bring some federal funding, and if we're contemplating that as well.
Yes, we certainly can.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Wonderful. Seeing that there's no other speakers on the list, thank you for the discussion. I feel like made it really concrete and lots more directions. So looks like we're ready to vote, please.
We have all the votes.
And it's passed. Thank you.
And the last one is related to nighttime economy. That administration explore establishing one FTE position to function as a nighttime economy director, to collaborate with business improvement areas, business, community, and event organizers to foster safe and activated environments in our core business and entertainment areas, and provide a report to committee. It could be Q1 or Q2, because this is a long-term game. So whichever works for
Q2 would be best.
Q2, yeah, got it.
Second.
Would you like to speak more to this?
Oh, this is about again, it's tied to the long-term economic recovery post-COVID, but also the potential of unlocking the nighttime economy and having a dedicated person who can work with various stakeholders in that ecosystem, right? So that's pretty simple. I don't know what happened. What was that?
I think, Councillor Rice, your mic is still on, just to let you know.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's fine. I'm done.
You good? Okay.
I'm done.
Any questions? Councillor Jans.
I've heard this referred to in other jurisdictions as a nightmare.
We call it nightmare too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but just to clarify, it's NIGHT space MAYOR, not NIGHT MARE, right? Like, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a really exciting idea, and I think especially along White Avenue, there's a huge opportunity here as the students come back, the vibrancy comes back, and yeah, just excited to see you put this forward, and I trust we'll have a full community engagement at BIAs and everything else too. So yeah, happy to happy to support it and to nominate participation as appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. Just very quick questions. So I apologize if I missed something. It's my understanding FTE for the precision increase is under delegation of city manager. So I'm not sure like the FTE increase even for the specific position and is going through the city council approval. So I'm really so can administration provide some clarification on this? And then because we had a few amendments regarding the FT increase and for the certain position. So I'm really not sure and what's the process for the FT increase. And then this is a little bit of concern, and then for city council approve directly for FT increase, and then with my understanding that is under authority or delegation of city managers.
Yeah, I think the difference, Councillor, here is we're being asked to explore an opportunity as opposed to being directed to hire or fire an FTE. So in this case, asking for us to explore something, I think doesn't
It is in order?
Yeah, it's in order and it doesn't conflict with my delegated responsibility, is my understanding, so.
Yeah, I just want to confirm that, and then I don't want any like conflicting information and is in different motions.
Yeah, yeah, this is adding a service, and so I think it's. I may actually apply for this job if it's established. So.
That's good to hear, and then it's very interesting, and it's 9th time economic director, and then is there any specific job scope and description regarding this?
That is it's my understanding that that's what we would look at as part of this work that we're being asked to consider. So there's nothing there now, but we would look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Just to kind of pick up actually on where Councillor Rice left off, because I could see establishing one FT position to function in this way, but we've already titled the position and given it the director title. And so is that in order, or would it be a friendly amendment to just say, one FT position to collaborate with business improvement area?
That's an excellent suggestion, Councillor, because you're absolutely right. I probably don't need a manager director for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
And it is friendly.
Yes, thank you. And I have one more. I guess it's a friendly amendment, maybe not. Like I want to say I absolutely support the downtown, but I do, in the tally of kind of the amendments and motions that have come, there's been a lot specifically related to the downtown area. And one of the things that I heard while door knocking, and I'm sure other councillors that I've talked to have mentioned, is that they feel like a lot of investment is in the downtown and that their areas are left out. And I do feel like something like this, like nighttime markets, similar to farmers markets, expanded across the city, could actually create a lot of vibrancy in different parts of Edmonton as well. And so I know that the term like core areas is fluid, but I think at some point if you're putting one, like I'm going to use my ward, Rappers would not be considered a core area. At the end of the day, like that would be a pretty big leap to call the suburbs a core area. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not interpreting that right, but I think it's fine for this motion, but I do want us as council to consider, or maybe, no, actually, if this is exploring, I'd like to explore what that could look like on a citywide while focusing on the downtown, as potentially I'm asking the mover if that would be something to consider, because I absolutely support this. I'm just mindful of how much we've been.
May I?
Yes, please.
Yeah, my idea is absolutely wherever there are opportunities for us to grow our nightlife, excitement, economy, and opportunities, entertainment, that's what I'm looking at,
Yeah.
citywide.
I would comment that because I saw core areas and entertainment areas,
Yeah.
I thought.
I'll be fine
could
if
be
you want to
inclusive
take out core and just say business and entertainment areas.
Yeah, or even across the city, like that's, I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you very much. Our not so recently departed and amazing former economist, John Rose, he often talked about the need for a vibrant and thriving downtown nightlife. His position was that as downtown goes, so goes the city. And without a thriving downtown, we cannot have thriving suburbs. And we know this just when it comes to tax implications, that one of the ways that the suburbs tax rates are kept down is to have a thriving downtown. And so at some point, we're going to have to start dispelling this myth that the suburbs are suffering because we invest in downtown. It's actually quite the opposite. The more we invest in downtown, the more that the suburbs thrive. And so I'm in full support of this. Although I would contend that if Mr. Corbould jumps ship for this position, the position probably should be called Party Monster. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Okay, I think we're ready to vote. Do we have Councillor Rice back on the line?
Councillor Rice, are you with us?
Yes, I just logged in. Is this the same motion just amended?
You haven't missed any. You haven't missed any votes.
Okay, is the same motion from Mr. Mayor?
Yes, yes, it is. So
Okay.
If we're ready.
Okay.
Okay, if we're ready, we're gonna go to a vote as amended with those two pieces. Is that right? Please vote.
Councillor Rice?
Yeah, it doesn't show on my screen, and then my voting is no.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. Okay, great, thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the amendments were accepted as friendly. Is that correct? Okay, so that's as amended.
Sorry, can someone let me know what those were? Just the resources is all I have. I didn't have anything else.
Oh, I think the other one was the striking of the word core?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I believe it was core.
Okay.
Yeah. And focus on entertainment areas, yeah.
Yes. Okay, great.
I'll take the chair back. All right, any more subsequent motions? Councillor Cartmel?
Yes, I have one more.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, we have time.
No, not much. All right, one more subsequent. And that is that the $3.374 million allocated to the South Edmonton Hazmat Unit be held in abeyance until a report to, I'm going to say Executive Committee, provides information on the effort made for coordinated regional approach to hazmat responses and options for cost sharing with regional partners.
Second.
And I don't, I'll just quickly introduce it. I think we should just explore this perhaps at a high level in a very general way. And I'll explain why. At the regional table, we do have a shared resources committee that, and I think emergency services is part of that table. But I did have the opportunity to meet with a counselor from Leduc County, and they do have some emergency, some fire rescue service work that's happening down there. And so there may be some sort of a collaborative thing that we might be able to do here. And if we investigate it and determine that there isn't, fine, but I think we should just take that couple of months or 3 months that it takes to just explore options in that way. So leave it there. Oh, sorry, maybe I'll just quickly add to that, and maybe this is just my perception, that, you know, it's not, you know, hazardous materials and responses take a number of forms and responds to a number of situations, but it seems to me that there might be a real opportunity when we, given the nature of the Nisku Business Park and all of this sort of rather heavy industrial work that happens there, the airport's in that neighborhood, that kind of stuff. And if they have need to do some fire rescue stuff anyway, there might be some economy of scale there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Jans?
I'm not opposed to the motion. I just need to understand process here a little more. So we just passed the budget. This was an item included in the budget, and then now you're saying we're going to retroactively hold it in abeyance, even though we just approved it, and then if this passes, and then the decision would be moved to committee. Am I understanding the process correctly through you to the mover?
Yeah, we would get a report that comes to committee. We would discuss that, and pending what we discuss, and then the money would be released to be spent, and the work would proceed, or some other action would happen.
Isn't motion to hold something in abeyance in order after you've ratified the distribution of funds?
It is if we pass it.
Yeah, I think we did pass another motion similar to this before as a subsequent motion, right?
Yep.
Did
To
we
be
not?
fair, that funding, it was my understanding, the reason that we advised it be dealt with that way is that funding had already been previously approved.
So what would be the process? So is Councillor Cartmel's subsequent, is it in order?
I'll support it. I just would offline after, if we can just figure out whatever our process is going forward. That's all I
Well,
just
why
want to know.
don't we see what the
Yeah.
clerk says about it being in order?
The clerk hasn't really thought this one through because I just got this.
Okay, so perhaps if I can ask a question then, how quickly would work proceed on establishing a second hazardous material location in the south of Edmonton?
Yeah, so thanks, Councillor, for this, because I've got some concerns, because part of me says we need to get this report to you as soon as possible, because we need to start recruiting staff to be ready for when this unit is meant to be operational in July. On the other hand, there's a body of work being done under EMRB that's never going to get done by July to do this. So if I start going to regional municipalities to start talking about this, they're going to say, well, we're doing that as part of EMRB. You've got to wait for that to happen. So
Yeah, okay.
I don't know, regardless of it being in order or not, I'm having a lot of challenges practically doing this.
Just not a practical.
And my worry is that we have to have hazmat ready this summer, so.
Okay. Okay, so now let me restate the motion then, and let me ask that administration provide a memo that would include a high-level analysis of the opportunities of shared services from a fire rescue perspective with the county of Leduc and other areas south. Would that be all right?
Yeah, and that would be helpful, quite frankly, in sort of setting the stage for discussions with VMRB, but I just want to be clear, so you would not hold the money in abeyance?
So we would not hold the money in abeyance,
Yeah,
continue
that
your
works
work.
very well
Yeah.
for us, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, start the recruitment process and other things that are happening, but there might be a way to, if there is an opportunity, turn that into an
Absolutely.
opportunity, but not delay the work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
And just to add to that, Councillor, the chief has certainly had some of those conversations with his peers in the region, so those wheels are a little bit in motion.
Okay.
And this just gives that some more legs, if you will.
Sure, okay. So is that clear? So I'll restate the motion that
Restate or
administration.
maybe withdraw this, then make a new one.
Oh, okay, I can do that. I'll withdraw this motion.
Yeah.
If that's.
Yeah, that'll be
agreeable to
more clean. So withdrawn, everyone cool with withdrawing this? Oh, nobody, Nobody seconded it yet anyway, so.
Oh, Councillor
Yeah,
Stevenson.
Councillor
Oh,
Stevenson.
Stevenson did, okay, good. Okay, so everybody cool? Cool, all right, withdrawn. Now Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, yeah. So I'll move then that administration provide a memo that includes a high-level analysis of the opportunities of shared services, of shared fire rescue services with the county of Leduc, the city of Leduc, and the Edmonton International Airport. Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Stevenson. Any questions? 1, 2, 3, seeing none, please vote.
Just to confirm, this is the request for a memo, no funds held in advance.
No.
Got it.
Memo comes and we see what happens. Yeah. If anything.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. Carried? Sorry, I missed it. Carried.
Yes, it carried unanimously.
Got it. Okay, any more subsequent motions? Seeing none, notices of that would not, I've lost my sheet, so what is?
There
no-
cannot
Your Worship,
be-
could I just say,
Yeah.
could I just say one thing for a minute?
Yeah.
If you wouldn't mind? Thank you, Your Worship. I did want to take the opportunity before you adjourn to, as city manager, add my thanks to the staff here in the city. It has been an amazing experience, and I'm just honored to lead the staff of the city, and so proud of the work they've done at every level to get us through this budget. So I just wanted to add my thanks to that. I would also just like to take the opportunity for council to let council know that the clerk to your right, Kate Gibson, is